The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Gray.
Morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Commissioners. At this point, we will resume with the evidence of the Honourable Leonard Robert Smith, carried over from yesterday. Before we do so, can I just give a brief summary of the rest of the day's proceedings? After a short break, which is scheduled for around 10:30, starting from about 10:45, we will call a panel comprising Rachel Baker, Area Manager, Defence Member and Family Support, Captain Glenn Kerr, Royal Australian Navy, Provost Marshal, Australian Defence Force, Group Captain Karen Braden, Director of Personnel, Joint Operations Command, and Lieutenant Colonel Glyn Lanwarn, OAM, Staff Officer, Grade 1, Fatalities, Army Headquarters. That panel will give concurrent evidence on deployment, critical incidents and supports. There'll be a luncheon adjournment after that panel, and a further panel will be called comprising Dr. Darryl Duncan, Director of Strategic Clinical Assurance and Ethics, Joint Health Command, Commander Samantha Chuckle, Deputy Director, Navy Career Management, Military Employment Classification Review Board, and Lieutenant Colonel Scott Foster, Staff Officer Grade 1, Separations, Career Management, Army, and that panel will address medical discharge in the broad sense across the ADF. Then there'll be a short break scheduled for about 3:15, and then commencing at about 3:30, a third panel will be called comprising Kim Mills, Acting Director, Transition and Coaching Directorate, Defence Member and Family Support Branch, Lieutenant Colonel Kenneth Golder, Commanding Officer, 3rd Combat Engineer Regiment, and Lieutenant Colonel Stuart Holmes Brown, Senior Medical Officer, Australian Defence Force, and that panel will address medical discharge with a particular focus at Laverick Barracks. And that panel will take us through to the evening adjournment.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I proceed with the examination of the Honourable Leonard Roberts Smith?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Judge, we were at the point of examining the findings and analysis in the 3 substantive reports produced during your 2 years as Chair of the Defence Abuse Response Task Force. And those 3 reports delivered in 2014 were the report into abuse at HMAS Lewin, and we'd covered that.
Yes.
Secondly, the report into abuse at the Australian Defence Force Academy, which was delivered by the task force in November 2014. And thirdly, the broad and large report into abuse across the Defence Force as a whole, also delivered in November 2014.
Yes.
And those last 2 reports were delivered around the 26th of November 2014, with your tenure, your extended tenure as Chair, coming to an end on the 30th, I believe, the 30th of November 2014.
Yes, I think that's correct.
I'll now commence to ask you some questions on details relating to what you found in respect of the Australian Defence Force Academy, with reference to some of the contents of the report into abuse at the Australian Defence Force Academy.
Yes.
I'll ask the operator to bring up that report, EXP 0004 0010 0545. Thank you, operator. We'll go to page 0565, that's original page 10, which is the beginning of chapter 3, Complaints of Abuse at ADFA. And there's a section commencing that chapter, 3.1 overview. And the report notes that as at 2 October 2014, this is the 3rd paragraph, the task force had assessed 63 of 76 complaints relating to ADFA, and of these 50 were assessed as falling within the scope of the terms of reference and raising one or more plausible allegations. Then you set out a statistical summary. If we just go over the page to 0566, you see there in the third paragraph from the top where the dot points appear, there's a breakdown of the 50 complaints into types, and a percentage is given. And a high proportion of these were complaints of sexual abuse. And it's the case, is it, Judge, that these complaints were particularly and concerningly prevalent in the 1990s at ADFA?
Yes, that's correct. They did extend, of course, over the years, and they did change in the nature of the incidents of them, but that was a particularly bad period, if one may describe it that way.
And if we just go to 0567, which is original page 12, that's a section analysing the complaints of sexual abuse. There's some descriptions of broadly what was involved without going into detail. I don't think for present purposes need to go into details.
Yes, that's all in the report.
If members of the public wish to do so, the report will be, and is already in fact, available as a published exhibit of this Royal Commission, so it'll be available for members of the public.
Well, we may want to come back to availability in due course, I suspect, as well, but as I mentioned yesterday, all of the reports of the task force, including the interim quarterly reports, were all tabled by the Minister in Parliament, and they are public documents in that respect. Their availability, practical availability, is another question which we might discuss later.
Yeah, I will ask you about that at the end. Now, at the foot of that page, there's a breakdown by gender of the complainants who reported experiencing sexual abuse, and there's a large bias towards the complainants having been female.
Yes.
And that, you recall that being a feature of your findings?
That
or
was...
or the complaints?
Yes, the conclusions that we reached, which of course were not findings, but they were the conclusions we reached on the basis of the cases that came to us. That was certainly the case. And that continues to be the case, as I understand it, or continued to be right up until 2011, is what I mean.
And a feature of the complaints of sexual abuse was that the abuse had been perpetrated by other cadets on cadets, and largely female cadets. Not exclusively.
Not exclusively, no. There were some instances of staff perpetrators, but essentially it was other cadets. And so far as the women were concerned, particularly in the early years, it tended to be groups of males rather than individuals, although, again, there were individuals who committed sexual assaults, according to our complainants.
And we don't need to go into the details of it, and
No.
I won't ask the operator to display it, but at page 16 of the report, there is a hazing which you'll refer to, and you'll see that under the title of woofering.
Oh yes, vacuum
Yeah.
vacuum cleaners.
Yes, and that was inflicted on males.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
And that was something that wasn't just ADFA. Again, that was, as is apparent from our report, woofering was one of those generic forms of abuse which actually occurred in multiple establishments and ships, but mostly establishments, I think, possibly because of the availability of that equipment.
Now, under other headings, there are various other forms of abuse identified: sexual harassment, physical abuse, including threats of physical abuse, and also harassment and bullying falling short of the infliction of physical abuse. I'll come back to that topic of harassment and bullying in the context of the ADF overall. Was it a significant feature of your analysis of the complaints relating to ADFA as well?
Yes, it was. One of the other things that we did note there was that of the complainants whose cases we had assessed at the time of this report, the female complainants, the women, were in the majority, as you've observed or we've observed. But one other significant conclusion was that almost 50 of the complainants experienced abuse as former cadets were young people aged 20 years or less at that time. And again, that's because it was that kind of institution. It's equivalent to a university environment in one sense.
And some were as young as 17, the report records?
Yes. I think at least 15 of those were 17 years of age.
Yes. Can I ask about Chapter 4, which is entitled Defence Management of Reports of Abuse at ADFA? Mm-hmm. That's on page 0591 or page 36. And again, this is going to be, we've already mentioned it in yesterday's evidence, and this is going to be something we'll return to in the context of the broader report into the ADF.
Yes.
What were your impressions of the aspects of the complaints relating to defence management of reports, contemporaneous reports of abuse at ADFA through the relevant decades?
First of all, cadets did not report abuse in many instances because the culture did not support reporting. First of all, on the cases that came to us, there was a lack of effective reporting mechanisms. Combined with that, they anticipated, or those who did report were subject to stigma and shame and threats and fear of reprisals. These were all considerations militating against people reporting, clearly, as well as, not surprisingly, I suppose, given circumstances of some of the cases, a lack of confidence in members of staff, and combined with that also the fact that staff members and senior cadets were in a number of cases themselves responsible for the abuse.
And you mentioned senior cadets. Is it the case that at least for some of the period in question, there was a structure somewhat reminiscent of what you described at HMAS Lewin, where more senior cadets from earlier intakes had supervisory responsibilities over newer and younger cadets?
Yes, and that was certainly a factor at ADFA. And again, it was one of the common factors across most of the training institutions, or at least many of them. There were variations. It's difficult to generalise too much, but certainly in naval training installations, and also to some degree, but far less so in Army and Air Force, there was if you like, the student or the trainee hierarchy, which was an unofficial source of authority and power, which was then used to perpetuate various forms of abuse.
Now, you mentioned two things in an answer to a question a few minutes ago. You said that cadets often didn't report abuse.
Yes.
And for those that did, there was an inadequate response or no response.
That's correct.
Perhaps we just take the latter point first. I'd ask the operator to display page 0593, 0593, which is page 38, under the heading of inadequate management of actual reports of abuse. Under that subheading at Roman 1, there's an even smaller heading, no response to an actual report of abuse. I take it that under the broad heading of inadequate management of actual reports of abuse, there are various categories of inadequacy, and there are 4 or 5 that appear here. We might just take them in turn. First is that no response at all was made to some reports.
Yes.
And out of the 50, is that right, Judge?
Yes.
At least 13 indicated that no action was taken after an actual report.
That's correct.
And various reasons were recorded in the complaints as having been given to those complainants.
Yes, quite commonly the initial reaction was, well, they said they just were not believed. And then the others, which you see written there, were also common responses within those cases that we are talking about here.
Perhaps it's obvious, but that second last one, treated the abuse as an integral part of life and training at ADFA. Is this a staff member? Again, I'm not claiming this to have been something that happened very recently, because obviously you were looking at complaints of conduct alleged to have occurred before April 2011.
Yes.
But at various points up to then,
That's correct.
what staff members responded to an actual report of abuse by saying something to the effect that the abuse was an integral part of life and training at ADFA. What's the concern there?
Well, the concern there is, again, that it was not unique to ADFA, but it was it was a typical response of its kind, which one might describe in terms which were sometimes used perhaps in other institutions as well, such as harden up, princess, you're in the army or the navy or the air force now, and you've got to toughen up because you've got to be fit for purpose, and this is how it's going to be. So if you can't take this, you're not going to be able to take the life you're going to have to live. That's the sort of sentiment.
And is it also both in itself perpetuating and evidence of the perpetuation of a culture of abuse, which might extend, which certainly extends to ADFA, but might even extend beyond ADFA?
Well, it did extend beyond ADFA, as I'm saying. It was a fairly common response, really historically, I think, pretty much across the board and across institutions in different forms. But yes, it was self-perpetuating. It was, and I think it comes back to something I mentioned yesterday, which makes these things self-perpetuating. I had to go through this. I survived. I don't see why you shouldn't.
And look, I think you touched on this yesterday,
Yes.
but ADFA's obviously the tri-service premier
Yes.
officer training establishment within Defence.
Yes.
It's obvious, isn't it, that its cultural influence might be disproportionate compared with other training establishments and other establishments within Defence.
Well, indeed, and that's one of the important aspects of ADFA and of the work the task force did in relation to ADFA, because what's implicit in the question you've just asked is the proposition that when these officer cadets go through ADFA and get their commissions, the very next day they go out in leadership roles into Defence. They go out as officers leading people. And what they carry with them out of ADFA will be how they start their leadership careers.
There are 4 other subcategories of mismanagement or inadequate management, to use the expression in the report, but mismanagement is also used, isn't it, within the task force's work.
Yes.
The first of those on page 39 is inadequate or inappropriate responses. And without diminishing the importance of this in any way, we just need to move through it quite quickly and get to the big report. So I'll just read them out essentially.
Indeed.
Then over on page 41, defence mismanagement regarding interpretation and application of defence instructions. Then, look, one that I think I do have to ask you about and ask for your amplification of, footer page 41, Roman 4, official punishment or discipline resulting from reporting abuse. Was that something you came across frequently? Or that was a relatively rare form of mismanagement, one would hope.
Yes, I wouldn't describe it as a popular form, but it certainly was one of the pressures or threats even which officers in particular who had engaged in abuse of various kinds tended to use in relation to people they had abused. And part of the culture extended that to people who were ostensibly in positions of support and to whom the complainant came to make a report or indeed even to seek treatment for some injury or difficulty of that kind. And they were warned that if they proceeded with making an allegation against the officer or whoever it may have been, then they were likely to suffer disciplinary proceedings. The fraternisation thing was one that was...
Top of page 0597.
The fraternisation issue was one that mainly affected women who were in that situation because then
so the
they
situation
were being warned that they would be charged with fraternising with somebody senior.
Let's just break that down. What's the situation? The woman had complained of being sexually assaulted?
Yes.
And what's the relevance then of a charge of fraternisation?
Well, in reality, there wasn't one, in my view, but this was nonetheless a threat that was often made to mainly women in this position. Well, maybe all women, I can't recall now, but certainly it applied to women. And the reality was that it was certainly not likely to happen. But they didn't know that. Again, we need to bear in mind that although this is ADFA and a premier training institution, these are people in the main who had no prior experience of defence or the hierarchy or the powers of command and the disciplinary processes and so on. These were some of the things they were supposed to be learning there.
And indeed, in the quote that you've given at the top of that page, there must have been one complainant against whom a charge of fraternisation was actually brought.
Yes.
She says, I myself was charged with fraternisation.
Yeah.
Now,
I don't know offhand what happened in that particular case. It's a charge which, in my view, ought not to have been brought, and I would have been very surprised if it went anywhere in terms of proof and conviction. But again, we're dealing with a closed environment, and sometimes there were outcomes in unit or subunit processes in particular, which would not necessarily have survived any close examination.
I suggest there's at least two systemic issues that arise out of this. One is that there's an implicit, perhaps even more than implicit, a direct message being sent by the chain of command that, in effect, they approve of the culture within which the abuse is occurring because somebody in the chain of command is using either the threat of or the actuality of disciplinary proceedings to perpetuate that culture. Do you agree with that?
Can I just ask my friend to phrase his questions in the past tense, given the date of the report?
Somebody in the chain of command was sending a message that the culture of abuse was acceptable and that there'd be a threat of or actuality of disciplinary proceedings against people who sought to prevent or deter abuse from occurring in the future. That's one systemic issue that arose. Do you agree?
I think that's the clear message, and it's certainly a message which our complainants who were subjected to that certainly perceived to be so.
And another systemic issue that arose was that abusers could see that they could act with impunity. There wouldn't be any consequences for them. On the contrary, there'd be consequences for the people who complained of being abused.
Exactly, which not only dissuaded reporting, it also encouraged future abuse.
Yes. Now, let's go to the next heading. We'll try to move through this swiftly. Section 4.3 on that same page 42, reasons for underreporting of abuse. This is the point you mentioned first, Judge, that cadets just weren't reporting abuse.
Yes.
And you've given a set of factors driving that analysis or that finding.
Yes.
I think I won't ask you to amplify on them, but they are a culture at ADFA that did not support the reporting of abuse, a perceived lack of effective reporting mechanisms, stigma or shame associated with having been abused, particularly in the case of sexual abuse, threats of being subjected to further abuse or fear of reprisal, and lack of confidence in staff members at ADFA.
Yeah.
And in the section that follows, there's an amplification of each of those matters.
Yes.
And from page 47 onwards is another category of mismanagement, which is mismanagement where there's no actual report of abuse. And these are matters of either bystander behaviour where a superior did nothing, or there were other obvious signs of a pattern that should have been addressed by leadership. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. And again, that sends the same message.
Yeah.
There is no point in reporting it on the one hand, and secondly, it's an encouragement for future abuse.
Let's conclude on this report with your views on the topic you identified a minute ago, the sexual abuse of female cadets, particularly in the 1990s. This is the subject of Chapter 5, commencing on page 50. You give an overview of the complaints that fall into that category presented to the task force on page 52 under heading 5.2. The second bullet point indicates that of the 50 ADFA complaints that fell within the plausibility threshold and your terms of reference, 23 were from women reportedly experiencing sexual abuse between 1995 and 1998, so that seems to have been a peak period.
Yes.
That's in the second bullet point. It appears, you say, under those bullet points, there were allegations of sexual abuse relating to 12 women in 1996 alone.
And that would suggest there would be some utility in looking at the circumstances extant at ADFA at that time, because the obvious question is why?
Yes. You go on to say all of these women were cadets at ADFA at the time of the abuse, with most in their first or second year of study. Almost all these women were aged 20 years or less at the time of the abuse, some aged 17 and many 18 or 19. There's then some, I don't think we'll go into the detail, but there's some descriptions of the kinds of things that were done to them.
Yes.
Then you identify factors that seem common or seem common themes or causal contributory matters in relation to those assaults, including the location, the role of alcohol, the power disparity between the person perpetrating the assault and the woman on whom the assault was inflicted, it being the case that typically it was a more senior male cadet who was the perpetrator.
Yes, and in a number of the cases that we received, there were multiple perpetrators.
Can I take you, not to again diminish any of the content of the chapter, but
No.
we can't amplify it all. You've got a heading at page 61, that's 0616, please, operator. What has been done about cases of sexual abuse of women at ADFA in the 1990s? I just want to ask you about one key aspect of this. It's under the heading B1, recommendations to the CDF regarding still serving alleged abusers. Still serving alleged abusers, that means people who at the time of your report in November 2014 are still serving in the ADF.
Yes. Overall, we had identified at least 60 individuals from the 1980s to 2000s who were allegedly responsible for sexual abuse, physical abuse, sexual harassment, or harassment and bullying at ADFA, who were still serving in the permanent or reserve forces, and an additional 10 alleged abusers who had been transferred to the inactive standby reserve as at October 2014. 3 ADFA matters had been referred to state or territory police. In one of those instances, the complainant subsequently withdrew their consent for that. They declined to proceed further with the police. At the time of the report, 22 ADFA complaints were currently under active consideration by the task force or expected to be referred as to whether a recommendation would be made to the CDF for consideration of administrative or disciplinary action. And we had, in fact, referred 20 matters to the CDF for that purpose.
Can I just ask you about the response that you had received from the CDF as at the time of this report? I believe we should go to the bottom of page 0617 in this respect, where you refer to a letter from the CDF on 25 September 2014. Is that right? It'd been 19. You just mentioned 20 matters judged. This
Yes.
refers to 19. I'm not sure if we're talking about the same cohort, but putting that to one side, and we'll try to clarify that later.
Yes, well, the letter, I think, the initial letter in response to our first tranche of referrals, I think, is what we're discussing. And my recollection is that the then CDF General Hurley responded by saying he had referred those to ADFAS for evaluation and report. These, when I say, again, when I talk about the ADFA cases, we must remember that there was a lot of uncertainty about what the particular 24 ADFA cases that were referred to in the Gray report and the DLA Piper report actually were.
Yes.
As I said earlier, we found more, and what we found were the ones that we referred to CDF at several stages.
Yes. At the foot of that page, there's a reference to this letter of the 25th of September 2014, and it said there that Air Chief Marshal Binskin, the CDF, indicated that Defence had reviewed the 19 matters referred to in that letter.
He replaced General Hurley.
Yes. Referred to in the letter of 16 October 2013 to the then CDF, so this is a response almost a year later.
Yeah.
To identify whether there were any other personnel involved in to gain a better understanding of the ADFA environment in the 1990s, and had referred each matter to ADFAS. Over the page on page 63, as the alleged offences occurred outside the 5-year statutory limitation in the Defence Force Discipline Act, disciplinary action against any alleged perpetrator in those cases is no longer possible. And then there's a reference to the potential for referral to civilian police with consent of the complainant. Last bullet point, no further action would be taken in relation to 11 of the 19 matters due to a lack of evidence, lack of clear allegation, inability to identify an alleged perpetrator, or lack of consent from the subject of the abuse.
Yes.
By the end of your tenure as chair, were you aware of any disciplinary action having been commenced against any of the alleged perpetrators whom you'd identified as still serving?
No.
And did you ever receive any further information after your tenure of chair on that topic?
No.
No.
And indeed, the response generally, certainly to the end of my tenure about that, was Defence was unable, in broad terms, to take any further action in relation to any of these cases or these people for the sort of reasons which are detailed in that report. And that was a real question. There were some instances or some reasons which were self-evidently correct. For example, if a complainant would not consent to administrative action, disciplinary action, administrative or disciplinary action being taken, then it is difficult to see how that could have been, because of course the processes, quite rightly within Defence, involve considerations of procedural fairness. Alleged abusers would have to be informed of the nature of the complaint, who made it, and the circumstances, and afforded an opportunity to defend themselves and so on. And complainants often didn't want to go down that track for the same sorts of reasons that quite often they either wouldn't give consent to us to refer matters to a police agency, or if they had initially done so, subsequently withdrew that consent when the police started conducting investigations.
Operator, please display page 96. This is the page of the report in which you address whether there should be a Royal Commission into the allegations of abuse in the 1990s at ADFA, in particular sexual abuse. And Judge, for the reasons you've essentially just summarised in your last answer, did you recommend there should be a Royal Commission into that topic of abuse at ADFA in the 1990s?
I did. I was obviously very conscious of the difficulties in terms of dealing with individual cases from the perspective of pursuing whether or not, and the circumstances in which individual women, because it was mostly women, or even males, had been abused, if they were not prepared, not willing to subject themselves to examination before an administrative inquiry or a Royal Commission or a court case initiated by police. That was always going to be an ongoing problem, together with the other issues such as lack of evidence, lack of DNA evidence, lack of forensic evidence generally, and things of that sort. But it was difficult simply receiving the constant response that primarily because these are historical cases, there is nothing we can do about them. And that was certainly not a response which was being well received by the wider community. And we were, in the task force, were receiving a lot of feedback from complainants and from the wider community asking, why aren't you referring things to Defence? And when you do, why isn't Defence doing anything about them? And in relation to the ADFA cases, which are particularly acute there because of their historical situation and because they were a specific term of reference, it seemed to me that whilst these responses from Defence might well be right, I wasn't entirely sure that that was the case. And it seemed to me that there was scope for further examination, well, an examination which we had no remit to undertake into ADFA, for example, such as the point we mentioned earlier, why was there a particular cluster of allegations in a particular year, for instance? It seemed to me there was scope to be looking at issues such as that and primarily Defence mismanagement and the culture which went to all of that, which would repay the work of a Royal Commission. And incidental to that, it seemed to me that one of the terms of reference would usefully be, is there anything that Defence can in fact do about those cases? Are they correct to say that under the processes which they're obliged by law to apply, there is nothing further they can do? And I thought that would be of utility, because if the Royal Commission examined that issue and came to the view that no, they are mistaken in their view of the law or whatever the position may be, and there are some things that could be done and therefore should be, well, that would be a good answer in the sense that it would be a productive answer. On the other hand, if they were to come to the view, the Royal Commission would have come to the view that no, Defence is absolutely right about that. Under the existing regime, legal regime, there is nothing further they can do about those cases. Well, that would at least meet the community concern about whether or not they could do anything.
Thank you. We'll just bring up the actual terms of the recommendation you made, which extends beyond the 1990s and covers ADFA from its inception to the present day. Operator, it's near the foot of that page, text in bold. The task force accordingly recommends that the government establish a Royal Commission to inquire into, report and make recommendations in respect of allegations of abuse and the management of reports of allegations of abuse at ADFA from its inception to the present day. Now, I'll just note, I won't ask you about it now, but I'll note again the topic of liaison with Defence about cultural reform, which was one of your terms of reference, and you identified a number of factors contributing to abuse at ADFA in Chapter 6, beginning on page 65, didn't you, Judge?
Which bit are you looking at?
Page 65, Chapter 6, factors contributing to abuse at ADFA, gender and culture issues, staffing issues, supervision and security, alcohol, reporting of abuse, leadership issues.
I don't think that's on the screen, is it?
No, it's not.
No.
No. But if we...
But yes, those the sorts of things that we did address.
And were you discussing those matters in the meetings you had liaising with Defence through the progress of your work as chair of the task force?
Yes, there were ongoing discussions that I was having, particularly with the CDF, about issues of this kind, not so much obviously with the Secretary, because that was not entirely within his purview.
Yes. Let's go to the large report into abuse in defence more broadly. That is document EXP 0004 0010 0009, please, operator. In this report, you return to the topic and in fact give more detail as to the reasons for your recommendation that there be a Royal Commission. This appears primarily on under the heading Legacy, well, Chapter 4, Legacy Issues and Royal Commission, 4.1 Royal Commission on page 0038, please, operator. In this passage, you explain why you're not recommending a Royal Commission into abuse in defence in the broad sense, but you do recommend a Royal Commission into abuse at ADFA, and you address ADFA at the top of the next page,
Yes.
0039, and I won't ask you to go back over the reasons. There's more detail appearing. Members of the public wish to see the detailed written analysis at pages 59 and over the page.
That's correct.
Let's step back and consider this report more from a bird's eye view, so to speak, by looking at the contents. The table of contents appears at page 0015 and following. The table of contents runs for 4 pages. The
Yes.
report is divided into 3 principal parts, and I won't ask you about Part A, Introduction and Background, or Part B, Task Force Response to Complaints of Abuse. And Part B, Task Force Response, sets out in great detail many of the matters you were explaining to our commissioners yesterday relating to the processes
Yes.
the Task Force adopted. Part C is a very significant element of the report in terms of volume, certainly, and also I'd suggest in terms of its probative value for this inquiry. It's entitled The Nature and Extent of Abuse in Defence. It comprises a number of chapters. Chapter 15, I will ask you some questions about that. That's an introduction and overview. There's then in chapters 16, 17 and 18, a service-specific analysis of the complaints relating to each of the Navy, Army and Air Force.
Yes, that's correct.
Time doesn't permit us to delve into those chapters. We'll have to stay at the overview level
Certainly.
in this examination. There's then in chapter 19 an analysis of the complaints in the most recent 10 and a bit years
Yes.
of the task force's remit. The years 2000 to 2011, of course, that has a cut-off in April 2011, doesn't
That's
it?
correct, yes.
And there's also a separate chapter on defence management of abuse, a topic that I've already asked you about in the context
Yes.
of ADFA in particular. There's also a chapter 22 on impacts of abuse on complainants. I didn't ask you about the long-lasting impacts of abuse in relation to the ADFA cadets who'd made complaints to the task force, but just at a very high level, those remarks you made about the junior recruits who had experienced abuse at Lewin, those long-lasting effects, psychological effects, social effects impeding their ability to trust others and impacting their relationships, were they all features also of those who'd suffered or experienced severe forms of abuse at ADFA as well?
They were. There was a certain constellation of features of the consequences of abuse that people suffered across the board. The ADFA complainants were no different generally in that regard. Some of them left their service, again, which was a factor which we saw across the board quite often. But in the ADFA context, that was, I suppose, particularly significant because, as I said earlier, we're dealing with officer cadets. And so if an officer cadet is abused and that is mismanaged in the various ways described in the report, and as a consequence suffers of the abuse and the mismanagement, suffers psychological as well as physical, perhaps, injury and other consequences, and as a result ends up leaving the Defence Force, well, then Defence has lost a potential useful officer.
And was there evidence of suicidality amongst the accounts of some of the complainants?
My recollection is that there was. I can't recall specific ones at the moment, but I believe there was such evidence simply because it was such a common response. There's one observation also, and not necessarily relating to suicidality, although it may do. One other observation which is perhaps useful and which we discerned is that the consequences of abuse on an individual are dependent upon that individual to a great degree. They're personal responses. And I mention this because it was a feature we had to cover in the restorative engagement program in the training that we gave to the defence representatives in particular to avert the scenario in which they would look upon a particular instance of abuse, which perhaps they would not have thought themselves was particularly serious, but to which the complainant responded, demonstrating all of the consequences, dramatic consequences often, which the defence representative might be inclined to think is simply an overreaction and not justified. And that was an important point, that an individual might react psychologically and emotionally and otherwise to a situation of bullying, to producing much the same responses as, for example, an attack, a rape attack on another complainant. So the point simply is the responses were particular to the individual, and it was not for us or the defence representatives to judge how we would have reacted in the particular situation. The question was, how did this person actually react? What were the consequences for them?
So can I have a go at summarising some of the implications of what you're saying, Judge? And you do mention this in your paper on restorative engagement, where you say harm is always individual.
Yes.
But it's necessary to distinguish, isn't it, between the harm actually inflicted, felt and suffered by the individual who's been subjected to the abuse and the abuse itself.
Yes.
The abuse is an objective phenomenon and
Yes.
it can have systemic causal factors.
That's
Would you agree with
correct. And that point was factored into the reparation assessor's assessments, because the various levels of reparation payments were predicated on the nature and severity of the abuse, not necessarily the reaction or response of the individual to it. And that was one of the reasons that we were very careful very early on to get the government to agree to describe the payments not as compensation, which was the word they had originally used, but as reparation payments.
Let's look at the objective phenomena you identified from the complaints on the plausibility standard.
Yes.
You give an overview of them across the ADF, across all of the decades of the remit of the task force, commencing on page 73, that's 0097. That's in section 15.3, overview of complaints of abuse. And this is a very important section of the report, I'd suggest, because it's really framing all of the analysis that follows by giving the
Yes.
basic information about the numbers and types of complaints received. Rather than delve too deeply into the text, perhaps we should go to some of the graphs that you provided. If we go to total cases by decade, that's on page 87. That's operator page 0111. Graph 1, total cases by decade. And that is not distinguishing between different types or the three services. That's simply the aggregate amounts of numbers of complaints received, is it, Judge?
Yeah.
And the very small column for 2010-11 is readily explicable by the fact that that's covering barely more than a year of data.
Yes, and only up to April 2011.
Yes. So there's, and it's difficult to compare decades in this sense, I'd suggest. As time goes on, it's hard to know what the effect of the inflection of time is on the likelihood that somebody's going to come forward and make a report to the task force. There might be factors suggesting that a little bit of time is needed before the person will be able to cope with making a report, and that suggests that it might take some time. On the other hand, if it's too long in the past, that person may not even be alive anymore. There might be all sorts of factors suggesting that
I think that's
there'd be
right.
downward pressure on the likelihood of reporting.
I think that's right, but I think what the experience of the task force shows in relation to that is that, as with most of our complainants, they never made a report, but it was the opportunity, the avenue presented to them by the existence of the task force, which both motivated and enabled them to come forward. That, I think, was a huge impact of the task force. And the feedback was, they referred to this all the time. They'd never been able to tell anybody from what they knew about the task force, from what they'd learned from our media and from reporting and all the rest of it. They were sufficiently encouraged to think there might be an avenue for them to talk to somebody about it. And that was when the importance of, I think, the policy approach we had taken with our complainant liaison unit and the case coordinators came into play, because they then found themselves dealing with someone to whom they could actually talk about this thing. Although in many instances, as I said earlier, it was not an easy thing for them to do. It, in some instances, still took them months and months of constant contact to actually get through their story.
The profile of kinds of abuse changed over time, didn't it? And also there were analyses in the report about incidents of abuse by service and also by gender.
Yes, I'd probably be more comfortable referring to them as observations rather than analyses, again, given that because we were not tasked with researching this, we were tasked with responding to the individual cases. We made observations of what we saw in those individual cases collectively, and it was important for us to make those observations, and these graphs and the other information in the reports to provide at least an initial basis, we thought, and I thought, for further examination of this material by a body or academics or whoever it might be, to actually do a rather more, if you like, academic analysis of all of the material that was there.
Thank you. I'll stick to the language of observations then. Just to take an example, on page 95 you provide, in graph 13, incidents of sexual abuse by decade and by service. And that'll come up in a minute, but it charts a decline amongst the, obviously based on the complaints, more than 2,000 complaints received by the task force, a decline in the incidents of sexual abuse since a peak in the 70s. It's still significant and prevalent, and particularly prevalent in Navy in the decade of 2000 to 2009. But overall, it seems to be coming down for the other services, and that's what that graph observes.
Yes. The Navy was the service relating to which we received the highest proportion of complaints given its number of personnel. Navy cases accounted for 41% of all cases of abuse that occurred in Navy, Army or Air Force. But that, as I say, was proportionately or disproportionate because Navy personnel have historically comprised only about 25% of the ADF permanent forces.
And again, time doesn't permit us to examine your observations about each and every form of abuse, and those categories again broadly were sexual abuse, sexual harassment, physical abuse, harassment and bullying. There were other subdivisions, weren't there, Judge, but they were amongst the key forms of abuse, yes, about which you made observations. Yes. Can we just go to that last category, harassment and bullying, because there doesn't seem to be a net reduction in incidents of harassment and bullying. Is that a fair description of the observations you reached by the end of the task?
Yes, that has always been particularly high in the Army, particularly physical abuse and bullying and harassment. And indeed, Army personnel have historically accounted for approximately 50% of cases of abuse in the permanent forces. But then again, the Army has been the largest service by number in any event.
Well, let's just look at the total across the ADF. That's page 99, please, operator. That's page 0123. It's graph 18. And again, putting to one side that truncated period of 2010 to 11. Yes. Looking at the preceding decade, there's actually a net increase on the one before that, and it's almost at what appears to have been the all-time high in the 80s. Yes. So in the period 2000 to 2009,
it's close.
It's close to the all-time high in the 1980s.
And again, the utility in one sense of these graphs, these figures, is that they raise the question, why is it so?
Yes. There's a service breakdown, and thank you for explaining that already. That appears in graph 19. It's by service and by decade. And as you mentioned a minute ago, Judge, Army doesn't appear to be, at least as at 2009, doesn't appear to have made the sort of progress one would have hoped on elimination of harassment and bullying. Am I reading that chart correctly?
I think that's correct. And I think the major, from recollection, the major incidents of those forms of abuse in Army are again, or were again, in training establishments, recruit training.
Considering the size in terms of numbers of personnel of the Army compared with the other two services, however, to see that the incidence of harassment and bullying is not too far off Army on the part of Navy and sitting at about half of Army for Air Force, still very high levels,
Yes,
proportionally speaking, in both of the other services as well. Is that right?
that's correct.
And you explain these things in detail in the text from page 73 onwards. If we go back there, please, operator, that's page 0097, including a profile, in effect, of the trends in each of the three services. That's appearing on page 74. And then a defence-wide observations of patterns of abuse from page 75 onwards under those 4 key categories I mentioned before. Thank you, operator, that's terrific. If you could cursor through that. This document's available to the public as an exhibit.
Yeah.
I've asked you before about liaison with Defence, about culture, and you've explained to the commissioners that that was a forum in which you could convey observations about systemic issues, patterns emerging from the complaints. It appears to me that from page 78, under the heading Key Issues of Concern to the Task Force, followed closely on page 81 by D, Key Factors Contributing to Abuse in Defence, that these are likely to be the topics that were the subject of those liaisons with Defence on cultural reform and systemic issues.
Yes, these meetings that I had with the senior defence leadership from time to time were quite deliberately kept informal. We did not have structured meetings. There were no minutes, no agenda. It was simply a matter of me speaking with either the CDF or the secretary or the service chiefs or anybody else who was in a position within Defence dealing with cultural issues, and discussing with them the sorts of things that we were finding with the cases that we were dealing with at that particular time, and the common factors potentially across them.
I'll just draw the Commissioners and public's attention to your statement in this regard. LRS 0001 0001 0001 on page 0006, there's an extract of a question that the Royal Commission asked you in its coercive notice issued to you.
Yes.
Whether DART, that's the task force of course, engaged with the Department of Defence, if so, that the nature and frequency of this engagement, including whether senior leadership was involved. And you've, in the paragraphs that follow over the next over 2.5 pages, have given a pretty detailed outline of the nature of the contacts you had.
Yes.
At multiple levels. And you haven't limited yourself to the Department of Defence, you've explained the nature of the contacts with the Defence Force itself,
Yes.
including the Chief of the Defence Force and others.
And indeed, as I think I mentioned yesterday, taking a rather wide view of the meaning of defence in our terms of reference, also Department of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much. Now, I won't take you through that, but
Yes.
through these channels, or include liaison on cultural issues that you've mentioned occurred through these channels, is that right?
That's correct.
Not necessarily all of them, but amongst those
Amongst
channels that
those,
you've
and
mentioned.
indeed there were others, informal meetings and discussions to much the same effect, with people not listed or referred to there. But I think I should emphasise that I saw and we saw in the task force that the primary form of liaison, in the sense of informing Defence in respect or in relation to pathway to change, was going to be the reports.
Yes. And returning then to those sections of the reports, and this really isn't going to do justice to the report, it's a lengthy report, it repays a close reading, but you summarise those key issues of concern back on page 78, as I mentioned before. I just mentioned the headings. You've already explained the first one and its significance and why it really was of great concern to you, abuse of young people in the early stages of their careers. And I take it there, one of the issues that so concerned you is that it's not only is the abuse likely to be so harmful to that person throughout their life, but even just taking a capability perspective from the point of view of Defence, this is creating a deleterious effect and perpetuating an impairment of the capability of Defence.
Yes, absolutely. I think I referred to that yesterday. And I mean, the classic illustration of that is simply the loss of individuals who leave as a result. But even those who remain still suffer the effects of the abuse in one form or another.
But the focus of this passage is on the in effect, I suppose, the risk of magnified harm to a person who's still in the formative stages of their development as a person in
Absolutely.
Second topic, abuse of women in Defence, and Judge, you've already addressed that to some degree. Clearly, this disproportionate impact on women, particularly given their relatively low numbers, proportionally speaking, as personnel of the ADF through really most of the period of the task force remit. And of course, women are still in a minority and only approaching about a quarter, I believe, of the personnel of the ADF to this day.
Yes.
That was obviously of concern to you, and you've written at length about that.
Yes. There were a couple of observations too, which are worth making around that. We noted that as the participation in women in Defence had increased, as I think you've alluded to, increased over time, so too had the incident of abuse experienced by women in Defence. And I know there was an expectation in some quarters some years ago that problems of that kind, experiences of that kind, might be ameliorated if one increased the number of women in any organisation or environment. The more women there were, the more self-supportive they could become, for example, I think was part of the reasoning. But also, it was thought, increase their acceptance within the organisation, the more women there were within it. That doesn't seem to be reflected in this observation that we made. The other observation, which is useful, I think, is that the sexual abuse which has occurred in Defence in recent years, that is up to April 2011, we saw on our cases was being experienced almost entirely by women, not so much by men, although men had been significant victims of abuse earlier, sexual abuse earlier. It's not to say they weren't at all anymore, but the incidents had, we thought, decreased.
Yes, and it was often connected, in the case of the males, with those initiation ceremonies, is that right? or initiation practices? Not
Yes,
exclusively, but often.
I can't offhand think of a large number of cases in which sexual assaults on males were simply driven by sexual desire, if you like. There were quite a number of cases, but the majority, in my recollection, were more an exercise of power and abuse in the context of hazing and initiation, and by multiple offenders.
The attacks perpetrated on women seem to be, we get, again, generalising, but
Well, they seem to be
have been
different.
in a
They're more
different
one-on-one or
Yeah.
multiple offenders on one woman, but not in the context of hazing or initiation.
Yes.
More sexually orientated, if that's an appropriate way to describe them, but also, in many instances, simply abuses of power, exercises of power.
Yes. We better go to the key factors contributing to abuse in defence, page 81. The first factor you identify is the influence of hierarchy and authority.
Yes.
Can I ask you to amplify this in some testimony for the commissioners now? Can I ask you to do so in a way that addresses a distinction you make between official authority and hierarchy and
Yes.
unofficial authority, or perhaps what might be called unofficial power?
Yes. What we have seen, of course, is across training institutions, particularly in the Navy, again, of course, but generally across training institutions in the three services, first of all, the exercise of authority by staff to commit abuse on students or trainees. Then we have seen already, and HMAS Lewin exemplifies this, the abuse of junior trainees by more senior trainees. And then there are other examples of abuse by individuals or groups of individuals who don't have any formal power in the sense of rank, or indeed bestowed power in the sense of they having been appointed in some unofficial way to exercise it, such as the following years or the earlier years intake, for instance. What we found we were looking at was a combination of exercises of power. First of all was institutional official power, which is of course very strong in a military hierarchy, and that's what I'm talking about, the rank structure. So you had abuses committed by people who held rank senior to the person being abused, and in some instances that was very senior rank. I mean, in the Navy, again, we had complainants who were being sexually assaulted by the captain of the ship or the XO, or in the Army by a colonel, ranks of this kind, right down to the corporal. And it was quite common for junior soldiers, for instance, to be assaulted or abused in one form or another by the junior NCOs. So that's formal power, and it has to be remembered again that these junior soldiers and other Defence Force personnel, to them, a corporal is, or a corporal equivalent, is a very senior person, has authority to give them orders which they are obliged to obey. And at this stage of development, at which trainees usually are, they don't know which is a lawful order or which isn't. And they're in no position to challenge the giving of the order. But they do know that if they fail to obey an order, they're going to be in serious trouble. So that's one important lever, and that's institutional or official power. The second one was, which we have already discussed, was institutional. I would describe it as institutional unofficial power, and by that I'm referring to the year above being given authority over the year below kind of scenario. That's not an official bestowing of power by any rank or proper authority usually, but it is a custom within the particular service which gives authority or seems to give authority to the more senior intake, which they then exercise. And as we've seen in the case of HMAS Lewin, usually when staff members are simply not around on the weekends or whatever. The other one, this one comes back to the situation I mentioned a moment ago of individuals or groups of individuals. In any organisation, and we found that was certainly the case with Defence, in any organisation there are always individuals who may not be in a position of formal authority or even unofficial authority, as I've just described it, but who nonetheless exercise considerable power within the organisation. And that may be simply because of their physical prowess or their personalities. It may be because they have a group of fellows around them who follow them and will do what they say for whatever reason. But they still exercise influence and power within the organisation. And that's another group which, as I said, they exist in other organisations, but we saw them in operation to some extent here.
Time's running out, but can I just ask you this about that problem of unofficial power and also the issue about official power but not being exercised high in the chain of command but being exercised by, say, NCOs.
Yes.
The NCOs are the ones with whom private soldiers or cadets, in the case of ADFA, and recruits in the case of some of the other institutions, are going to have the most contact by far, and they're not going to see their officers nearly as often as they'll see their NCOs, correct?
Well, that certainly is correct.
How is the process of cultural change best to reach those lower middle sections of the organisation where those loci of power exist?
Well, again, that's not something that we examined in any analytical way. We observed that it was a factor, and it stands to reason because, as I mentioned a moment ago, for young members of the ADF coming into whichever service they're in, they're going to know and be aware of a limited number of people. And this perhaps in a sense goes back to the old organisational theory, which I think they call Dunbar's number, which is, I won't talk about now, but does mean that in any organisation, an organisation can only grow so big before the number of people in it go beyond the ability of an individual to relate to those individuals. What it means within Defence simply is this, that the basic unit, as I think the Commission has heard already, is the regiment or the battalion headed by a commanding officer who's a lieutenant colonel, and the equivalent in the Army, in the Navy and Air Force. So that's your basic unit, and in most cases, that's the group which will be the new soldier, and I'll talk about soldiers just for the moment, but I include the other services. That's the group with whom the new soldier identifies, and the commanding officer, the lieutenant colonel, is God. He is the most senior, or she is the most senior officer that the soldier will know. The people that the soldier will be dealing with every hour of the day will be the lance corporal and the corporal, and they will be exercising all the power of the commanding officer in the view of the soldier. The soldier may deal with the sergeant in a platoon context. He or she would do that, for example, But still, his immediate superior will be the lance corporal and the corporal, or their equivalents. Beyond that, you then have the senior NCO structure, the senior sergeants and the warrant officers up to Woe 1. Now, these are the people with whom soldiers, sailors and airmen and women engage with on a daily basis. That is who they're going to be learning their culture from. They are the people who are going to be defining the culture by how they treat their subordinates and how they treat each other and how they respond to or refer to senior officers. The actual officers, people do have some engagement with, certainly at the platoon commander level and equivalent. Beyond that, probably not so much.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'll stop asking questions at that point. There are many more that I could, but time doesn't permit that, and I'll leave some time for you to ask any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Commissioner Douglas?
Thank you very much for your evidence, Judge. Your reference to Dunbar's number made me look it up just now, but I don't think I'm really equipped to ask an intelligent question about it. But would it suggest that you, from what your analysis was of a group like that, would it suggest that you need to keep a pretty close eye on the culture of the officers at the small group level?
Absolutely.
Thanks. Thanks very much.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes, thank you, Judge, for your evidence. Can I just ask, in relation to, we heard a lot of detail about ADFA, and you did refer to other training institutions when you were talking about the broader defence findings. Particularly interested whether you had many complaints from the apprentice schools.
Yes, we did. And they were much the same as the other training institutions. And I think from recollection, we do specifically refer to them in the report.
And of course, some of those were even younger ages than the ADFA cohort.
Yes. Well, certainly in the early days at HMAS Lou, and that was right, but also in the actual apprentice schools as well. Very young boys, as they were. And that of course, raises the issue which Mr. Gray raised earlier about the longevity of the effect of what occurred to them.
I mean, it's hard not to think that there was just a fundamental failure by Defence to protect these young people.
Well, I think, with all due respect, that's the obvious conclusion that's reflected in our report in those particular cases, and that is reflected in turn in the acceptance of their claims and the awarding of the reparation payments to them. That's a tangible demonstration of that, I think.
And I'm just wondering, going forward, in terms of, because you talked about particularly the closed environment, the closed nature of those environments, I guess probably presenting the opportunity and perpetuating the abuse. I'm just wondering what you see as the potential ongoing implications of that, if any.
Well, I think the potential continuing ramifications are that the cycle continues, in a nutshell, I guess. There has to be a circuit breaker.
What should that look like? Because, you know, we've had a number of suggestions. The Interim National Commissioner talked about having a complaints mechanism that goes outside of chain of command, even potentially outside of defence. Do you have any views about that?
Well, I think there are a number of issues to be dealt with, and they may well need, or will need, I think, different solutions or measures. There's how does one actually effect cultural change as distinct from simply promulgating policies directing what it's going to be or ought to be. There's the question which we adverted to a moment ago, which is how do you identify the tribes within Defence? Because there are tribes, of course, within Defence. Each service is a tribe, and then within each service there are other tribes and so on. And that goes back to the group organisation or dynamic I was referring to a moment ago. How do you identify what the need is in respect of each group or tribe, and how is that to be approached? Because they will probably require different approaches to affect cultural change. Then there will be, perhaps as part of that, how do we facilitate people who suffer as a result of abuse or other forms of bad culture? How do we facilitate them raising those matters and having them dealt with appropriately? And that brings you to the question I think you raised, Commissioner, about should there be an outside body and so forth. Just in passing, and I won't develop it because I appreciate we don't have time, it was my view, which I raised before leaving, that some of the work of the DART, of the task force, should usefully perhaps be done, or at least consideration be given to it being done by the Defence Force Ombudsman, which is the Ombudsman in a defence capacity, of course. And I had discussions with the Ombudsman at the time about that, and he was quite receptive and prepared to support legislative change which would enable him to take on some of those responsibilities. Now, that would need to be thought through because you couldn't just import the DART framework or tasking into the Defence Force Ombudsman. But it seemed to me that, coming back, Commissioner, to the point you raised yesterday about the number of people potentially still out there, and indeed other people now who may have currently been suffering abuse or may in the future, if there is to be some avenue for them to raise that without going through the chain of command or the other avenues, which for whatever reason they may not feel able to do, it could be an avenue for them to go to the Defence Force Ombudsman, not under the current regime because he only does administrative reviews at present, but he could be given a function of receiving complaints of not of mismanagement, because he can probably do that now, but of allegations of abuse, for example. And built into that could well be conducting a continuation of the restorative engagement program. I think the government and even Defence were talking earlier with me about the possibility of considering that, continuing that within Defence. And I thought it was creditable of them to be thinking that, but it would never work for reasons which are no doubt obvious. But it could well work from the Defence Force Ombudsman's office, external to Defence, as we were, and they would have the capability, I think, to deliver the program that we devised. And that I thought was worth considering.
And just one last question. In relation to mechanisms to affect cultural change, and I appreciate that was not the focus of the work of the DART, but I'm just interested in any thoughts that you have. I mean, we've heard a lot about the efforts that have been made, I guess, to bring about cultural change, the pathway to change strategies, and the two versions of that, the change in the inclusivity kind of approach, more women in services, etc. So there's undoubtedly been efforts made, from the top down.
Yes.
But you spoke before about the importance of, for example, the lance corporal or the corporal. They can very much be the culture carriers within the unit.
Absolutely.
And just any thoughts you have about how you might actually, penetrate to get impact at those lower levels?
I have to say that my thinking in relation to that particular proposition was evolving as I came near the end of my term, and I really didn't have an opportunity, or we didn't have an opportunity to develop that too much. So I would need to consider that further. But the seeds of that may well be in personal involvement in some things. And I don't just mean lectures. Sempro, for example, is going out and giving lectures and talks to people across defence, and that is a good thing. But it's I suspect, not enough. Part of it is the personal involvement, and I say that because, and I don't know how that would be delivered, it would need to be worked through with the NCOs, for example. But how it might work was maybe demonstrated, for example, if one were to go back later and look at paragraph 37 of the Defence Instruction General about the restorative engagement program, because the way that was cast shows quite clearly how Defence saw us and how we saw ourselves having a positive input into restructuring culture within Defence. Paragraph 37, bearing in mind this is a Defence instruction to everybody, says from the CDF and the Secretary, and I quote, "The participation of Defence representatives from across the three services and the APS at various rank levels and in various locations around Australia is intended to enable a broad insight into the impact of abuse on complainants, their families and the ADF and Department of Defence." And then they say, "It is incumbent on all Defence representatives to reflect on their individual experiences gained through participation in the program and to use this experience to support cultural change in Defence, modifying personal, unit and organisational behaviour."
Thank you, Judge. I'll just read a reference. DEF 1046 0001 0262, Appendix C, Joint Directive, pages 0304 to 0313. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to conclude that, in the same vein, in our seventh interim report, after the publication of the HMAS Lewin report, the then Chief of Navy, it is noted at page 8, publicly committed to ensuring that the HMAS Lewin report is used as a resource on all of the Navy's promotion and leadership courses. And that commitment was continued by his replacement, the new Chief of Navy, Vice Admiral Tim Barrett. So, and that is exactly, those two things are exactly what we in the task force were trying to achieve by way of illuminating culture in Defence.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge, for your evidence and for the amount of time and effort you've put into preparing your statement for us today. You don't need me to tell you, obviously, that the magnitude of the task you faced and the difficulties you faced, which you've outlined for us today, and the sheer amount of work that's gone into this is not only impressive, I think it was a turning point in many ways for culture within the ADF. But I just want to talk about the aftermath of,
Yes.
of that. I think in relation to ADFA at least, you've mentioned that individuals alleged to have committed or acquiesced to very serious offences have never been held to account, and I think that would probably apply in a few directions. But the following DART's work being completed, and then DART 2 occurred, by my count, there's something like 72 cases were referred to police for criminal investigation, another 47 were being considered, and about 64 cases were referred to the CDF for consideration of disciplinary action, and another 27 were being considered. The numbers are not really that relevant, but we've had some difficulty in pinning down what actually happened to those cases, particularly the ones that were referred to police following that. I just wondered if you could give us your opinion about who did you see as being the body or area that was responsible for following up on some of these, so that people can be held to account, as you desired?
Well, in relation to the Defence Force, any information sought about how those matters were dealt with could only come from within Defence, obviously, through CDF and the service chiefs. In relation to referrals to the police, we had actually entered into a liaison or a protocol with all police services across Australia, which guided, by which they agreed to accept referrals from the task force, and which guided the way they were to interact with the task force, albeit in a limited way after that. But again, the point having been recognised that once a matter was referred to either CDF for disciplinary or administrative action or to a police agency, then how they dealt with it was entirely a matter for them. We had no authority to do anything in relation to that. Part of the police protocol did require them to, or they did agree to, report back to the task force, I think on a monthly basis from recollection, about the progress of the referrals. But I don't recall seeing any actual results in either of those respects, certainly not in my time at the task force. But then that was early days in terms of any investigations or action of that kind.
Thank you. Mr. Gray, did you?
Before you ask Mr. Fordham whether he has any questions, could I fulfil a promise I made during the examination that I would ask the judge a question about what should be done with the DART reports? And I hope you can answer this very, very briefly. I'm sorry, Judge. I'll put it to you in a leading form. Is it your submission to our commissioners that all of the DART reports, including the quarterly reports, should be publicly accessible via a government website and on an enduring basis as a resource to help ensure that the mistakes of the past are not repeated and to facilitate research?
Absolutely. I think they would be a very valuable resource, and I was disturbed to find when I came to prepare for this Royal Commission that I had great difficulty in locating the task force reports on the web or anywhere else. And there are very few hard copies available, and I thought that was a very unfortunate state of affairs, and one which I really think should be rectified. There's no point in doing this over and over again from the start.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. It's a very significant point, and I can assure you we'll certainly take note. Mr. Fordham, any questions?
No, it's not a matter for cross-examination, but I would just remind the commissioners of the evidence of the Ombudsman at the Canberra hearing. So no questions.
Thank you. Ms. Cullen, any questions?
Thank you, Commissioner. No.
Judge, we just want to thank you again for your evidence, for the preparation you've put into this and for all you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
If there's no other matters, we might adjourn briefly for morning tea.
All rise. The Royal Commission is now adjourned for 10 minutes. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Before we start, Ms Longbottom, I apparently neglected to release the previous witness from his summons to appear. I do so now, if you can just be informed.
Thank you, Commissioner Caldas. Commissioners, yesterday you heard evidence from Elizabeth Crowe about the management of critical incidents, but in the hospital context. This morning you'll hear evidence from a panel of defence personnel that examines how the Australian Defence Force manages critical incidents and, more generally, provides mental health support to members during the deployment. The panel is comprised of 4 witnesses. We have, from left to right, Lieutenant Colonel Glyn Lanwarn, Group Captain Karen Bredden, Captain Glenn Kerr and Rachel Baker. Might I ask that they be either sworn or affirmed?
Lieutenant Colonel Glyn Lanwarn, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Group Captain Karen Bredden, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Captain Glenn Kerr, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Rachel Baker, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. Operator, can you please display the tender bundle? Commissioners, I tender the documents in the tender bundle in the manner in which they're described in the list, but also subject to the non-publication order that you made yesterday.
Thank you. They'll be accepted on that basis then and allocated the next consecutive numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Before I turn to the witnesses, can I just give a broad overview of the subject matter of this session? We propose to cover 3 broad topics. Firstly, the support that may be available to defence personnel beyond just critical incident management while they're deployed. Secondly, critical incident management during deployment. And specifically in that respect, we propose to canvass how Defence defines a critical incident and its model for responding to a critical incident, including the training that's offered to relevant personnel and any screening processes that form part of that response. And thirdly, the support that's offered to other deployed members when there is a significantly traumatic event, such as a serious injury or a death or accident during deployment. Before turning to the substantive evidence, may I introduce each of the witnesses giving evidence. Group Captain Bredden, if I can start with you, can you please state for the Commissioners your full name and current role?
Yes, Council. Karen Louise Braden. I'm currently the Director of Personnel at Headquarters Joint Operations Command.
And am I correct you've held that position since 2021?
Correct.
And in that role, you're responsible for managing and providing personnel input into the ADF's strategic, deliberate and crisis planning of ADF operations and activities?
Yes, Council.
And you are also responsible for planning, leading, directing and coordinating operational policies and staffing of personnel for defence operations, both globally and domestically?
Yes, Council.
And you're stationed at Laverack Barracks?
No, Council, I'm stationed in Canberra at Headquarters Joint Operations Command.
Thank you for correcting that. Now, am I correct, Group Captain Bredden, you yourself have been deployed on a number of occasions?
I have, yes.
Can you briefly outline for the Commission the deployment experience that you've had?
So, Council, I've had 2 deployment experiences. One, my first being in 2003, which was quite a while ago. Most recently, I was deployed to Operation Accordion as the J1 in 2020 and 2021.
And can you just clarify, were those deployments overseas or were they?
They were both overseas in the Middle East region.
Fantastic, thank you. Turning then to Captain Kerr, can you please state for the Commission your full name and current role?
Captain Glenn Francis Kerr, and I am the Provost Marshal of the Australian Defence Force and the Commander of the Joint Military Police Unit.
And am I correct that that's a role that you've held since the 18th of January 2021?
That is correct.
And that as part of that role, you're responsible for the provision of assured and professional military police, including investigative services to ADF on operations.
That is correct.
And now, Captain Kerr, you commenced your career in the Royal Australian Navy in 1984.
I did.
And you've also been deployed on a number of operations overseas.
I've had 2 operational deployments overseas.
And can you briefly outline for the Commission the deployments that you've been a part of?
Certainly. I was deployed to the headquarters of the Joint Task Force 633 in Baghdad in 2005 as the financial advisor to the commander, and I was deployed to Baghdad again in 0607 in the same job.
Okay. Moving to you, Lieutenant Colonel Lanwarn, can you please state for the Commission your full name and current role?
My full name is Glyn David Harrison Lanwarn, and I'm the Staff Officer Grade 1 Fatalities in Army Headquarters.
And you commenced in that role in 2019?
Correct.
And you'll hold it until 2025?
Correct.
And your appointment to that role reflects a breadth of experience in the Army and understanding the defence policies and Army protocols that are applicable following a fatality?
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of that role, you manage Army's in-service facilities?
In-service fatalities.
Fatalities. Thank you. And coordinate tasking Army units and support from other defence group and service to support ceremonial aspects such as funerals.
That's correct, ma'am.
And you've also had several operational deployments.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you briefly outline for the Commission the deployments that you've been a part of?
I can. I've had 5 operational deployments. The first was to East Timor in...
Sorry, if you could just press the red button on your speaking.
Okay, thank you. The first deployment I participated in was to East Timor in 1999-2000 with Interfet. The second deployment was as part of the whole of government response to the taking of the MV Tampa on Christmas Island. My third deployment was to the Sudan as a part of the UN mission when the referendum for the splitting of the 2 countries occurred, and I was also the commander of the Australian contingent for that deployment. I've had 2 deployments to the Middle East in 2008 as an in-bed to the US headquarters there, and also most recently in 2017 as an in-bed to the US headquarters in the Middle East.
Thank you. Finally, turning to you, Ms Baker, can you please state for the Commission your full name and current role?
Rachel Jacqueline Baker. I'm the Area Manager of North Queensland for the Defence Member and Family Support Service, formerly known as Defence Community Organisation.
And am I correct that you've been in that role for approximately 7 years?
That's correct.
But your training and experience is in social work?
That's correct.
And that includes in the hospital context?
That's correct.
And in 2001, you commenced as a defence social worker with what's now known as the Defence Community Organisation?
Yes, Council.
And in that role, you're involved in the development and evolution of deployment support services and psychoeducational programs?
Yes.
And am I correct that as part of the work that you've done with Defence, you have been acting in periods when Australia was involved in warlike operations in Timor-Leste, Iraq and Afghanistan?
That is correct.
And just turning to your current role, am I correct that as part of that current role, as amongst other matters, you deliver and evaluate social work services, initiatives and policies for Defence?
I contribute to that. And in a local setting, I support my team with that, yes.
Can I just get you to expand for me what you mean by in a local setting?
So the work that I do as part of the area manager would be my experience extends to locally. We may influence policy, but my role is to implement that based on our headquarters, so the headquarters will.
And do you have any involvement in terms of influencing policy with respect to personnel who are deployed?
No.
Okay. If I can then start with the first topic, Commissioners. Panel members, as I foreshadowed at the outset, the first issue I wanted to canvass with you is the issue of the mental health support that's available during deployment. If I can start with you, Group Captain Breddon. Am I correct that during deployment, a service member typically has access to mental health support?
Yes, Council.
And those services are delivered by serving ADF mental health professionals?
Yes, Council.
Operator, can I ask if you could please display document 9999.0016.0060 at 0104 and just zoom into the final paragraph of subparagraph B in table 20.1. While that's coming up, Group Captain Brennan, I might just start by saying the issue that I'd like to explore with you is precisely how often there is a mental health professional present with a deployed complement, and if not, how deployed personnel can access mental health support. Now, you can see that the displayed part of that response refers to mental health professionals being deployed as part of a deployed forces complement. Can you see that on the screen?
Is that the first paragraph?
So it's the final paragraph that you can see on the screen starting in the deployed environment.
Yes, yep.
My first question, is it standard for mental health professionals to be deployed as part of a deployed forces complement?
No and yes. So every deployment, every contingent that is deployed will have access to mental health support. Depending on the size of the contingent, the location of the contingent, we would either have a psychologist or other clinical SME embedded in the contingent to deploy forward. If that is not the case, or the numbers are smaller, then we can either call on our coalition partners if we need to, again, depending on location, but there is always a reach back to Australia for any support that a commander needs at any point in time.
So if I could just unpack that a little bit, starting, I guess, with the circumstances in which mental health support will be embedded with a deployed force. One of the things I thought you said was that in part that might be depending on the size of the deployed force.
Yes.
So is it the case that if there is a greater number in terms of the deployed force, that it's more likely that they will have embedded with them mental health support?
Councillor, are you talking about psychologists or are you talking about other medical?
I'm specifically focusing on mental health support. So in that respect, psychologists or alternatively medical officers, but who have psychological training.
So I'll answer the second part first, if that's okay. So the larger the contingent, generally there will be a medical element that deploys with that contingent. The smaller the contingent, obviously there will be other capabilities that move forward without a medical or psychological contingent. But at any time during that deployment, irrespective of whether it's land-based or fleet-based or where in the world that deployment is, if a commander assesses a requirement for either himself, herself or an individual on the contingent that to need psychological or mental health support, that reach back will come back to Headquarters Joint Operations Command, and we will immediately, in consult with other delegates within the command, move a psychological capability forward.
And when you say, and I'm going to unpack that with you a little bit in some further questions, but when you say, I think you said move psychological support forward, does that mean bring psychological support directly to the place where the deployed complement is?
Yes.
Okay. So if I can, and also you said that that on occasions when there is a medical officer, you said a medical officer will be deployed with a particular force. Will that medical officer have psychological training?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
That's all I could give you in that context, Council, because I'm not... My role at Headquarters JOC is to find the people and move them forward and deploy them. What I do is take advice from the Senior Medical Health Officer at JOC on what the makeup of that mental health support should be.
So is that in advance of deployment of a particular group?
So every group that moves forward, we have a staffing document on the side that has a number of capabilities on standby, on notice to move. One of those capabilities is always a psychological element. So 24/7, 365 days of the year, there will be a psychological element and other professionals on standby, ready to move within 48 hours. So if there is an incident overseas and we need to move those people quickly, we have the ability to do that.
So putting to one side responses after an incident, what are the criteria for having a mental health professional embedded with a force while it's deployed as in effect a preventative measure or to manage soldiers' mental health?
So I can answer that question broadly.
Yes.
So as part of the planning, the initial planning for a deployment or an operation or activity, that will be considered by the specialists at JOC. So that would be considered by the Senior Medical Officer at JOC. We would then just get told to find those people.
And do you know what type of criteria those senior officers look to in determining whether or not to embed a mental health professional with a deployed force?
No, Council, I'm not qualified to answer that one.
Okay. So you've talked in broad terms about what happens when you don't have a mental health professional embedded with a deployed force. Who within the contingent in that circumstance is responsible for monitoring the mental health of personnel?
The deployed commander, ultimately.
Okay. And do deployed commanders have any mental health training that you're aware of in terms of giving them the capacity to identify emerging mental health issues?
That would be a question for the services. So by the time, when Defence is notified of a need to deploy an individual, the services are told what we need, the capability that we need, and the makeup that we need. So the services will provide Headquarters JOC and my team with a name of an individual, and we know that by the time they come to us, they are fully qualified to do that role.
And so are you talking there about an individual, are you talking there about commanders who are on deployment, or are you talking there about individuals who may deliver mental health services during deployment?
Well, it's all individuals.
Okay.
But I actually can't talk to whether a commander would or would not have mental health training or skills, qualification skills.
Okay. So that's just something that's not within your area of... No. Can I ask, is that something that anyone else on the panel has any knowledge of?
As a commander, while deployed, I would rely on my command team to advise me of any issue that they identified, whether it was to do with mental health or it was to do with another issue. So the chain of command, they know their people and they will pass that information up the chain of command.
So have you ever been in that position, Lieutenant Colonel, where you are the commander on the ground as part of a deployed force?
Yes, ma'am.
And on those occasions, was part of your ambit of responsibility monitoring the mental health of the soldiers that were part of your complement?
It's monitoring all their welfare, ma'am. It's their work performance, it's their health, which encompasses their mental health as well, but it's a whole gambit of how an individual performs as part of the team, and that's what the chain of command monitors.
And as part of specifically monitoring mental health, is that something that you were giving training in?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, if I can move back to you, Group Captain Bredden, you'll see the response also refers to mental health teams being deployed during an operation. Now, is that standard, or again, is it context dependent? For example, the size of the deployment and the like?
It's context dependent.
And can you give me some idea of the criteria that determine when a mental health team will separately be deployed?
Broadly, we would take the advice of the deployed commander. So the deployed commander is supported in every aspect while they're deployed. If they believed that they required mental health support, again, they would go through the health chain and come back around. So I can't talk to what the criteria would be.
No, but I understand from what you're saying then, in terms of that process of decision making, correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand you to be saying responsibility to request a separate mental health deployment lies with the commander for that deployment.
Yes, Council.
Okay. When a mental health team is deployed, what is the constituent makeup of it? Is it exclusively mental health professionals? Does it include partly mental health professionals? Or is that context dependent as well?
It's context dependent.
Okay. Can you give me an example of the types of professionals that may be deployed as part of that contingent?
So in my time at JOC, in the 6 months I have been in this role, I have seen it's primarily psychologists who have been moved forward to perform that role.
Okay. Then sort of taking the third scenario where you don't have a mental health professional either embedded or close by as part of a deployed operation, what alternative mental health support is available to deployed personnel?
So deployed personnel at all times have the opportunity for what we call reach back. So we can provide, again on the advice of the Senior Health Officer at Headquarters Joint Operations Command, we can provide, and they have access to mental health support via Skype, via telehealth. We have also chaplain support. So the chaplain is also on call 24/7. I know they're not a psych, but it's another form of welfare that we provide that all of our deployed members who have deployed know that they have access to some form of welfare or mental health support while they're deployed.
And what's the process by which a member who wants that support, how do they access it? For example, does it happen through referrals?
Well, it can happen through a referral. It would depend on what the incident would be, how the commander has assessed that incident, the advice that the commander has received from the medical health professionals. But at the end of the day, if a member wants mental health support, the member will be provided with that support.
Okay, so you've spoken there about incidents. Putting to one side incidents, I take it you mean, for example, a critical incident has occurred during a deployment?
Yes, Councillor, yeah.
Putting to one side critical incidents, if defence personnel want access to mental health support during deployment, do they have to go through their commander?
They don't have to.
Okay.
But generally they would. But the answer to your question is they do not have to do that.
And if they don't go through their commander, how then do they avail themselves of those services?
They can email, they can pick up the phone. They've all got the 24-hour phone numbers are available to all of the members who are deployed. There'll be a senior non-commissioned officer on the deployment, on the contingent, no matter how small that contingent is. That's an opportunity for another mechanism for members to talk to. That's the senior enlisted member on the contingent. on their behalf if they wish to. But ultimately, all they need to do is phone.
And so when you say they need to phone or email, are they phoning or emailing either a sort of a common pool of mental health support that's available back in Australia, or alternatively a separate mental health deployed force overseas?
It could be one or the other.
Okay. And if a member avails themselves of that mental health support but don't go through the commander, is the commander notified?
I don't know the answer to that one, Council.
No, that's fine. My next question is, and please tell me if you don't know the answer to it, but is accessing mental health support, for example, via Skype, a visible process for a defence member in the sense that their other colleagues or commanders would be aware of that in a general sense?
They could be. In a deployed environment, it's a fairly close environment, so it would be unlikely that nobody else would know, but it could be, it could not be.
Lieutenant Colonel Landwarn, do you have a view about that or any experience of the visibility of accessing mental health support during deployment?
My experience is it is highly visible. So this is all part of the pre-deployment process. So those mechanisms that an individual can access, whether it's for mental health support, family assistance, or any other support mechanism that we in Defence have, that is all provided not only to the service member but also to their immediate family, and it is quite visible while deployed what mechanisms they can access.
And in your experience, if a deployed member accesses those services, is their commander ordinarily told?
No, not ordinarily, because that's all circumstance dependent. There's privacy considerations there. There is consent of the individual. It may be resolved in that initial contact, so the commander doesn't need to know, but no, not always.
And is consent always a criteria of notification to command?
No, not always.
Okay, so what are some of the circumstances in which command may be notified of a deployed personnel accessing mental health support?
Ma'am, that's not my area of expertise, but based on my experience, that would be if there's a criminal offence has occurred or some other criteria like that where the chain of command needs to know.
Okay. Turning back to you, Group Captain Bredden, can I ask, if a member was receiving routine psychological care before their deployment, is there any capacity for that to continue while they are deployed?
Yes, there is capacity for that to continue.
And in what form? Is it more helpful if I give you an example?
Yes, Council, yes.
So if, for example, prior to deployment, a member was routinely seeing a psychologist, is there capacity for that to continue while they're deployed?
Yes, there is capacity for that to continue, depending on the deployment and depending what the Senior Medical Health Officer at Headquarters JOC has assessed that to be. So that's really, the end of this question is really for the Senior Medical Officer at JOC, because I wouldn't have visibility of that.
Okay, so that's their decision to make. Do you have any understanding of the criteria that's applied in determining whether or not?
No, Council.
No, that's fine. Okay. Ms Baker, just turning to you, can I ask, is there anything that you would add to the matters that have been outlined by Group Captain Bredden and Lieutenant Colonel Landwarn?
Not in relation to members on deployment, no, Council.
Okay, so would it be correct to say that in relation to the provision of mental health support to members while they're deployed, that's really something that's outside your sphere of responsibility?
That's correct, Council.
And the particular sphere of your responsibility is providing that mental health support to, for example, families of deployed members?
Yes, in the context of or during a deployment, our services very much cover support to family members of deployed personnel.
And can you just give the Commission a brief overview of the kinds of mental health support services that are available to families while their spouses are deployed?
In the context of mental health, I'll speak to it broadly. A lot of the information and support we provide is early intervention prevention, a lot of psychoeducational support. We do a range of activities that will enhance social connectedness to assist in minimising mental health impacts if there are any concerns related to a member being deployed. In addition, if there is a crisis or a mental health episode for a family member, we may be in the provision to be able to provide a range of support measures from counselling support from our social workers all the way through to emergency support, which may endeavour to be practical assistance in addition to emotional assistance. We also provide preparation through psychoeducational and social connectedness activities at various stages through the deployment, but in particular as well in preparing family members for members returning home from operation. And some of the element of that content will include some mental health psychoed in terms of some symptoms or experiences that may appear and where to access support should they require that.
And how is that psychoeducation commonly delivered? Is it one-on-one in terms of you meeting with families, or is it in the form of literature? What's the way in which those services, particularly psychoeducation, is delivered?
Council, the area officers at times will be invited as part of the rear details element of command, so the units back at home, wherever that may be, and I'll speak about Townsville, where a unit will invite DMFS in addition to potentially some other support agencies, and it could be as an informal avenue for providing support where that one-on-one can take place, but it could also be in the form of a presentation, delivering like a PowerPoint presentation with additional materials, handouts, reference books, reference materials to assist families. But in addition to that, DMFS has a 24-hour helpline for families to access at any stage, and that is staffed by human service professionals, as well as the area officers are equipped to have a social worker, and family members can self-refer to the area office or via the helpline to access support at various stages or any stage throughout their deployment experience, pre, during or post.
And so have you spoken there about human services professionals? Are they individuals who will have some level of mental health or psychological training?
Yes, Council.
Okay. Now, finally on this topic, if I could just circle back round to Group Captain Breddon and chaplains. You've mentioned, I think, or you alluded to earlier, that chaplains can play a role in terms of the provision of mental health support. Can you expand for me on what that role is and the extent to which they have mental health training to provide that role?
Council, I can't talk about the extent of the mental health training that they have, but I can talk about chaplains, especially as part of our larger contingents, a chaplain will often deploy forward with the contingent. They're an added support mechanism that provide welfare, spiritual well-being to a deployed member.
Okay. And what about other types of emotional support for deployed members? For example, how and what circumstances could a deployed member call home to speak to their family?
So that is location-based, obviously as well land or fleet-based. There will be different complexities with some locations, but generally speaking, there is always a mechanism for a deployed member to call back to their family, or at the very least, for the commander or the senior enlisted member in that contingent to call back to the 24-hour watch to ask for that support and coordinate anything that might need coordinating.
So starting first with the land context, how would a member avail themselves of that means of support? Would they go up the chain of command?
For the support to call back home?
Yes.
Well, they don't need to ask. There'll
Okay.
be, at most of our deployed locations, we have welfare phones. Members can, in some locations, we've got Australian lines in work environments. They don't need to ask anybody to call home.
And so where there is a welfare phone, is there a limit, for example, on the number of times that a member can?
No.
Okay. And you said that there were some differences between land and the fleet context. Can you just give a brief overview of what is available in the fleet context?
So, Captain Kerr might...
Captain Kerr, are you able
that
to answer that
more
question?
My experience in the fleet is very dated, I have to say. It will depend on obviously what the deployment is, what they're doing at a particular time, but generally speaking, there are communication avenues available on ships, whether it be able to speak directly through phones, or whether we can get a signal, for instance, back to home to indicate that there is an issue that the family, or get from home forward to the member to indicate there's an issue that needs to be worked through, and then the chain of command will do what it needs to facilitate communications.
And appreciating your experience is a bit dated, but in the fleet context, does accessing that contact require going up through the chain of command, or is it available as a matter of course?
Again, it's going to be context driven, depending on, again, the type of deployment, the type of arrangements that are in place, so as to whether they can just simply call home or whether they need to reach up through the chain of command to do so. And again, I'd probably advise speaking to someone in fleet who is a bit more current than me.
Okay, thank you. Finally, and can I address this to any member on the panel, what capacity is there during deployment for members to build routines for physical health, mental health, social connection and the like while they are deployed?
I might take that one. With the most recent experience, there is extensive opportunity to do that, because a team will work in a normal environment. If it's an infantry platoon, they will probably have a daily routine which includes PT, and then they will do their normal activities, and they will socialise with that group as well. In a large base environment, it depends what facilities are available, but mostly people will congregate towards the team that they work in. If it's in a very big US base, there will be a lot of facilities available. If it's in an Australian base, there are, there's opportunities at the mess, there are social activities, and there are also a lot of PT activities available for individuals to partake in.
And are they opportunities that have been available to you when you've been part of an overseas deployed force?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And can I ask both Captain Kerr and Group Captain Bredon, are they the types of services that have been available to you when you've been deployed overseas?
Yes.
Yes, they have.
I now propose to turn to the second topic, which is critical incident health management. Lieutenant Colonel Lanwarn, I will direct most of my questions to you, but of course, if any other members of the panel want to make any observations about these issues, please feel free to let me know. Lieutenant Colonel Lanwarn, can you briefly outline for Commissioners what your experience is with critical incident health management?
My experience is predominantly about a critical incident occurring. The health management bit is one of the functions that are inside that whole context of a critical incident. So how we manage the individuals and how we manage families as well.
So my particular focus for this morning is on how we manage individuals within the deployment context. Mm-hmm. But I understand you to be saying that's something that you do have particular experience with.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can I start then by asking you how a critical incident is defined by Defence?
Okay.
Lieutenant Colonel, are you familiar with the Defence Health Manual?
I am, but only in the context of my current job. The Defence Health Manual belongs to another organisation, and Joint Health Command would be the people that mainly rely on that particular manual, but I'm familiar with it as it relates to my current job.
And so you say it belongs to a different organisation. Are you talking there about the difference between Army and Defence?
Yes, I am. So Army will respond to the broad guidance provided in the Defence Health Manual, and it will be those people within Joint Health Command that are more likely to have impact on a daily basis in their routine jobs on what's in the Defence Health Manual.
So am I correct to understand it that the Defence Health Manual informs policy, here relevantly for critical incident health management, and that policy will then inform how Army manages a critical incident?
That's correct, ma'am.
Now, of present relevance, the Defence Health Manual provides guidance with respect to management of critical incidents. Operator, can I ask that you could please display document DEF.1027.0003.2616 at paragraph 3.1? While we're waiting for that to come up, I might just ask you generally, how would you define a critical incident?
That's a critical incident is a distressing event which is outside what a person would have on a daily basis.
And would you accept, here we go. Are you familiar with this passage?
Not specifically, but I understand its intent, yes.
And does that passage accord with your understanding of what comprises a critical incident?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you accept that a critical incident is subjective?
Oh, yes, definitely.
So given that it's subjective, how, in your particular role as a member of the Army, do you identify when a critical incident has occurred?
I think I might start, ma'am, by saying what these documents do, they codify the steps that we would normally take to follow an incident. And then, for example, we would respond, that might be the first step, and then we would plan to do something. During that process, it might become apparent that we need to escalate our response or our response goes away. So we're codifying it here, and then how we manage it based on the incident itself is has a multiple of inputs. It's is it part of the commander's critical incident requirements? If the answer is yes, then we probably escalate the response. Is there a reputational issue? Is someone going to be heard out of it? This is all part of the planning process, and we tend to term that as having an appreciation of the set of circumstances and then how we react.
So just taking it a step back, you've mentioned earlier that you have been a commander on deployment.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were a commander on deployment, was part of that role responsibility for management of a critical incident?
Yes, ma'am.
So in that role, given that critical incidents are subjective, how would you as a commander identify when a critical incident had occurred?
We receive a set of orders, and as part of those orders, guidelines, or whatever context they come in, there will be a paragraph in there about what we have to do if an incident that triggers a reporting process occurs. So, for example, with what I deal with, if a fatality, someone dies, there's an immediate reporting process. There might be another reporting criteria might be a vehicle accident. But is that just that vehicle accident a fender bender at an intersection? Well, probably not. Or involves a service vehicle which then affects a capability? Yes, that it is reported.
So putting to one side incidents that trigger a reporting requirement, are there any circumstances in which you as a commander can say this is a critical incident and trigger that process?
A lot of that's to do with a person's experience and what they think, how it needs to be addressed. My own experience is that I err on the side of caution and ensure my chain of command knows what something has occurred, and then we can have an informed discussion about what we do next.
And what are the types of things that you look for as a commander in identifying whether there has been a critical incident?
I'm pausing because the breadth to answer that is just too broad for me to surmise, I think.
What if I put it this way? We've accepted that it's subjective. You identified some sort of common issues, for example, a car accident or a death. Would, for example, a soldier or a number of soldiers being distressed be something that might trigger a critical incident management process?
That would probably trigger the first step. Okay, so let's do an appreciation of why those soldiers are distressed, what's the root cause, and then a determination be made from them about what to do next.
Okay. Now, this paragraph you see has two concepts there. The first is critical incidents, the second is potentially traumatic events. I just want to understand how those two concepts intersect. Will a potentially traumatic event always be a critical incident?
Ma'am, that is well outside my area of expertise. I can't answer that.
No, that's fine. Now, we've talked about the policy framework for management of a critical incident. Now, the current policy framework is reflected in the Health Directive number 218 that's been issued by the Australian Defence Force Surgeon General. Is that something that you are familiar with?
Well, I've read the document. It's not something that I would look at on a daily basis, no, ma'am.
Okay. Operator, can you please display document DEF.1027.003.2454 at particularly point 2468 of that document? While that's coming up, can I ask you just in a general sense, Lieutenant Colonel, in your experience, is there a process that is adopted by Army when there is a critical incident on deployment?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that process comprised of a number of phases?
I don't know, because I suspect each commander will deliver his orders differently and might not articulate it in such a way that a response to a critical incident follows a phased process.
So is the management of a critical incident specifically within the discretion of a commander?
No, not specifically. They will be able to make decisions inside the guidance they're being given. I'll expand on that a little bit by saying in Army we have I'm going to get the term wrong here, but it's a playbook that we use where we follow a set of steps that if something occurs, a commander can see what's the next action that they need to take, i.e. reporting to the chain of command. If it's a fatality, for example, or releasing a FADICAS. So there are as a codified method of what individuals have to do. It might be slightly different for a deployed force, because it depends who their chain of command is, because they will report back to JOC, so that might be the discretion of the Commander Joint Operations Command.
Now, you'll see in front of you now, this is the extract from the Health Directive. Is this something that you're familiar with?
Yes, I am, ma'am.
And am I correct that this depicts the 3 phases of critical incident mental health support?
Correct, ma'am.
Now, who triggers the commencement of these phases?
This particular flow diagram is for the critical incident mental health support function, and I believe that there is an appointment called the critical incident coordinator. That would be the individual that initiates these phases, is my understanding.
So will the critical incident coordinator be deployed with a particular force?
That is a question I can't answer, and I think it was answered before. It depends on the size of the contingent. It may be someone who is deployed forward at our forward operating base, or it may be someone within Defence back here in Australia who is that coordinator. Now, I don't know the answer to it.
In your experience, if they're not part of, well, in your experience of management of critical incidents overseas, did you have a critical incident manager with you?
No, ma'am.
In that particular circumstance, if there is a critical incident, how is this process triggered?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Do you know if there's any capacity for a junior officer or a junior soldier to initiate a critical incident process?
Yes, and that would depend on their appointment within the deployment, and this probably answers the previous question just asked. That may be through the health chain of command that is also parallel to the deployment.
So take, for example, a junior soldier. Do they have capacity independently to go back to Joint Health Command and request commencement of a...
No, I don't think they'd do that. That would be done. They might initiate the process by discussing that particular issue with either their immediate commander or with the health support that they've got on site.
So it is a hierarchical process to the extent to which command must be involved at some level.
In that case, yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to work through with you, if I could, each of these phases. So I think you've alluded to at the outset, you've said that responsibility for the phases rests with critical incident management.
Coordinator, I think, is the term they use.
Coordinator, okay. Are you aware of what phase 1 involves?
Other than reading what the flow chart says, no, not specifically, because I suspect that is a mental health professional's professional opinion about how they take the next step.
Can I ask, have you been involved in the management of a critical incident that has occurred during deployment?
No, ma'am.
No, okay. Have you received, or if I can ask anyone on the panel, any training from the perspective of service personnel who are not mental health professionals in how you manage a critical incident from a psychological perspective?
No, that's a health professional who does that. So a commander will initiate, to use your words, ma'am, initiate the process to say that a critical incident occurs, which then triggers this particular process. So parallel to that, there will be a reporting process back through the chain of command as well. So these things occur at the same time.
And are there any steps that a commander will take separate from the critical incident command manager to deal with a critical incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you outline what those steps are?
That is really circumstance dependent. If it is the one I know best is about a fatality. So the commander will be setting up a whole lot of processes which will include engaging the JOC and the service headquarters about the notification of family, for example. There will be arrangements being put in place about how the remains are being returned to Australia. Back in Australia, there will be a process which I become involved with about how we manage the funeral arrangements.
What about, for example, debriefing with personnel in the immediate aftermath of a critical incident? Is that something that a commander will have any responsibility for?
Yes, they will, and it's probably the resources that they have available to put in place that particular activity. They might have a chaplain with them, and they would set up a debriefing process with the chaplain. They may have other healthcare professionals as part of that deployment, and they will use those resources as well. And
can you tell me in broad terms what that debriefing process might look like? So you've said chaplains or mental health support professionals might be involved.
In my experience, there's been a group debrief followed by an invitation for individuals to step forward, whether that's immediately or at another time, to engage with those professionals.
And in your experience, how quickly after the critical incident occurs does that debrief take place?
The most recent one I can think about, that was within 24 hours.
And
but that was not on a deployment, that was here in Australia, so more resources were available.
Okay. In terms of the framework of that debrief, is it within the discretion purely of the commander, or is there a policy about the process that should be adopted as part of it?
I don't know the specific answer, but in my experience it's been at the discretion of the commander because he's looking after the welfare of his soldiers.
Okay. Now, just looking back on this diagram, so it refers there in phase 1 to planning and immediate response. Is that what you have been talking about earlier in terms of this process of notification and engaging with a critical incident manager?
It's running parallel, yes.
So the diagram refers to significant symptoms in stage 1 or phase 1. Is the identification of significant symptoms something that is exclusively within the control of critical incident managers, or do commanders or other deployed personnel have a responsibility?
In that context, it appears to be the responsibility of the Critical Incident Management Health Support Coordinator, the way I understand the policy to read.
In your experience as a commander, is that something that you have had responsibility for in terms of deployment?
No, I haven't, ma'am.
It then refers to referral. Do you have an understanding of what that referral process is?
Yes, I do, ma'am. So based on that initial planning and response option, that might be, for example, an individual may be referred to see a psychologist through the normal health processes. That might be the referral that they're meaning there in that context.
And in terms of this phase one as a whole, but specifically talking about the debriefing context, is that something that in your experience is compulsory for those involved in the critical incident to be part of?
No, in my experience, it has not been compulsory, but it is also my experience that it is very highly taken up.
And in terms of how that process works, who leads it? In your experience?
In my experience, has been a combination of command as well as the Critical Incident Mental Health Support Coordinator. They have both been available, and they've also got allied health as well, or padres, and a whole lot of other resources, depends where they're located.
And is that debrief a place where everyone has the opportunity to be heard if they want to be?
That is true, but my experience is that is usually not something that's taken up, and that is done on an individual basis afterwards if someone's got something to say.
And again, I'm just asking about your experience. What is the subject matter of that debrief? Is it about, for example, operational matters and what went wrong, or is it more directed to the mental health of the deployed personnel?
I can't speak to that in a deployed operational environment because I haven't had that experience, but for one that I am aware of that occurred recently, a factual description of the event was provided to everybody who was in that debrief. A description of what was going to occur in the immediate future occurred, and then there was the offer to speak to either a psychologist or a padre.
And when you say the description of what was immediately to occur, is that in terms of, for example, process about repatriation and the like? Or
Well, it wasn't overseas, so there was no repatriation involved. It was a description of the investigative process that was going to occur and then the funeral process.
Okay, so it's something, I guess what I'm trying to get a sense of is whether or not it is a process that's directed to identifying the root cause of the critical incident, or if it's directed to assisting members to normalise their emotions after.
It's the second part of your question there. It's not to address the root cause at all, ma'am.
And how does that work with, so you've mentioned, for example, that there will be a factual overview of the event. How is that factual overview directed to normalising emotions?
I can't answer that.
No, okay. Does my question make sense?
It does make sense. But the reason we will attempt to give a factual account is because that's to stop speculation, also to counter what might be going on social media at the time, and to give those people that are on the peripheral involved in the incident an understanding of what actually occurred.
And in terms of that factual overview, would that, for example, be something where someone who is involved in the critical incident has an opportunity to give their perspective?
That has not been my experience, no.
If I might just add, that would be
Yes.
very unusual at this stage in the process, because we would be looking at an investigation or inquiry to understand exactly what had occurred, and speculation at that point would be very unhelpful, particularly including influencing witnesses. So that's why it would be a very factual account of this is what has occurred. This will be the process, including investigative inquiry processes will follow, where people will have a chance to tell their story about what they think occurred, and then there will be the addressal of the mental health issues to try, as you say, normalise emotions insofar as they can at that point in the process, with an ongoing welfare oversight of the individuals as we step through the next processes.
So just to unpack that a little bit, Captain Kerr, so you've identified that part of it is looking to the prospective investigation.
Yes.
In your experience, is that the principal focus of that initial debriefing?
No, it is not. So the principal focus of that debriefing, as was just said, was to provide the facts to say this is what has occurred and this is what we know thus far. There are more things that will come out, and this is the process we all step through, which you may or may not be involved in, depending on what you know. But in the meantime, the focus is on ensuring the welfare and the health of the individuals concerned, to make sure that they get that support they need if they wish it, and then to start that process of moving through. That will then move into the other support during the next phases.
And so in terms of that welfare aspect of the debrief, is that principally in terms of identifying for someone who is participating in the incident how they can avail themselves of those resources in terms of mental health support that might be available?
They'll be certainly part of that. They will be advised of here are the support mechanisms available to you that you can then start that process.
Part of the issue that I'm just trying to explore, obviously there is a tension, I think you've really alluded to it, between the need to investigate an incident and also then to manage the subjective emotions that someone might be experiencing in the immediate aftermath of a critical incident. And so I'm just trying to get a sense of how those two things interact. But would it be a fair comment that in terms of that second issue, managing people's subjective emotions, that is principally something that is the subject of that individual going and try to access mental health support, rather than this debrief being a place where someone can, for example, voice a particular position about what occurred?
Yes, this initial stage would be primarily, as you say, to provide them with the opportunities to identify where they could go to should they need assistance at this time. It is not the venue to go, okay, well, this is what happened, or this is what I believe what happened.
And are records kept of the initial debrief?
There would be a record kept of the debrief. In terms of how detailed that was, I can't speak. It would come down to the particular activity that occurred.
In terms of the purpose of the record, is it part of the investigative process, or does it have an aspect of management of the mental health of the personnel involved?
To answer that question, Councillor, it is not intended to be part of the investigative process. Will it be part? Obviously, everything that occurs is part of the investigative process eventually.
Okay. Can I then move to the second phase in this chart? If I can turn to you again, Lieutenant Colonel. Who is responsible for phase 2?
It's my understanding that it's the coordinator is also responsible for that phase as well. They're responsible for that whole process.
Okay. So in the event that you don't have a coordinator based with a deployed complement, it would be a matter of liaising back to that coordinator in Australia or wherever else they are.
The way I understand the policy is that this whole process is managed by the Critical Incident Mental Health Support Coordinator. So their location, I can't speak to that, but this is their process to run from start to finish.
Okay, but this is a process that will be implemented irrespective of whether or not they're actually with the deployed complement.
That may well be the case.
Okay. Now, as you'll see, phase 2 has got 3 options. Firstly, no option further required. Is that decision exclusively within the jurisdiction of the critical incident manager?
That would be my assumption, ma'am, yes.
Do you have any knowledge of the criteria or information by which that critical incident manager?
No, I don't.
In your experience in terms of deployment, or separately, as I understand it, your experience of critical incident management is Australian-based. How did phase 2 work? Did you engage with the critical incident manager and give input about your views about?
The way, no, personally, no. The way I understand this particular chapter in the manual is that phase 1 is the immediate action. Then there's the intermediate action, which is phase 2, and that will respond. That the responses will be based on what an individual who seeks out that support wants. So if they don't want any more support, then obviously the option 1 there in phase 2 occurs, or there has to be some other ongoing clinical action for that individual. That's how I understand it.
So am I right to understand then phase 2 is not something that takes place with the group involved in the critical incident as a whole? It's something that concerns individuals that may have been part of that critical incident?
It could be both, depends on the team that's involved, but the way I've read the policy, it's more likely to be based on an individual.
And so can you then just give me an overview of how an individual may avail themselves of the options in relation to phase 2?
No, I can't, ma'am.
Okay. Can I ask just a second question then? You'll see option 2 concerns psychoeducation.
Yes, ma'am.
And as I understand it from the diagram, this is something that happens after 24 hours, but no later than 7 days.
That's how I understand it, yes, ma'am.
Do you know what form that psychoeducation takes?
No, I don't, ma'am.
Right. Can I ask, is there anyone else on the panel who has an insight into the form of psychoeducation that might take place? Turning then to option 3, that concerns structured interventions and rituals. Who decides whether option 3 will occur?
All I can say is how I understand the policy, and that would be the coordinator makes that decision, and that would be in conjunction with the discussion with the chain of command.
And when you say the chain of command, will that include, for example, the commander on the particular deployment?
Yes, ma'am.
And am I right that option 2 and option 3 are not mutually exclusive? In the sense that you can have psychoeducation happening alongside...
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And in terms of structured interventions and rituals, can you just give an overview of the types of things that might involve?
I don't know what that means, ma'am.
No, that's fine. Again, you'll see phase...
I think what you might see there would be a memorial service, for instance, would be a structured ritual.
And have you had experience in that respect, Captain Kerr?
I certainly haven't had experience in planning them, but I've been involved in a ritual quite some years ago, a memorial service on operation, well, on a deployment quite some years ago.
Yes. Can I ask just more generally, returning to you, Lieutenant Colonel, given that critical incident management is outside the exclusive jurisdiction of commanders, how do commanders take care of the mental health welfare of their personnel after a critical incident?
My experience is based on monitoring the team and using the resources available to provide support where it's required.
And in terms of monitoring, are you given, or are commanders given, training in terms of how they monitor mental health?
That's part of our overall training and how we are developed from the time, particularly as an officer, from a junior officer. All our training is focused on doing this. All our experience has the welfare of our soldiers, and I'm speaking for Army particularly, has the welfare of our soldiers at its heart. So that is how we are trained and taught from day one.
And can you give me just a brief overview of what form that training takes? For example, are you given specific training in psychoeducation?
Not psychoeducation, ma'am, but it's all about command and leadership and how we are trained throughout formally, through places like the Royal Military College, Duntroon, or how we are developed in our roles from being a junior officer as we progress through the ranks.
Does that include, for example, mental health training about when to identify that someone is in distress?
Not specifically, but the types of activities we do are always monitoring our people. You know, are they physically exhausted? What might that lead to? Are they performing well? We write annual reports on people on a annual basis, so therefore we've got to monitor what their performance is going to be on a constant basis. So we're continually observing what our people are doing.
And in terms of then how you manage a member who is displaying signs of distress, is that something that you are given training in, or is that something that, as a matter of course, is referred off?
No, we're given training, but it's not degree level training. It's can we identify if someone's got a problem with alcohol? that might be because they turn up late constantly. Can we identify people who have other issues that they might have identified to one of their colleagues that are reported to the chain of command? So that's how we monitor our individuals.
Putting to one side monitoring, though, actually sort of addressing, are you given training in how to address mental health issues when they arise, or is that a matter that is a matter, of course, you refer on?
No trainings to be referred.
Okay. If I can then turn to phase 3, can you identify, or do you have knowledge about what is the trigger for phase 2 ending and phase 3 commencing?
I think that's just time-based, ma'am.
And do you know what particular time period it is?
I just know that it is immediate, short-term and then long-term. I'm not familiar with what the time phrases are.
And do you know if there is a formal record kept of what happens in phase 2?
I don't, ma'am.
Right, okay. Do you know who's responsible for phase 3?
Once again, I'd say it's the coordinator based on my understanding of the policy.
And does the commander have any role in that?
Formally, I don't know, but there is always discussions between a commander and whatever support is being provided to his team.
Okay. Do you know if phase 3 happens as a matter of course?
I don't know, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the particular aspects of phase 3? So I'm specifically focusing on the second screen.
My only experience there is that that there is always follow-up. So when we return from a deployment, we will do have an interview with a psychologist, sort of in the immediate return from deployment, and then sometime later there will be a follow-up. So that's all I can understand from that particular screen.
And does that occur as a matter of course after deployment, or does it occur in addition to a step that might be implemented after a critical incident?
No, it's a matter of course. It's a requirement to do that.
And so that screening is in the form of an interview rather than a questionnaire?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who conducts the screening?
In my experience, it's always been done by an army psychologist.
And is a record kept of that screening?
I believe so, ma'am.
And can you identify what types of referrals might be offered as part of that screening?
No, I can't.
Okay. Can I ask this, and tell me if this isn't something that's within your ambit of knowledge, but are you aware that the critical incident manager is required to provide a written post-activity report to a commander following a critical incident?
I'm not aware, ma'am.
Have you ever been involved, or have you ever been provided with such a report after a critical incident that you've been involved with?
I've been involved in contributing to after-action reports following a critical incident.
And can you tell me what is the subject matter of those reports in just a broad sense?
It's actions that I've taken. It's all quite factual. So it's the step-by-step I have taken to reach an outcome.
And are there any recommendations that you make as part of that report?
Personally, no, I have not.
Okay. Can I just ask, is there anything else that the other members of the panel would contribute in terms of their own experiences to these issues about critical incidents? No. I have no further questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
I have a few questions about, first of all, mental health during deployment. I think, Group Captain, you told us that you don't know the criteria to embed a mental health professional in a unit on deployment. Do you know the criteria for the embedding of a chaplain?
Commissioner, it would be similar criteria would be based on the numbers in the contingent. For example, if we sent 100 people on a deployment, the chances are we would have a chaplain embedded. If it was a group of 10, then no. And the location of the deployment as well.
And would it be likely that if you had a group of 100, you might have a psychologist as well?
We could have, Commissioner, but
Okay,
yeah,
but you're not
yes or
sure.
no. It is optional.
Right. Let me give an example, say, of a a soldier who, while on deployment, learns that his marriage or long-term relationship has broken up and goes into a major depression, you tell me that you can reach back, perhaps by Skype or something like that, to have a consultation, say, with a psychologist. But say it's a major depression that requires some form of medical treatment, such as an antidepressant, what would be the process then?
Well, there are a number of... So, Commissioner, you specifically want the process or the
Yes.
outcome that could occur?
I would like to know how he would be treated medically beyond being able to reach back to a psychologist. Say the psychologist says he really needs medical treatment, including the prescription of a drug, which I can't do, such as an antidepressant. What happens then?
So, Commissioner, if the member can't be treated or triaged in the deployed environment, we can do a medical... More often than not, we do a medical return to Australia.
Okay.
Then that member would be assessed. The member could return to deployment, or...
What if there was a medical officer on site, but not a psychologist? He can consult the psychologist by the reach-back method, but could the psychologist confer with the medical officer on site and say what his findings were, and perhaps the medical officer can then provide a prescription? Could that happen?
Yes, Commissioner, that could happen.
And would you have antidepressant drugs there available commonly?
So in my experience in my most recent deployment, we had, I can't talk to what drugs were available
Yes.
In the deployed environment, but we certainly had a medical officer, and we actually had 2 psychologists with us on the deployment. We had people that were required to medically return home. I couldn't tell you what their medical issue was, but they certainly did return home. It could be within 24 hours. It could be within a week, just depending on the seriousness. But all those options are available to a member in consult with the member's medical officer and the psychologist.
Okay. Going on then to the critical incident management, I think it was you, Lieutenant Colonel, said that initially there's a debrief with a factual description of the event. Who would commonly lead that debrief?
In my experience, sir, it's been the commander has led that particular process, and then may give an overview, and then will refer to the professional who's got to address that particular next phase.
Yesterday we heard in a different context of what were called hot and cold debriefs. And this was in the context of events in a major hospital, where the hot debrief was one that occurred pretty well straight after the event, and the cold debrief might occur, say, a week or so after the event. Is there any such concept used in the military, to your knowledge?
I can't think of a... Well, we do have immediate debriefs, and then there's a follow-up. It just depends on how the incident has unfolded, and it also might depends if people are available immediately after an event has occurred for a debrief.
Yes. Do those opportunities arise in action readily to have debriefs like that?
I would think so, sir, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Just a couple of questions. Firstly, Group Captain, you said, I think it was you that said, if there's no psychologist and it's on deployment and it's deemed to be necessary, you can usually organise that. I'm just wondering, in timeframes, how long it would be till they're on the ground able to offer those services?
Commissioner, we can have psychologists on the ground potentially the next day. So there is always the psychological capability that is on standby, ready to move wherever they need to go. So it can be very, very quick.
Okay, thank you. Is there any assessment undertaken say, after there's been a critical incident or after there's been a call for a psychologist to respond to an event, is there ever any assessment of the level of support or response? You know, an assessment of the adequacy, I guess, of that.
So, Commissioner, the adequacy of what was supported or the...
Yeah, well, I mean, how it was, I guess I'm interested in how it was experienced by the troops. Are you aware of any?
I'm not aware of anything specific, but those types of issues could potentially be picked up in the pre-deployment psychological assessment. Members will have one of those, and a medical assessment on their way out of deployment. But as far as the formal adequacy, I'm not aware of anything.
Because I mean, I understand the scope for the individual response, but I'm just wondering how the Defence Force actually, I mean, there is this manual, and I appreciate you may not be able to answer this question, but there is the manual, there is the process, it's set out, it's obviously followed. But does anyone stop and actually assess whether it works? Is it doing the job it's required to do?
Commissioner, that would be a question for Joint Health Command. I couldn't answer that one.
Right, okay. And again, it just, is there any difference, as far as you're aware, on whether the same process is followed in broad terms if there is a critical incident not on deployment? I guess, is there any significant difference between how an incident is dealt with on deployment as opposed to in the ordinary course of a day's work in the Defence Force?
Ma'am, they mirror each other.
Right, thank you. And then just the final question, and again, it's a vague one and you may not be able to answer it, but one of the issues that's kind of been brought to our attention is that in the process of training as a Defence Force member, there is, for want of a better term, a kind of hardening, toughening up kind of approach, especially around emotional responses. People tend to some extent, not to express as much emotion. And I'm just wondering, you know, and essentially you get on with the job and you work with your team and you do what's required. And yet in the aftermath of a critical incident or a potentially traumatic exposure, one of the issues that you're trying to do in this debriefing process is actually, I guess, say to individuals, you might have an emotional response to this, it's okay, etc. And I'm just wondering, you know, there's a kind of a tension between, on the one hand, being trained not to express emotions, and on the other hand, acknowledging your emotions. And we know from other testimony that we've heard that part of the issue with people who experience PTSD is that the emotion kind of gets buried and then, you know, eventually works its way out sometime later on. So I'm just wanting to get a sense of whether or not you have and this is just a subjective assessment, I appreciate, but how much people are actually encouraged or able to acknowledge that emotional content, as opposed to it being more a lip service, but it kind of doesn't really, you know, take prominence. I don't think that's very eloquently expressed, I'm sorry, but hopefully you understand what I'm trying to get at.
Ma'am, I do understand what you are saying, and it is my experience that these things, yes, there is a tension, but they do coexist, particularly following a very traumatic incident, and the encouragement that is given to groups and to individuals is one that I think suits the purpose for what we're trying to achieve. We're providing people the opportunity to express their emotions, and there are multiple mechanisms for them to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple of quick issues. I think, and I may have this wrong, so please correct me if I have, but I think I heard a little bit earlier that for the debrief that takes place after a critical incident, it's not about discussing from each of the individuals, each of them putting forward their views about what happened. Have I got that right?
Yes, sir, you have.
If you don't do that, then what actually takes place?
So my experience has been on a debrief that's immediately occurred after a critical incident is that a commander and that commander's team will present the facts of what has happened for the incident to have occurred. Then there will be the opportunity for those individuals to seek support, whether it's as a small group, a large group, or individually through the professionals. And it is my experience that a reflection of individuals about what had happened, that comes later. So in the immediate aftermath, it's just providing the opportunity, and later on they'll be given that opportunity.
So when you say provided the opportunity, they're not provided the opportunity to speak, just to listen to what the senior officers feel has happened.
In the first instance, and it might be at a memorial service that their opportunity is given to them. If it's talking about the facts of what happened to the incident, that's part of the investigative process my colleague was talking about. And a lot of the people who were involved, who were at that debrief, probably weren't involved in the incident. They're on the peripherals of it, but it needs to be explained to them what the critical incident was.
So is it because of the danger of cross-contamination of the witnesses, if I can use that term, those who actually were there and were involved, you don't want them to individually describe what they think happened so that you don't cross-contaminate their evidence? Is that the purpose?
I'm going to refer to Captain Kerr in a second, sir, but that was not my intent as part of that answer. I was definitely not trying to say that we're keeping people apart. It was just to provide facts to people involved about what has happened.
I appreciate that. Captain Kerr, can you shed any light?
That is correct, Commissioner. So in the first instance, what we're trying to do is have people understand what has occurred and what is going to occur next. And part of that is to explain to them that there will be an investigative inquiry process, or probably actually several, particularly the more egregious the incident. So, for instance, a death, there will be probably a number of processes. There will obviously be our investigation. There will be aspects that fall into the coronial space. If it happens in Australia, there will be a Comcare investigation. There will possibly be a police investigation. There are many things will occur. And the problem is, as we all know, if everybody starts talking about their experience, then there's a possibility that people will start conflating their own evidence, so they will take on board what other people have said. And that is not a process that is helpful down the track when we're trying to actually establish what really did occur, and therefore to identify what we could do to prevent such occurrences in the future.
I understand that. One final issue, and you may or may not be able to answer this organisationally across the ADF. Is there any process that you're aware of where critical incidents and their aftermath are collated, analysed, and some conclusions or findings drawn for lessons learned, if you like, or lessons noted out of what has occurred? Is there any area within the three services that collates all of that as a, if you like, a institutional memory of what has gone wrong in one place or another?
I can't speak for the individual services. What I can, I suppose, say, Commissioner, is that it is a very large and complex organisation, and there are a number of reflective processes that go on within it in order to try and identify what has occurred, whether we see certain patterns of things occurring, what research can be done into particular instances, whether that be, as the Commission is trying to establish, suicides, whether we can see certain patterns over time where there can be interventions. Is there a single area within defence? I don't believe so, Senator, Commissioner.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Commissioner Douglas has one more question.
Arising out of that, would the IGADF provide such an opportunity for certain events?
You would, of course, have to speak to the IGDF about that. I can't speak for what he does. I mean, certainly they see a large number of things come through. There will be patterns that they may observe, but again, you would have to ask them.
And there have been inquiries into larger events, haven't there, such as the Black Hawk disaster that happened up here in 1996?
I mean, such disasters, whether it be a Black Hawk, whether it be a fire, West Australia fire, they do bring lessons.
But there are formal inquiries as well.
There are formal inquiries. So there may be commissions of inquiries. There may, if it be something like the Voyager disaster, there may be a Royal Commission.
Yes.
That is unusual, of course. But there certainly are inquiry processes that look into what occurred, why it occurred, and what could be done to prevent it occurring again.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Free, any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Ms. Cullen, any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Ms. Longbottom, any matters arising?
I just had one question arising. Group Captain Bredden, you identified that size is one of the criteria relevant to determining whether or not a psychologist will be deployed. Can I ask, is the risk of that deployment a relevant criteria as well?
Yes, Council.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. If there's no other matters, I understand two of the witnesses are returning for more participation. Who's to be excused from their
That's correct, Commissioner. Can you please release Captain Kerr and Lieutenant Colonel Landwarn? Before you do, could I just thank the members for their contributions to this topic of deployment? It's identified, it's both been informative and identified some relevant areas of inquiry that we'll look forward to exploring in further hearings.
Thank you. So for the two who are excused, thank you. And for the panel generally, as Councillor Assisting said, thank you for the effort you've put into supplying information for us and for your evidence today. There will be more to discuss as we go along, obviously. And I think part of the evidence today has highlighted for us that there are gaps that we need to be looking at, which we will be doing. Okay. If there's no other matters, we'll break for lunch and return at 1:30. Sorry, 1:15. 1:15, I'm corrected.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, Mr. Free.
Commissioner, I'm not sure if you formally excused the Group Captain, Lieutenant Colonel from their summonses.
Sorry, so who were the two witnesses that are excused?
As I understand, it should be Captain Kerr and Lieutenant Colonel Landwarn, but I stand to be corrected by my learned friend.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you, so ordered. Thank you again. Okay, we'll adjourn for lunch.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned until 1:15 p.m. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr Singleton.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Subject to any administrative matters that anyone may wish to raise, the evidence this afternoon will comprise the evidence of two panels, both looking at the issue of medical discharge and the medical employment classification system. I'll introduce the panels in a moment, but might I just set the context with a few remarks. I'll be asking the questions for the first panel. The three panellists are already here and I'll introduce them momentarily. Mr Connor will be questioning the second panel. The Defence Act 1903 provides for members of the ADF to be discharged upon failing drug tests, and otherwise the grounds upon which members might be discharged or otherwise leave the ADF are listed in the Defence Regulation 2016. It provides for various ways in which members might leave the ADF, and they include retirement, redundancy, and a determination by a relevant authority that it is not in the interests of the ADF for the member to remain in service, or administrative discharge. Today's topic is medical discharge. Medical discharge accounts for around 20% of the discharges from the ADF each year. Various statistics also indicate that there is a higher than average rate of suicidality among those who have been medically discharged, and it is therefore an important topic for the Royal Commission to explore. The primary documents governing the medical discharge process, and in particular the medical employment classification system, are the Military Personnel Manual or Policy Manual and the Defence Health Manual. The former prevails over the latter to the extent of any inconsistency. Both have application across the ADF, and the key feature of the regime is what I've been calling the Military Employment Classification System, and we'll probably often call the MEC system during the afternoon, which establishes 5 levels of capacity, ranging at MEC 1 from fully deployable without qualification. MEC 11 is a subcategory to that effect, through to MEC 5, which broadly speaking entails a path to discharge. Within each of these 5 levels there are several sub-levels or sub-classifications. Beneath the 2 key policy documents that I mentioned, each service has its own policies and procedures for determining whether or not a member will be medically discharged. That probably overstates it a little bit, for each service has its own subordinate documentation that affects the process, which won't be the subject of this afternoon's discussion, as we'll be focusing on the high-level material in the time available. There are some differences between the 3 service arms, but the major components are across the system. We may have a little bit of time occasionally to mention a difference between services, and we have 2 of the 3 services represented today. This afternoon's first panel will address the concepts, policies, official procedures and so on of the MEC system, with some emphasis on the more serious cases that can lead to a medical discharge. The second panel, which will be questioned by Mr Connor, will focus more on the administration of the system at Laverack Barracks. Before commencing the oral evidence of the first panel, I propose to deal with the documentary tenders. I might ask the operator to bring up the tender bundle list and just to scroll through a couple of the pages to allow everybody to see them. Commissioners, you will have seen a little blue shading covering some of the material. There are some unresolved confidentiality claims. Nevertheless, what I seek to do is to tender all the documents on the list, with the ones shaded in blue tendered confidentially for the time being, and on the basis that once they're redacted as necessary, they will become public exhibits.
Thank you. I assume that's agreeable, Mr Fordham? Yep. So they're accepted on that basis, and they'll be allocated the next consecutive numbers.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I'll ask the three panellists who are already present in the pseudo witness box at the witness table to be sworn or affirm as required.
Lieutenant Colonel Scott Foster, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Commander Samantha Jackal, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Dr. Darrell Duncan, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Panellists, I'm just going to go from my left to right. Lieutenant Colonel Foster, could you tell the Commission your full name, rank and current posting?
Council, my name is Lieutenant Colonel Scott Foster. I'm currently posted to Career Management Army in Army, and my current position is Staff Officer Grade 1 Separations.
Commander Jackal, could you introduce yourself in the same way, please?
Commander Samantha Jackal. I am currently posted to Career Management Navy in the Deputy Director of the Military Employment Classification Review Board.
Dr. Duncan, could you tell the Commission your full name?
Dr. Darrell John Duncan, and I'm the Director of Strategic Clinical Assurance and Ethics in Joint Health Command.
And you appear today in your capacity as an Australian public servant, is that correct?
That's correct.
But you happen to be a Brigadier in the Reserves.
Correct.
Dr. Duncan, perhaps I could begin with you. Does MEC, MEC, indeed stand for Military Employment Classification?
It does. Yes,
Previously, did it stand for Medical Employment Classification?
yes, it did.
The change occurred so that the title of the classification system more accurately reflected the nature and purpose of the system, is that right? In broad.
Council, yes, I'd agree with that.
In particular, the system is ultimately one of resource management, in particular human resources, is that right?
Correct. It was to emphasise it was a person management function.
I realise I opened on this, but I'll get confirmation if I may, or contradiction if necessary. Is it indeed the case that the MEC is described in the Military Personnel Manual and the Defence Personnel Manual?
Correct.
And could you just give us an indication of what significance your role has for the operation or management of the MEC system, and what perspective you bring to the discussion?
The primary perspective actually is as much my reserve perspective. Since the system came in about 2000, one of my reserve roles has been to review cases being presented to the MECRB, the Military Employment Classification Review Board, MECRB, with consideration of what their MEC should be. So I've been actively applying and reviewing cases since then. At the moment, my current role is in this area is around reviewing concerns or complaints or submissions to ministers and that sort of stuff about that may involve their MEC classification and providing advice on the appropriateness or otherwise.
We'll come to the detail, but just for a little bit of context for that, the medical officers, the medical professionals have a significant role, which is essentially advisory. Others make decisions, is that right?
We make decisions on the MEC, and when certain criteria are met, it becomes a personnel management decision to around retention, around employment and deployment of those people.
We'll come to the detail.
Yep.
Lieutenant Colonel, you are a chair of a MEC review board, is that right?
That's correct, Council.
Do you play any other role, it's a pretty significant role, but do you play any other role in the administration of the MEC system?
In my capacity as the Army Chair, or one of the Army Chairs, and also the, I guess the SO1 for my section and my area of responsibility, I manage the process once it comes into the MECRB, but I also have inputs into post-decision and also assist commanders at unit level in regards to the management of individuals post the decision.
How many MEC review boards are there for the Army?
In 2021, I ran about 3,500 MEC review boards.
And are you using the term in the sense of a meeting of people who are constituted ad hoc? Is that the sense in which you, or did all of those boards exist for the whole of the year?
So, I guess to provide context, Council, to the way we run our boards, if that's the question you're asking.
It isn't actually. So perhaps I'll rephrase it. My fault for not getting it right. How many MEC review board chairs are there in the Army?
There are a number of chairs. So there is myself. I have a major who works for me, who is also a chair. The vast majority of MEC RB decisions will be made by the two of us. I also have a number of additional chairs that I guess manage to ensure that the right person makes decisions based on their rank and position, and that's delegated down to us by the CDF regulations. Did you want me to identify who those positions are? All up about 5 individuals that would act as a MEC RB chair.
And if I could turn to you, Commander, you also are a MEC RB chair, in your case for the Navy, is that right?
That is correct, Council.
Do you know how many MEC RB chairs the Navy has?
2.
Does anybody happen to know how many the Air Force has? And if you don't, that's fine. We'll find a document somewhere.
If I may, Councillor, I think they're structured similar to Navy, so they have a primary one, and then there are, because of rank-based decisions, they have certain people who are delegated to be chairs when they need an appropriate rank to make a decision, based on the rank of the member being considered.
And is a factor in determining who's the appropriate chair to make a decision the nature of the issue, the seriousness of the medical condition, or anything like that, or is it just rank?
I might start off with that one if I can, Council. So the CDF has delegated certain authorities as part of his delegations down to the 3 services, and I guess I can talk on that behalf. And dependent on certain ranks, will determine which delegate will be the decision maker for certain MEC decisions. Hopefully that answers your question.
Do you as the chair, or is there a chair, another lieutenant colonel or higher rank in the Army who is a chair of a MEC RB on a regular basis?
I would utilise a number of senior officers to act as MEC RB chairs if it's required based on a particular case.
How many, are you in effect a coordinator who is really running the show?
Absolutely, Councillor. That's a good way to put it, yes.
Thank you for that. Perhaps I could turn to you, Dr. Duncan, and I'll ask the operator to bring up your statement. It has the code number DEF 999 0015 0080. And I see it's up. If we could go to page 0082, at the bottom of the page, and you'll see there that paragraph 16, by all means, panellists, if you have your statements, you can look at the paper version, but the rest of us, or many of us, will look at the screen. And I'll just ask the operator just to scroll down slowly to see the rest of 16. Do you see, Doctor, that what your paragraph here does is list the various MEC classifications by and subclassifications by the label that appears in the 2 policy documents previously mentioned?
That's correct.
So the terminology, for example, if we go back towards the top, and I thank the operator for being so cooperative, MEC J11 is a subcategory. In a sense, it's MEC J11. What do you normally call it? Just if you're speaking, 11 or 11?
11, MEC J11.
So MEC J11 is there described as fully employable fully employable and deployable. No doubt there's more description to be found elsewhere, but that particular label is one that does appear in the policy documents, doesn't it?
It does now, yes.
And give or take a word or a letter, the labels and descriptions that appear in your list here are taken from the policy documents.
They are, correct.
Could I just, if we scroll down, you'll see your paragraph, that A and that B is part of your statement, not what was in the manual, but at paragraph 16B of your statement, we can see that you've identified the label for MEC 2 and the label for some of the subcategories. Is it also the case that, as well as J23 and beyond, there's a J21 deployable with defined restrictions and a J22 deployable with defined restrictions and or required materiel support?
Councillor, yes, they've been overlooked.
Just in effect a typo.
Yes.
Yeah. Is there a MEC 43? If we look down, we can see a gap.
Councillor, no, not anymore. If I can explain why, that's now taken over by MEC J53. So until 2017 or 2019, the last revision of the mill purse man, J43 was there, but it's moved to J53 now, with a very similar meaning.
Yes, and J29 has a slightly different formatting here. That there's no particular special significance to J29. Is that just a formatting matter there?
Yes, it is.
In these codes, does J stand for joint, indicating that the classification or subclassification applies to the whole ADF?
Councillor, yes, but if I could add, any of these codes can be used for any member of the ADF if they need to be. For instance, an Army person serving on board as part of a ship's company or on board ship, if they need an M classification, they will get an M classification. So it's for the maritime environment and the joint environment. Yes.
So, right, so the M classifications for anybody in the maritime environment, mostly Navy,
yes.
But not necessarily. Same for the L classification, which stands for land?
Correct.
Now, would that land L classification apply to personnel on an airbase who do not fly?
It could, but traditionally the Air Force don't use it. Army just uses those ones. And once again, having been instrumental in those classifications appearing in policy, they're meant to represent Army people who can function in a defensive base and go outside the wire a little way, and others who really need to stay inside the wire and in the base and can perform defensive tasks there. So there's very Army-specific meaning to those two.
And there is no, I'm sorry,
You're right.
very keen. There is no A classification for air, it's just general or joint, maritime or land.
Correct.
Could I turn to you, Commander? What's the difference between employable and deployable in this classification system? In broad terms, not every detail.
Council, when we're looking at employable, a member is able to be employed in their work group or their category or their corps within employment restrictions. When we're looking at deployable for Navy, it's to be able to serve at sea, but it's also to be able to undertake operations either in Australia or overseas.
And could I ask you just to notice that at J12, there's a reference to a restriction. At M24 and M25, a reference to a limitation. What's the difference between a restriction and a limitation in this context?
Council, so an employment restriction is how we can employ a member. So it will have, there are specific employment restrictions for a member where they may be able to require medical assistance, they may need pharmaceutical resupply, they may have restrictions where they aren't able to perform certain duties, general duties, military duties, are specific to their category as well. When we're talking about their limitations, that is where there may be limitations in terms of access to certain areas where there may not be access to healthcare or where there may be limitations in being able to get a member back to, from the maritime environment, back to land or to healthcare.
And you'll see that along with limitations, there's the word defined. Does the word defined in this context, whether it be a limitation or a restriction, indicate that the limitation or restriction will have been drafted for a specific individual circumstances, or is there a list of available options in that regard, or some other answer?
So they will generally be defined by the Defence Health Manual, and also there is restrictions for the maritime environment as well.
So it's a matter of a MEC review board or a medical officer and maybe others, identifying previously prescribed restrictions and limitations to see if they're applicable.
Yes.
And Colonel, could I turn to you? You'll see that there's a difference between requirements, for example, in J12, and material support, for example, in J2. In practical, what is the difference between requirements and material support?
Council, so material support would include access to health facilities, pharmaceutical care, those types of things. Requirements would be very similar. I might refer that point to Dr. Duncan if I can.
Certainly.
Who might be able to provide more clarity on that one.
Yes, thanks, Council. J12, the requirements relate to what we would call non-showstopper requirements, can I put it that way? For instance, J12 signifies that someone's wearing glasses. Could be wearing glasses. It could be that they need orthotics for their footwear, but they can function without them. It could mean they need cholesterol lowering drugs, but if they don't have them for 6 months, it doesn't matter. Most of the other, anything that is more significant so will have an impact on their health if they don't have access to it, or their impact on their ability to work in a deployed environment, will put them into one of the other classifications.
The medical assessments that feed into the process are, depending on details and circumstances, often conducted by medical officers, sometimes by appropriately trained nurses. Is that right?
No, Council. It'll be a nurse practitioner. That specific class, it's not every nurse.
Yes.
So nurse practitioners can be authorised to do them, but the majority of them are done by medical officers.
Yes. Now, are those medical officers particularly trained in the needs of military, naval or Air Force life or work?
Council, yes. In essence, while it's not a formal credentialing process, there are some training courses that we expect doctors who start work with Defence under any classification to perform. And then it's almost like a typical medical apprenticeship system. So we observe their work in the health centre over a period of time, and when we think they've got it, they will be allowed to do a MEC review. The first few under supervision, so they'll write it up. Someone more senior will say yes or no and have the discussion about the nuances of it. And then eventually they'll get their ticket to be able to do it solo.
When you say that they're expected to do certain courses, does that indicate a strong encouragement or a requirement?
A requirement.
And I realise that the entire medical profession can't be summarised in a couple of sentences, but is a significant part of the work of doing a MEC assessment or a MEC review to try and match up a medical diagnosis or issue or assessment with various requirements of the occupation of the person being assessed.
Yes, it's that balancing act and that effectively risk assessment and risk management approach to their condition.
Do you know how many of the medical officers who are doing this work are occupational physicians?
Almost none.
Potentially, at least, would there be some benefit? Would an occupational physician have particularly useful qualifications for this kind of work?
Council, I hope they're not watching me, not necessarily. While they bring a particular slant to medical profession, it's actually, to me, an even more specific set of skill sets that you bring once you've been working around the military for a while. So any specialist could do it. Doesn't have to be a GP. We just use GPs a lot. But any doctor could become enshrined enough to be able to do it. It's not necessarily the occupational physician that would be a significant benefit.
I'm certainly not suggesting other doctors couldn't. But could it be that having an occupational physician or two might make a contribution both to the system and maybe give them a head start in learning this particular trade?
Council, we certainly have occupational physicians involved in policy settings, involved in reviewing some of the criteria. The most effective teachers I've found are the people in the health centre who are doing the primary care function as well, and then can give the new GP or nurse practitioner that feel for how to pick when things need to progress to the MEC and need to be done by the MEC. In an ideal world, the assessment of the MEC would happen at the end of each consultation. So it may well be if we're sending them to the MEC-RB, we would want something of a higher level, but most of the MEC system can be implemented by GPs.
I'll just invite Colonel Foster and Commander Juckle just to note, I think on the screen somewhere, second page near the bottom, J41 and J42, because we're going to come back to them, but they're also going to leave the screen now. I'm going to ask the operator to display Colonel Foster's statement, which I don't think I've identified yet. It's DEF *999 0016 0029. And in a moment we'll go to page 0044 and have a look at paragraph 48. While that's being done, Colonel, at paragraph 48 of your statement, you give what you call a good example of the use of MEC 41, namely a dental nurse who develops an allergy to latex, so can't wear the gloves and can't continue in that particular employment. So we've got the first page of your statement has come up, and in a moment we'll go to page 0044. Just to refresh your memory, I wonder if you could just step us through how this hypothetical dental assistant might progress through the different MEC numbers and why. Perhaps assume that this person was J11 before the allergy set in and where they end up.
Yes, Council. So this member may well have been fully employable and deployable at some point in their career. Noting they're a dental nurse, they may at some point have had an allergy as part of their work. In this example, the allergy to latex, which is a key resource they use as part of their work. Ongoing use of that would effectively render that individual not able to continue in their current employment. So the member would have been referred through to through the MEC system, through the MEC-RB system, to attend MEC-RB at some point. And at that stage, there would have been a discussion from an Army perspective. I would have taken that member into what we call an in-session MEC-RB, which is effectively a round table discussion with all the key stakeholders to the MEC-RB.
And we will come to the detail of how the process works.
But the MEC-J41 would have been discussed as one idea in regards to retaining this member in service. They currently, and that is based on clinical advice, but a raft of other issues as well. And we would have looked at J41 as an option to retain, again, if the member is interested in looking at other options of service.
Now, this particular dental assistant, might that dental assistant have been a soldier before getting an extra qualification and becoming a dental assistant?
So all our members are soldiers, Council, and as part of their recruit training, currently that member would know that they are entering Army as a dental assistant, and they would be given the same training at recruit training that everyone else would be given.
So let's put our dental assistant to one side. Here's another, I'll call the typical soldier who's going to do infantry work. Do they get tested for latex allergies?
Not that I'm aware of.
So just assume that they're not. Why would this dental assistant be non-deployable when he or she has trained in the infantry or some other relevant military occupation? They can't do the specialty of dental assistant, but they're fully qualified as a soldier. Why would they not be deployable?
Council, we deploy individuals for specific roles. Clearly this individual who is a dental assistant and has trained as a dental assistant would not be trained in the same areas as a infantry soldier, or the expectations we would put on an infantry soldier. So it would be inappropriate for us to deploy this individual into that type of environment if we've assessed that due to current allergies or what have you in regards to their current trade, they can't then deploy as a result of that.
So a possible outcome for this hypothetical person would be, upon the onset or recognition of the allergy classified as J41, can't be employed or deployed in the role. But the outcome might be J11 because they are trained up with maybe a catch-up course to rejoin the general infantry. Is that possible?
No, that's not necessarily how it works, Council. So what we would do is, as part of the MECRB process, the J41 is it's effectively a holding MEC, if you like.
Yep.
So as part of that process, we, i.e. the MECRB, we would then engage with other career managers to understand where gaps are in certain trades and corps. We would then, as part of the MEC J41 determination, we would then, as part of that set of documentation, we advise through the CO to the member that these are a list of alternative job employments that you could have. It's then up to the member to make a decision. They can either appeal the decision or they can accept one of those trades that we've looked at on that list. And then what we would do is that member will then be transferred to the new corps and the trade that they've accepted, and then they will have 12 months to get back up to a deployable MEC in their new trade.
Does every soldier have to have a trade?
Yes, they do, Council.
So, yeah, and it might be rifleman, for example.
Absolutely, yes.
And so the person's got, in this example, 12 months to get up to speed to be designated as a rifleman or any other trade, might be a tank mechanic, could be anything, and they would then, all other things being equal, be reclassified at that point as J11.
Yes, so they will then come back through the MECRB process. They've done their training, they're back up to speed. We would then give them a deployable MEC, and then they carry on with their new job.
Commander, could I turn to you regarding J42? I'm not going to go through every single classification. I just thought two illustrations might help. J42 is employment at service discretion, duration up to 5 years at any one time. Are you in a position to give a hypothetical, hopefully realistic illustration of how that classification might work?
Council, yes. J42 is where a member is not able to be deployed in the long term, but they have a set of skills and they have experience that we want to retain. For example, in Navy, we may have a warfare officer who is no longer able to go to sea because they have a medical condition that precludes that. But they have experience and skills that we can utilise to continue to train other members and to contribute to our capability. And so therefore we will seek to retain that member. for the longer term. So we will look at, in consultation with medical, to ensure that they are able to continue to be employed, in consultation with their workplace to ensure that there are positions available and that we want to retain them, and in consultation with career management as well to ensure that they can progress their career at J42. We will then look at whether there is an option to retain that member, and they will be given a position identified to contribute to capability, and we will then look to employ them. We have a review in 2 to 5 years for members, and that's simply to enable us to look at posting options and where we will progress their career.
And I'll get the operator to bring up your statement, which is DEF 999 0018 0001. While that's being done, can I ask whose discretion is it whether someone can continue employed even though not deployable?
It's part of the Career Management Agency and it's the MECRB chair.
So you're one of the not very many in the ADF who would have that authority?
Yes.
I take it you would consult with the potential next posting commander to make sure it's a sensible decision?
So I consult with the Career Management Agency, so the member's career manager, who is responsible for facilitating their postings and where they will be employed next. And they will be the ones that will advise that there is the ability to retain this member.
And if you exercise your discretion that someone shall remain in the service, even though not deployable, the Career Management Agency and others have the duty of finding the right place?
Yes.
I'll ask the operator to bring up page 8 of your statement. On that page is paragraph 44. And you speak there of the instability of employment of some people. In fairness to you, we'll just wait for it to come up. There it is. Are the people covered by this paragraph people who include those with the classification just discussed, J42?
Yes.
Now, are you aware of any need of the ADF or some other justification to keep people on a perpetually insecure employment footing with the requirement to have a review every 5 years or sometimes more often?
We continue to review members every 5 years because of the fact that we need to consider their current medical condition. So they need to be reviewed for their medical condition to ensure that the employment that we continue to offer is compatible with any restrictions that they may have, any employment restrictions. We review on a regular basis as well in terms of our capability requirements. Our members are being retained to continue to contribute to capability. We need to ensure that we still have the ability to employ them.
This review of which you speak is not just going to see the GP or the medical officer as we all do from time to time. It's a more formal MEC review, is that right?
That is correct, Council. It is a referral back to the MECRB.
Now, somebody else who'd never been classified downwards to J42 would continue to see the medical officer from time to time, and is it not the case the medical officer would act if there was a decline in that person's health that might warrant a review?
Yes.
So we've now got somebody who is seeing a GP effectively, or a medical officer from time to time, as we all do. He's no doubt aware of whatever the medical condition was that prevented him or her from going to see. I'm not a doctor, but maybe it's a cholesterol problem. It appears that it is, from the ADF's point of view, not sufficient that doctor, that medical officer could initiate a MEC process. It's going to happen automatically whether it's needed or not. That's right, isn't it?
Council, if I may clarify.
Please.
With regards to a J42, the member is employed at service discretion. So the member is employable, but they are not deployable. What you were referring to previously, where a member is continually reviewed, it is expected that member is deployable and employable. When we have a requirement for our members to be deployed on a regular basis and meet the nexus of our government, then we need to ensure that we are able to provide that capability where we continue to employ members who are not continually deployable. Then we need to continually review their ability to contribute and whether we have the ability to support them.
What I'm suggesting to you that there is a mechanism to keep the person under review. The decision's already been made that, and we've hypothesised it's you've made a decision. This person is to be employed. It's the Career Management Authority's responsibility to find the right spot. That being in place, there is a mechanism to monitor the person's health through the ordinary medical officer consultations. There is a mechanism for that officer to trigger a new review if it's needed. But the ADF is not satisfied by that. It requires an automatic review at least every 5 years. Thus far, that's a correct description, is it not?
Correct, Council.
And the only justification you've mentioned is that the ADF has to maintain overall a deployable force, correct?
Correct.
Now that requirement could be met by more broad measurements, management measurements, could it not? By just monitoring the number of people on the different classifications. And if, for example, the number of people on J42 just got too many, it might then be necessary to look into what's going to be done about that problem. And I suggest to you, and I'll invite all of the panellists to comment because it's a policy matter, that the need of the ADF that underpins this requirement for regular reviews is not enough to justify the distress that arises from the instability that you mentioned at 44.
Great.
Do you see the issue? Is there a point here, or would you reject what I've put?
Agreed.
I'll come down the table. Doctor, would you wish to comment on this particular issue?
I might add a bit of context.
Please.
I know in one of the statements to give or notices to give, we referred to Dr. David Dunt's comment about HO. This J42 is actually a descendant of HO. So the linkage comes through as we revise MECs. This is what that classification came.
I think HO is home only.
Home only for Army, and the other services had their own variant of it. But it was someone who we didn't want to deploy offshore. And so that's where this has come from. And I think I would agree with your premise that when we came in, we weren't certain about how the impact of this, because we didn't want everyone to be HO or J42. And so the 5-year was arguably an arbitrary timeframe for the Career Management Agency to say, do we still need this person? So you're quite right, the medical condition's taken care of. If it goes poor, there's mechanisms to bring it up. But if they're stable, the other part of the puzzle is does the service discretion about retention. And so there's a fixed point in time to think about that, think about their posting, and then move on with the next 2, 3, 5-year cycle. So in my experience, each of the MEC-RBs has had a different approach to that time frame, and they've often coincided it with the next posting cycle. So they will say, we're going to put you in this posting for this period of time. We're then going to bring you back, see if you want to stay, see if we've got a job for you, see if we're on, one, and then we'll make another decision. So that's the cycle it's gone through.
Yeah, of course, it's one thing to say to every member of the entire ADF, in theory at least, every few years you may be deployed and you may be in Hobart one day and Townsville the next, and you may deeply regret that move. But that's the way all of the services operate. But it's another to say to one particular person, you may be deployed somewhere you don't like. That's different from you may be unemployed. And perhaps I could turn to get your comments, if any, Colonel Foster, anything you would wish to add or detract.
So J42, we approach J42 as what we call a retention MEC. So the alternative to J42 is J5, so medically unfit and looking towards medical separation. So there's a lot of work done by the MEC-RB chairs and a lot of discussion and inputs from a number of stakeholders when we look at J42, because J42 is employment at service discretion. So there has to be a requirement from the service to need to employ that person for varying skill sets or what have you. The priority here from a requirement perspective to have that member coming back for review is the duty of care we have to that member. So whilst we're looking at a capability requirement, which is why we're offering the 4.2, we have to make sure that the members, above all else, the members' medical conditions are considered and then they're reviewed regularly. And from my experience, there is no difference to that than the requirement for members within the ADF to have to do their regular medical checkups. It's a very similar type of process. So, whether that's a yearly presentation or a 5-yearly presentation of part of our normal readiness requirements. The requirement for J52 review is along similar lines. It's a duty of care from the service to the member.
And would not a properly discharged duty of care take into account the matter that Commander Juckle has mentioned in her statement, that it is for many people distressing and aggravating of mental health conditions to have the sword of Damocles hanging over them year after year, no job security. That doesn't apply to those who just have to go for a regular medical checkup.
Council, I would suggest that, and not disagreeing with Commander Juckle, the service is saying to the member that we still value you. That is why we are offering the J42. We would be well within our rights as a MECRB to separate the member based on the clinical advice that is available at that time. But we are making an effort to retain that member, retain the capability, and say to the member that we still value, so we want to continue to employ you. Yes, there would be at times some insecurity because a member knows that it may only be for the next posting cycle, for example. But I think that is clearly articulated to the member as part of the issuance of the determination.
Right, I'll just ask the operator to stay on this page, but to expand paragraph 41. Just to remind, this is Commander Juckle's statement. At paragraph 41, you'll see, I'm going to ask you, Colonel, about this. From a MECRB perspective, and in accordance with policy, the consideration of deployability is not an essential requirement of service. Do you agree with that?
Council, I think over time that has potentially changed, that definition. I think the ADF of today, and this is my observation and my experience, the ADF of today is not the ADF of even 5 years ago. And the types of activities we're involved in is much more broader. So the requirement to have an individual to be deployable as well as employable is not necessarily something we need to apply across the whole force. There is a requirement to recruit and employ individuals that are not necessarily deployable because of the specialist skill sets they have.
Let me just try and, firstly, Mil-Persman, in capital letters there, that's a contraction of Military Personnel Manual?
Yes, it is.
Has that manual been materially changed in the last 5 years?
It has, and it has regular updates. If I can provide some context.
Well, we probably haven't got time. We will get it in due course.
Okay.
Give it if you need it for the next question. But you've indicated that, when I asked you whether you agreed with this statement, you've indicated life in the things have changed. Do you agree that, with the ultimate proposition that deployability is not an essential requirement of service?
Council, the requirement of the Defence Force is to deploy forces in austere and harsh environments, and I think we've heard that over a number of witnesses, and that is the primacy of the ADF. So we need to ensure that we have a workforce that is able to satisfy that requirement. There will be times, however, where we need them to have individuals that will not be deployable or in a position where they can be deployed into those types of environments, but we can continue to employ them in specialist type roles or employ them where we have certain gaps in our workforce.
Well, perhaps I'd just ask Dr. Duncan to come in on this issue. I'll just ask the operator to bring up your statement. I'm not sure whether we have displayed it, but could Dr. Duncan's statement be brought up at page 0086 and paragraph 27? You address something along the lines of this topic there. Could you give us your views, Doctor, on whether or not deployability is essential, if it's something that you feel you can, if you have anything to add?
I fear, please stop me if I go back too far, because I've seen this now over many years and the emphasis has changed. And I think we went through a period of time in the OOs in particular where there was a high tempo of deployment. There was very little capacity for people to be retained who could not contribute to a deployable status, and deployment was a measure of that. Deployability was a measure of that, and certainly from a health system perspective, from the time I started doing this, I was told you are assessing someone's ability to go to war. So that's the MEC advice, and that's the MEC system. I think what Colonel Foster is referring to is that recognition, as we've got better at this or smarter at this, that there are some grey areas and there are some areas around the boundary where not everyone is going to be expected to deploy, and certainly I think the Navy's view is that there are many people who will never get on a boat again, a ship again and deploy, and so they want to retain them. And I think it's the services are recognising that there is a large number of people and large number of positions that are best in uniform, but will not necessarily need to be assessed against a deployable MEC. The great majority of the force needs to be assessed against deployability.
All right, before we move on, Commander Juckle, did you want to reply to anything that's been said in the last few minutes on this topic?
I've got nothing to add.
That's right. I'll ask for Dr. Duncan's statement to be brought up at the bottom of page 0084 and over the page 0085. We've got two paragraphs of present importance, paragraphs 20 and 21. In these paragraphs, Doctor, you firstly list 4 key issues affecting deployability and then 3 broad categories of conditions that lead to questions about a member's deployability from a health perspective. Although there's a broad and useful statements, and although they're a summary, would you expect this list to be reflected or reflective of the general understanding of those who administer the MEC system? In other words, is this a controversial analysis or
No, Council, I don't think it's controversial. They may not put it in those terms because they haven't been asked to think down and sit down and write about it. And at the policy setting level, we think about how we frame things in principles so that they can be applied without being didactic. So I don't think there'd be any contention with many others.
You've just had the time and the background to think about it and express it.
Yeah,
more than others might have had the time. Could you just have a look at paragraph 20D? That's the 4th of the key issues. Should another factor be added? The factor of the consequences if the member's medication is not readily available. So we've got the consequences. How severe are the consequences? I'm sorry, we've got the likelihood there. I'm sorry, we've got consequences, but should we add to that the factor of likelihood that the medication won't be available?
Council, if putting it in the risk language, one of the reasons why this is on the list is part of that pre-deployment assessment, that pre-deployment preparation, is to say, is this person on any medication and will that be available overseas? noting there's always the risk that they won't get it or the chance that they won't get it there. But, you know, what is the importance of it, and how do we make sure they have, if we're going to deploy them, how do we make sure that they will have access to it? So that's that part of that risk assessment. This would lead to risk mitigation, such as some of the restrictions that say they need access to regular medication, and that would trigger a process in the pre-deployment phase to say, what medication do they need? Is it compatible in that environment? Will they be able to get it? Can we get a resupply to them? Can they carry the 6 months worth on their body or on their person in their pack? They're the considerations that flow from that. So while it says consequence, it's because the likelihood will be taken care of in that pre-deployment phase.
So could I just make sure I understand it?
Yeah.
The severity of the consequence is taken into account when the MEC level is determined, and it may well be that it leads to a limitation or a requirement for support, and the existence of the support or the satisfaction of the requirement, such as likelihood of availability of the medication, is taken into account by commanders before deploying someone who's got a J12 or lower.
If it was a factor, they wouldn't be J12, they'd be probably J21 or one of the others.
J21 or lower, yes.
And it's advice to the commanders, but it's health advice. So the health system would say, here's what is needed to make this person safe, or to have this person safe. Yes. And there would be a medical process to say, yes, we can support that, or if we weren't able to support it, it would go to the commander to say, we can't support this, are you willing to take the risk of deploying this person knowing it may go bad?
All right, I'll go to just one more. Paragraph, or item A within paragraph 21, you've got there just in context, there's the three types of conditions, mental health, medical and physical, as described. I just want to look at the first one. Does the ADF recognise that some mental health conditions do not give rise to any issue of deployability or access to ammunition?
Council, yes.
And it would then be a case by case or condition by condition.
I'd actually add the context that 20 years ago we would have said no.
Yes.
But the treatment, in particular the treatment and the management of those conditions have got as such that people can now be quite stable and quite safe to deploy with a mental health condition.
Actually, I forgot to turn the page before I said only one more. Now one more. Just have a look at 21B. You identify medical conditions.
Yes.
And you note that consideration needs to be given to whether Defence can care for these members in the event they have a medical episode overseas. Now, that appears to be a little different from what you're doing with medical conditions. Why is that not mentioned as a factor in 21A?
I think it's more just because of the different nature. What I'm really talking about there, and I've talked about, for instance, significant heart disease, the management of the best practice management of significant heart disease may be a cardiologist puts a stent in your heart vessels. That's not going to be available overseas. So if that gets a threshold of likelihood, then we would say we're not going to take the risk to deploy you. So that's what I mean by whether we can care for them while they're there if they need something. If someone has a condition that we know is highly likely to require surgery and they're going to somewhere where there's no surgeon, then we would say, look, we're not going to take that risk. That's the meaning of those about the medical condition.
Yeah, but does that analysis never apply to a mental health condition? Obviously, surgery may not, but...
Which bit of you mean, do they have care over there?
Well, you've said here that consideration has to be given to whether care can be provided for the medical episode.
Yes.
Do you give consideration to whether care is available for a mental health episode?
Yes, it's part of that factoring into the what support's available to the person when they're there, yes.
All right. Can I just turn to you, Commander? In your experience in the Navy in operating the MEC system, with respect to mental health conditions, do they always lead to a MEC review in practice?
Yes.
And Lieutenant Colonel Foster, your experience in practice?
In most cases, Council, they will if they're identified. Having said that, it is also dependent on your definition of a mental health issue. I think those of us that have been in the ADF for long enough all get anxiety and depression at some points, but that doesn't necessarily lead to a MECRB requirement. I think once it becomes, these issues become quite acute or chronic, and the chain of command is made aware of these, then absolutely they become a requirement to go to MECRB, yes.
So, Commander.
Council, can I just, was your question, does mental health lead to a MECRB situation, or does it lead to a review of the person's MEC?
Well, let's just put that in
All
context. There can be a MEC process which is determined by the chair on the papers, or there's a variety of criteria, but for more serious matters, one would expect a MEC RB chair to convene a meeting of stakeholders, discuss the matter and then make a decision. I realise that's not the whole picture, but Commander Juckle, is that a fair enough point or description before we go to Dr. Duncan's
So
issue?
just to clarify, Council, when we're talking about an assessment for mental health for a member for a MEC, that does not necessarily come to MEC-RB. That can also be done at the doctor, at the level of the local health centre by the doctors. But for a MEC-RB, there is an in-session where it is a complex case, so the board has a group of people that discuss, or otherwise what we call a desktop review, where for more simple cases, the chair MEC-RB will make a determination based on the information.
So let's clarify this. For some matters, can the medical officer herself or himself adjust a MEC classification?
Councillor, yes, that's the most common, and that's why I asked, because I was worried that you only thought MECs were changed by the MEC-RB. But there is a MEC process at health centre level that is almost entirely run by the health staff, where those adjustments are made up and down, and there are criteria about what then goes and gets presented to the board.
All right. Now, in that context, Commander Juckle, your answer was a lot shorter than the Colonel's. Did you want to adopt the extra detail that he gave, or is it different in the Navy?
Simply, Council, when I was referring to members with mental health issues, their MEC will be assessed. Again, when it is known and we are aware of it, their MEC will always be assessed, whether it is at the Garrison Health Centres or by MEC-RB.
We'll move on a little bit. I think we've got Dr. Duncan's statement still on screen, but I'll ask the operator to go to page 0087. On this page, Dr. Duncan, you're listing changes to the MEC system since the Dunt review a little over a decade ago. We can't discuss all of them. Could I ask you to just look at F, changes to the classifications, and then in particular Roman 4. Sometime in the last decade, the MEC 4 was amended in the way that you described. The previous classification, at least as labelled here, doesn't refer to discretion. Was the previous classification one in which the undeployable member could remain in the ADF on the basis of being employable without having to rely on the discretion of an officer with authority?
Council, not quite. There was a classification in that model that was called a critical skills waiver. And I think why the services changed it was there was then a formal definition of a critical skill, and they often wanted to keep people who didn't meet the criteria of having a critical skill. So the previous policy that mentioned that was the reason for keeping someone who was medically unfit in the long term didn't suit their needs. So in the re-ramp, it became J42 and service discretion.
Just trying to be clear, are you referring to there was just one classification here, members who are medically unfit for deployment or seagoing service in the long term, but there could be a waiver?
Yes.
And if there wasn't a waiver, they wouldn't be employed?
Correct. And the problem was the waiver was tied to having a critical skill, which had a formal definition that didn't meet service need. So the policy change led to it. The policy was changed.
I'll ask the operator to move on to the next page, 0088, and to bring up question 13 and the answer. Here, Doctor, you addressed the MEC system's adverse effects on people with mental health conditions, and at 34 you say that Defence is aware of these effects, and you also mentioned support. Is the ADF aware of whether or not the MEC system is having a distressing effect on, and perhaps contributing to the emergence of mental health issues in ADF members who don't have a mental health condition before they engage with the MEC system?
Council, my comment would be that their underlying condition that's leading them to having a MEC problem is probably the main contributor, because it's once again a condition that is causing them to face a change in career or a change in circumstance. Yes, the process is there as well, but if you are suddenly diagnosed, for instance, or you suddenly break your leg and you don't know if you're going to recover, you're going to get stressed from that anyway, and the process is the process. So there are no doubt some people who get stressed by having to follow a process. Some people don't like to follow a process. Some people are scared of it. Some people don't understand it very well. And so, yes, that would add to the stress. But I think the biggest stress of people undergoing this process is actually that they're unwell for some reason and they are facing a substantial change in their life circumstances. And that's the cause of the stress. That's the stressor.
But is this right? You're saying that the significant majority of cases there's already an underlying problem, but in some cases the stress of the system itself could be the origin or the beginning in time of a mental health condition, which no doubt has to develop over time after that.
Yes. Yeah.
And you'll see that you've been speaking of the stress that comes from the process or is aggravated by the process. What about the outcome? Has there been any study of whether the outcomes are aggravating or causing mental health problems, even though the process might have been fine?
Council, no. In my definition, there's been no study. Anecdotally, I would say that there are a large number of people who just want an answer, and so they are relieved when they have an answer, because then they can continue their planning to move on. There are certainly some who don't like the answer and they get more stressed, but by and large, it's once again, there's an uncertainty factor. And if I could add a bit of context or a bit of the experience we had from that, you may have seen in the numbers that we gave you a few years ago, there was a backlog in processing MEC-RB cases. And so there was a long delay and people didn't know, and they were in limbo for a long period of time. So we've worked very, very hard to make sure that the process will flow as smoothly and as quickly as is appropriate. We don't want a quick decision, we don't want to push people out, but we want to make it a considered process. But also what I will call a reliable one, in terms of, I know that I'm going to have an answer in 3 months or so, whereas 6 years ago it was I may not have an answer for 18 months, and that was more distressing.
I'll just ask the operator to bring up Commander Juckle's statement, DEF 999 0018 001, and then to go to page 8 of the statement. It's just has at least a loose connection with what Dr. Duncan was just discussing. I won't say anything greater than that, but at paragraph 43, Commander, you reflect upon feedback that the MEC-RB receives. Some find the process overwhelming. That's at the beginning of the third line. Others at the end are mentioned are grateful for the outcome. Have you got any sense of the proportions? About half and half, or some other proportion?
Council, I don't. There's no statistics, no data that we retain on this.
So what is the source of that information?
So, Council, when I'm looking at that, we receive input from members, and in a lot of the input, they will indicate that they have found this a difficult process, or at the end of it, a lot of members indicate in their statements that they have been well supported by their commands, by Joint Health Command, their doctors, their specialists, and they're grateful that this process has occurred and has given them the opportunity to contribute to this and to have a say in this process and the outcome.
Colonel, does the Army have any feedback or information of this kind?
Council, so in my time in this role, the last 18 months, we haven't received any information from units that are managing individuals through the transition process post-decision that would indicate that there are mental health conditions created as a result of the decision. We clearly acknowledge that it is a very stressful time, and having been through the MEC-RB process a number of times myself, I can attest to that. It really is about post-decision, the management of the member and how that transition pathway is managed appropriately by the unit. There are mechanisms that we use to, assure the process, and so that we are aware whether we need to hold an abeyance or we need to extend members' separation dates if those sort of issues arise. And we do that very regularly and with a very flexible approach to members' health and wellbeing. And noting there are also families attached to this as well. We make sure that we are made aware of those, and we have regular engagements with unit commanding officers in regards to this.
Your presence here in uniform indicates that it's not just those who are being separated or discharged that find it a stressful time, because
Absolutely,
you found it.
Council.
Have you come up with any reforms to the operations of the MEC board, review board, to reduce that problem for future members?
Council, through my experience, I don't think there are issues that we need to rectify within the MEC-RB board process itself. I think the process is well matured, and through the engagement that I've had with my colleagues in Air Force and Navy, we've looked to make that process more cohesive and align the three services and how the process works. The concern in regards to the issues that you raise from my perspective is post-decision and how the member is transitioned as part of their transition pathway. I think that's where the issues are. They are individualised. Each individual will go through their pathway in a lot of different ways, depending on a whole lot of factors. It really is, we are in a supporting function at our level, and we are there to provide commanding officers with the support to help them manage their members through the transition. The vast majority, it is a transition that is quite smooth. There will always be some little tweaks and bits and pieces we need to manage, but those ones are of a complex nature. We are well informed and part of that management process as a supporting organisation.
So the Commission's heard quite a bit of evidence about the really really significant importance of transition.
Yes.
But you didn't transition. You're still here. You found it stressful. You haven't found any reforms to the MEC-RB process itself that can help that. I just want to come back to those who don't end up J5. If it's not the MEC-RB's processes that need to be reformed, is it the support services for the person going through it? Or have you come up with any other solutions to recommend to other officers to fix?
Council, can I just confirm, so you're referring to individual stresses during the process of MEC-RB?
Yes. As I understand it, you said it was a stressful process when you went through it.
Absolutely.
And I want to know whether you didn't end up J5, so I want to know what's been done to ameliorate those stresses that you felt.
So as I said, during my time, and I can only talk about my time in the role, the three chairs have worked quite cohesively to identify what those issues are within the process, whether that is the process itself or whether it is how determinations are passed on to members receiving these determinations, whether it is education and training that we need to provide to commanding officers and also to members. There's a number of reforms that we've initiated over the last 18 months, including greater engagement, what we call engage early, engage often. We also have looked at aligning the three MECRB determinations so that they look exactly the same, and we've reduced a lot of the bureaucracy out of those determinations, so it's simple to read and is quite to the point. So any individual reading those will have an idea of exactly what's going on in their world. We're also working on plans to better educate commanding officers, their staff in how the MECRB process works. We've created a number of commanders' guides and members' guides, which has dumbed down a lot of the policy that can be quite overwhelming in trying to understand how it all works. And Air Force, Navy and Army are now working to align those messaging. We've also created a group of messages, probably about 5 or 6, strategic level messages, if you like, that better articulates what the MECRB is, how it's utilised, how decision making occurs, and also identifies the key stakeholders and how we operate as a system, if you like. So there've been a number of reforms that we're looking at. There's a lot of reforms at the strategic level, but also at the operational and the tactical level as well, and they continue to happen as we speak.
And I think we're going to hear more about the tactical level later in the afternoon. Has any evaluation been done of any of these reforms that have already been implemented?
Council, in regards to a formal evaluation, no. We receive regular feedback. I receive regular feedback in my position from commanding officers. The three of us, as in the three chairs, get together regularly as part of our engagement and aligning our process to speak about those types of things as well. Feedback from unit commanders. We also receive feedback from the medical officers on the ground through Joint Health Command as to how the process is working. There is still a lot of work we can do in the assurance area, and I think over the next 6 to 12 months we'll be working towards assuring a lot of the work that we do formally in documentation.
Is it your sense in the Army is your sense that the Army is similar to the Navy in the respect that Commander Juckle mentioned, namely that some found it very stressful and others were very grateful?
Absolutely, Councillor, yes.
And were you able to get a sense of the proportions between those two categories?
I don't have any figures I can give you. My sense and observation in the role, it is not a lot, but that doesn't discount their experiences.
I should be fair to you and just check which side of the equation was not a lot.
I think for the majority there is a positive feeling in Army in regards to members going through that process.
All right, we better move on. We better get to the procedures. But before we do that, Commissioners, we had a later than scheduled start. Do you intend to adjourn at 3:15 as previously scheduled, or later?
That was the plan, but if you're...
No, that's right. I'll aim for that. We're halfway. I don't know how far I'm into it, but we're aiming for 3:15 now that we know. I thought I should ask it now rather than at 3:10. Let's get stuck into just a bit of the nitty-gritty of the procedure. And with no disrespect to the majority, let's put to one side those whose MEC classifications changed by the medical officer. Let's look at the more serious category of those that go to a MEC RB. And after a couple of steps, there's a decision between in session and on the papers. We'll go with the in session. So who initiates the process that brings the MEC RB into a person's life? I'll start with you, Colonel.
So the council says there's a number of reasons why the MECRB would occur, and it can be initiated from a number of different sources. Generally, it will occur via the medical officer within the garrison environment, but it can also be the commanding officer in consultation with the Career Management Agency, and it can also be the MECRB itself that can initiate it if there's for numerous reasons. The member would then go through the CMECR process. There'd be a whole lot of documents raised, the member's health statement, which is the member talking to the MECRB, the workplace capacity report.
Let's do one step at a time, because once someone's initiated, assume it's not a doctor. Is the next step a medical assessment by a doctor?
Yes, it is.
The doctor writes up a report to the MECRC.
They do.
It goes to a MECRC case officer.
It will.
Is there any significant step in between those two?
There will be, as I said, there will be a whole
There's
raft.
a package of documents.
A package of documents that will go up as part of that.
So the MECRC officers are a member of, in your case, your staff?
No. So they sit inside Joint Health Command. So Dr. Duncan is one of those members. And they will do their assessment on the recommendation from the MO at garrison level.
So the MECRC case officer is often or always a medical officer?
It is, yes.
And so, sorry, Councillor, can I just comment? It's MECARS, MEC Advisory and Review Service. So I think that's who you're talking about. I don't know who you mean by MECRC.
Probably just a typo.
Yeah.
So yes,
okay.
I've seen the word MECARS.
Yeah.
And that's your understanding?
Yes, Councillor.
So far, soon to be Commodore, Commander, is it the same in the Navy, or is there a difference in the process at this early stage?
It's the same in the Navy.
All right. Well, I'll continue with you. We'll try and keep this fair. It is the MECARS officer who decides, or at least assesses the question of whether or not an in-session procedure is needed, or it can be done by the chair on the papers. Is that right?
No, Council, that's not correct. It is MECARS make a recommendation to MECRB with regards to the MEC based on the information that they have. The PAC's then forward to the MECRB and it is the Chair MECRB who will determine an in-session.
Same in the Army?
It is, Councillor, yes.
All right. Now, what are the criteria that decides whether it's going to be an in-session or on the papers?
Councillor, it's a very good question. And the vast majority of MECRB decisions will be conducted out of session. And in explaining the two, the out of session is effectively a desktop review. So the MECRB chair will work through the MECRB pack for an individual, consider all the documentation, all the associated supporting evidence and what have you, looking also at what the recommendation is from MECARS, and then we'll make the determination based on that. So for the vast majority, that would be could be simple upgrades, would be may take 10 to 15 minutes to make that decision, and the vast majority that are not complex, and again, it's I guess what your class is complex is based on that delegate's framing of that as well, would determine whether or not a member is pushed into the in-session process. So from my perspective and my experience, if I'm taking more than about 10 to 15 minutes to think about it, then I will push it into in-session so that we have a round table discussion.
Will someone ever be downgraded from 1, 2 or 3 down to 4 on the papers?
Potentially. And again, that will be based on some clear clinical advice. Someone may have had such a significant medical episode or injury that has required that. If that is the case, then it would be, I would be likely to push that into an in-session so that we have everyone in the room to discuss why that is the case.
Sorry, Councillor, can I just
yes.
check or confirm for you something you just said? their J4 to get to the MEC-RB, J40 is used as a holding MEC. It would be very rare that someone went from J1 or J2 or the ones or the twos direct to that level. They would go through a period of J3. There are exceptions, but the great majority of them that go to the MEC-RB will have been J3-1 for a period of time managed by the health centre and then meet the criteria to be J4 to go to the MEC-RB.
Well, thank you for that. But if there was a catastrophic injury, you might go from 1 to 4.
Yes.
One of the issues that comes up from time to time is that a person will be downgraded because they had previously had an illness or a condition, a rehabilitation program, and they haven't managed to recover sufficiently, and they might be downgraded. Is that, I realise very broad, but is that sometimes the case?
It could, Council, yeah. We would need to take in a whole lot of different factors and need to understand why that is the recommendation. I think, again, from my experience, if sometimes some of the evidence that's provided can be conflicting as well, and that's not saying that there's that's not saying someone has provided incorrect information, but again, we're dealing with a lot of different inputs that have their own opinions about what's going on. So that's why it's so important as the MEC-RB chair makes their assessment, whether or not it's a simple case that a determination can be made quite easily, or whether there's a decision to push that into an in-session MEC-RB for a detailed consideration.
Right. Now, let's assume that in a particular case there's to be a decision is about to be made, whether it's an in-session or out-of-session decision. What information is available to the decision maker at that point?
So, Council, there's a raft of information. So what we do is we look at the member's health statement. So as I said earlier, is the member telling us what they think and what they believe and what they want, which is important. There's also the workplace capacity report, which is the unit commander talking to the board and identifying what the member is doing, what they can and can't do, how it affects their capability, what their recommendations are. It also talks about how they're going potentially with rehabilitation, and may also provide alternatives to their MEC. So they may, I know we've already spoken about J41 and J42, they may also make a recommendation for that as well. And within a member's health statement, they may also ask for a J41 as well, so an alternate trade as an example. We would also look at clearly with the MEC-R's recommendation and what they've done in regards to their assessment, but we also have the doctor's report at the garrison level as well. So we can look at the context for why they've made their assessment. There could be a raft of other information we ask for. There could be inputs from the career manager. So if we're looking at a J42 employment at service discretion, clearly we would have the career manager providing advice on trade and capability requirements for their areas. But we may also have other stakeholders in there as well. So for example, with our individuals that come through who are First Nations.
Just to be clear, this is before you've decided for an in-session.
Absolutely, Council. So as you...
When you say they come through, are you talking about papers or people?
So these will be, so if I'm doing an out of session, they'll be the papers in the MEC-RB pack. I will also have those and take them into the in-session.
No, but we haven't even got to a decision yet on whether it's in session or out of session. I'm asking you I asked you what information you have before you make a decision whether it's in session or out of session.
So I have, all of those things.
All of those things.
Which are part of that process. They're not necessarily part of the decision whether it's an in-session or out of session. That's the detail in there.
Would you, in an applicable case, get a report from the Indigenous Affairs officer before you decide whether it was in or out of session?
Potentially, yes. So that may come in, or I may ask for that. if I know that that member is...
Would this, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm going to try and truncate the time a little bit. You will always have some medical advice on paper.
Yes.
You will always have the member's statement.
Yes.
Almost.
Yes.
Where possible.
Yes, that's correct.
And you may have a multitude of different bits of information depending on the case.
Absolutely, yes.
Commander, could I just... I'm going to ask... Sorry, first I'll ask the operator to bring up Colonel Foster's statement and then go to page 19, 20, over to 20, paragraph 60 we'll aim for. Commander, are there any significant differences in the Navy's process up until now? We're about to go to a decision.
No, Council.
Thank you. Well, let us assume that a decision has been made for an in-session MECRB. There's a meeting of the board, might be one way of putting it. And I'll stick with you, Commander. It's your turn. You're there. You're the chair. What I've done is bring up Colonel Foster's statement, and he says that in-session meetings are called for those reasons, and it can consist of up to 20 key stakeholders. And I'll ask you whether that's your experience, that perhaps that's a big one, but can there be many stakeholders?
Council, in my experience, yes, there can be many stakeholders. I wouldn't have seen up to 20 in Navy, but certainly there will be a significant number.
Who decides who comes?
For Navy, Chair McCarby.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you attempt to identify the relevant people, the key stakeholders, is that right?
Correct.
Usually the medical officer will be there?
Absolutely.
There might be, and depending on the case, there may be a careers officer.
When we're talking about the medical officer, I'm talking about MECA's representative medical officer, not necessarily the treating medical officer.
All right. Does the treating medical officer ever get invited?
Not in the MECRBs for Navy, in my experience. I haven't had the requirement to have a medical officer, the treating medical officer. MECAs provide that input for us.
Colonel, does the treating doctor ever get invited to an Army board meeting?
No, Council, not to the Army MECRB. No.
And why is that?
The reason for that, Council, is that we have the MECA's representative there who has, I guess, the skills, has the knowledge to be able to provide information into that board. They may have also engaged that MO as part of their assessment if there's a requirement. So the MO is very regularly part of this process.
And Commander, the medical officer doesn't, if there's a difference of opinion between the two doctors, that doesn't make a difference. The MO won't be there.
The MO won't be there, but their input will have been sought by MECAs. So that's something that MECAs will discuss with the medical officer. In many instances, one of the reasons that Navy doesn't have them at MECRB boards is because of the medical officer's availability. They're extremely busy and we take up a significant period of their time. MECAs are available, have undertaken all of the groundwork to ensure that they have the appropriate information and the most current information, and we'll talk to the medical officers to provide that to the MECRB.
And the member who is the subject of the meeting is not a key stakeholder either, officially.
That is correct.
And is never there.
No.
And does not get access to the information that's being presented to the chair.
They will have access.
At this stage. They'll get it later, but
no.
And their statement, which you read no doubt with care, but it does not have the opportunity to rebut what's being said against the member.
The member has the ability, when they submit their initial statement, they have the ability to update that at any time before the MECRB sits, but they don't have the opportunity to rebut anything that's been said to them prior to the MECRB sitting. They are able to, through their medical officers, provide update clinical information to the chair for consideration.
After due consideration, a decision is made. Colonel, I'll come to you. It is the MEC-RB chair, not the board, that makes the decision on classification. Is that right?
That's correct, yes, Councillor.
Does the board in any sense make a decision? Does it, for example, make a formal recommendation?
It is it's a collaboration of the board.
That's the process.
Yes.
So I'm sure it's very collaborative. I'm sure the chair gives very close attention to the views expressed, but it's not a case where the board passes a resolution of recommendation and the chair formally considers it. It is just the chair's heard them all and the chair makes the decision. Is that right?
Through my experience as a chair and the way I run in sessions is that everyone at the board will get a say because of their own lived experiences as well and through their expertise. And then I will ask for advice. So yes, I will make the decision because my name goes on the determination. But again, I say it is a collaborative effort, albeit I put my name on the documentation. But yes, I do make the ultimate decision at the end.
And Commander, you are the decision maker in the Navy, not the board.
That is correct.
Now, the available decisions include changing the classification to a new one. Is that the case, Commander?
Yes.
Same in the Army?
It is, Councillor, yes.
If a person is classified J5, there are several sub-classifications, but they're on a path towards discharge and transition. Is the chair making a decision on separation or merely communicating the J5 classification to someone else who will then make a decision on separation? Colonel?
So the way it works, Council, is it's, I guess, a two-pronged approach. The chair will make it's a decision, but it's a proposed decision, if you like, which is what we call the MEC-RB determination. So in that determination, we propose the MEC to the member. It's given to the member, and then the member has the opportunity to either accept it or appeal the decision, if you like. Depending on which way that goes, for example, if the member accepts it, then it will go to a different delegate who will then look at the decision.
So I want to focus on the member's role in a moment, but even if there's not a significant practical difference, there is at least a technical difference between the classification J5 and a decision that the member will be separated. Is that right?
I don't understand your question. Could you rephrase?
Does a member get terminated from service on your decision? Or is it merely a consequence of the decision you've made?
I think ultimately it is as long as the delegate who makes the decision, i.e. issues the decision on separation, supports the MEC-RB chair in the determination, then yes, that is the case.
What's the case? That you decide or the other person decides?
It is very rare that I have seen a delegate who issues the decision make a different decision to the MEC-RB chair.
But they have that power?
Yes.
And they are the ones who decide on separation?
Absolutely.
And in theory, they can decide not to separate someone who's been classified J5?
That's correct, Councillor, yes.
And it's the same for Navy personnel?
That is correct.
Now, so let's go back to what happens normally. The chair makes a decision to classify a person at one of the levels, and whether it's J12 or J52 or anything in between, or 5-4, the member is notified, often by the commanding officer, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct.
And has an opportunity to take steps to disagree if he or she wishes to do so. Now, what I'll do is ask the operator to bring up Colonel Foster's statement. I appreciate you've all covered aspects of this, but there's a convenient statement of the issue of the possibilities on page 0051 at paragraph 66. There, Colonel, you've identified 3 types of processes available to a member to appeal a MEC-RB determination. and you've labelled them additional clinical advice, statement of reasons, redress of grievance.
Yes.
That first one, is there some form that has to be filled out or some document that has to be submitted enclosing the additional clinical advice the member's been able to get?
No, Council, there's no template, if you like. We would look at additional clinical advice. That would be applied potentially to an individual who doesn't necessarily agree with the determination, so the proposed change in MEC, if you like. So, for example, they may have been given an extended rehabilitation, so a J32. They think they're good to go. They go away and seek more clinical advice and provide that to us. We reassess. We generally will send that up to MECARS, and then if that all comes out well, then we will change that proposed MEC to a deployable MEC if that's appropriate.
For the both of these, A and B, in effect, are the member trying to persuade the chair to come to a different decision. Is that right?
That's correct, Councillor, yes.
By this time, the member does have the papers that you looked at
Yes.
to make the decision.
They do. So once the member, once the commanding officer has issued the MECRB determination to the member and we've received an acknowledgement from the CO, we then send the MECRB pack directly to the member.
What harm would come to the ADF and its proper management and so forth to allowing the member to come to the MECRB board meeting when you're listening to everybody and allow the member to have access to the papers at that stage and speak and perhaps challenge, but also hear you deliberating carefully and hear the analysis of the others? What harm would come from a new process that allowed the member to participate before the decision is made?
Council, I think that there are multiple opportunities for the member to be part of this process.
Well, we know that he or she can put in a statement and there may be other opportunities, but I'm asking about an opportunity the member doesn't have to actually attend the meeting, see your deliberations and say something at that time. What harm would come from that?
What harm would come from it? Potentially no harm. I guess as we've already discussed, there are a significant amount of stresses involved to the member. I think noting that we've seen stresses at an individual welfare board level, and we've already heard statements to that. I think bringing an individual into a MECRB board with up to 20 people effectively at the strategic level, so very senior people, would provide, I would assess, even further stress to a point where we are discussing the member's potential separation in that environment and then making a decision in front of the member that member is potentially being separated. I don't necessarily think that's an appropriate position to put our soldiers, sailors and aviators in.
And it would be a case-by-case situation. You said not necessarily any harm. You would acknowledge that sometimes it would do a lot of good for somebody to see the process and be able to participate.
Yes, I think at this level within the board room itself, noting that, as I said, we will only run certain boards for certain cases, certain in-session boards for certain cases, but I think regardless, having a member sitting in that room with that group of stakeholders, talking about them and their potential separation or something that they're not thinking is going to happen, it's a little bit different from an individual welfare board environment where everyone is in there to assist the member and then ask the member, are we providing you enough support? That's not the intent of the board. The board is to get to a change in MEC for that member, which is not necessarily going to be the MEC that they are either asking for or think they're going down the line. So I think that would be overly stressful and not set the right impression with the member.
Go on to, I take it you also have no discretion. You have no authority to let a member into one of your board meetings.
Council, I have the discretion as the Chair MECRB. However, as Lieutenant Colonel Foster has indicated, I would not be looking to do that. I believe it would be a process that could be detrimental to a member. We are discussing at a high level their career. They have been able to provide that input. They have been provided with appropriate support to enable them to have that input. And I would not want to limit the discussion because of concerns on how that might impact the member.
I take it, Colonel, you also have the discretion, you just would not
Absolutely,
make such a
Councillor,
decision.
yes.
Dr. Duncan, could I just come to you because of your more policy perspective? Has any study been done on the merits and demerits of a process that excludes the member from participating other than by putting in a statement without even knowing what's being said against him or her, or said about him or her might be a fairer description? Has there been any study into whether this is a good process or should be improved?
So I object to that question because it assumes that the things are being said at the time or before the member puts in the statement.
Well, that's plainly established. The member, the chair receives medical reports, career advisors' reports, commanding officers' reports, perhaps an Indigenous officer's report, depends on the detail. The member has access to none of it. There are many procedures in our society where that would not be permitted. My question goes to whether there's been any study into whether this procedure could be improved, particularly from the point of view of the welfare of the member.
Sorry, I apologise. It was the looseness of the language that led to the objection.
Okay.
Have you heard the way I rephrased it for the Commissioners, Doctor?
Council, can
I'll
I
allow
just...
the question.
Council, can I just...
Okay.
Sorry, Council, can I just provide clarification before Dr Duncan takes that question? Yes. When you said that the member has not seen or had access to those reports prior to them coming to MECRB, the members provided their members' health statement. The workplace capacity report is seen by the member before it is submitted, and the information that is submitted as part of from their treating doctor, the member is debriefed on that information as well. So they are very well informed of the information that is being provided to the MECRB.
Well, they've got those two sources of information, but not the others. Is that right?
So in terms of MECR's report, they won't have visibility of that. However, the MECRs will debrief the doctor on that information and the doctor will share that with the member as well.
And they don't have the commanding officer's report if there is one.
If there is the commanding officer's report is the workplace capacity report. So the commanding officer signs on that, and they have the member must sign that report. Or is requested to sign that report before it is submitted, they will be aware of that report.
And do the manuals list all of the documents the member is and isn't entitled to get?
So the manuals...
Or have you given us the full list?
I've given you the full list.
Right. Now, Dr Duncan, you've got
Thanks.
a little
If I could make one minor correction, and I hope I'm not telling you something you didn't know, the member and the doctor will actually have access now to the MECR's advice, so they will know what we've recommended, that the doctor will know, and they frequently contact us and say, hey, have you this or the other, and they will often, you can see in the record that they've seen the member and told them about it. I think your question's an interesting one. The simple answer is no. The bit in my head that's going around is trying to work out who's going to benefit and who's going to be made worse, and how do you distinguish where that offer would be beneficial. That would be an interesting study. I'll have to think about the hypothesis for that one, but there's been no study that I know of.
Right. Given time, Commissioners, I'll yield to you for some questions. Thank you, each of you.
I don't have a question, thank you, but for the benefit of those recording these proceedings, the last answer was given by Dr Duncan, not by Mr Fordham.
Everyone gets them confused. But
Wouldn't be the first time I've given evidence from the bar table.
Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. I'm just wondering if you could tell me how long a MECRB in session would go for on average.
Commissioner, yes. Again, it will be dependent on the case. So each case is very individualistic. Some will be more complex than others. I guess, to put it frankly, it will take as long as it needs to take to get to a decision. As an example, the one I ran last month, we had a case that we discussed for about 45 minutes in order to get to an end state. And that is to ensure that, you know, we have considered everything and we've given everything enough time and all those stakeholders within the room to talk and provide advice as well.
So would that be like the average, the norm, 45 minutes?
For each case, Commissioner, or for the conduct of the whole in-session?
No, for each case.
I would say on average, we would probably talk to each case probably about 15 to 20 minutes each.
Okay, thank you. And can I just ask, do you ever go against the advice of the treating doctors and the recommendations that are being put?
Commissioner, there will be times that we will make a decision that's contrary to the MO at garrison level, and that will be when the advice from MECARS is contrary. And the reason for that would be when MECARS are making their assessment at their level, they have in a lot of cases, a broader understanding of policy, an application in a uniformed environment. So sometimes that is why the MEC recommendation will be different. And the MECARS level, they're also looking at capability as well as the member and how the MEC applies in different environments. The MO at garrison level sometimes, from my experience, does not necessarily have that experience to make that recommendation that's appropriate. Sometimes what I've done is engage with the MO themselves to understand a bit more so that I have the full picture before making a decision. What I also do as an example of taking individuals into an in-session is if there is that broad, the MO makes a J11 recommendation and then MECARS is a separation recommendation, I would take that into in-session and then we would discuss that at length.
So can I just be clear, does the MECARS actually see the member?
Councillor, Commissioner, no. It's effectively an independent review by senior doctors in Joint Health Command, reviewing the case that's put before us, including their health record. And if I could expand a little bit on Lieutenant Colonel Foster's answer, a few years ago, last time I looked, MECARS disagreed or put a different recommendation about probably 30% of the time. The MECRB made a different decision to the MECARS advice less than 5% of the time. At that stage, one of the key differences was time. So by the time the MECARS doctors reviewed the case, there was information in there that wasn't available to the treating MO at the time they wrote the case up. And that was a primary reason for a different recommendation. It is sometimes on the different recommendation is on the policy and on the policy interpretation. A lot of the garrison doctors poorly interpret the document. One of the reasons for the independence of MECARS is it's an arm's length review. The GP may act as an advocate for the patient, not always in the best interest of the patient or the service. So that independent review is done.
If there's any doubt, which side does the benefit fall on?
From my perspective, the patient. So in other words, usually the MECARS doctors, if it's not clear to them, so let's say the treating doctor has recommended something and I can't make head or tail of why they did it, I will go back to them and say, hey, I'm missing something here. I don't say you poorly explained it, and I say, what am I missing? This person doesn't seem to meet that MEC for these reasons. Can you help me out?
And can I just ask, in terms of the rehabilitation, someone who's undergoing rehabilitation, the J31's 12 months, there's a potential of a 6 or 12 month of an extension of J31, J32's extended rehab. What's the duration for an extended rehab before you're heading towards a MECRB?
Commissioner, you're looking at me, but I'll ask my colleagues to answer that one because it's their call.
Commissioner, I can take that one. For a member, it's up to 2 years before they are referred to MECRB again, but for a member to be considered for extended rehabilitation, they will already have been through the MECRB process.
Okay. And then pregnancy, how long does a member get for the J33?
Commissioner, that's up to 2 years, so it will depend on what the member's wishes are, but when a member returns to work post delivery, then they will be reviewed for reclassification.
And Commissioner, if I could, they routinely don't go to the MECRB. That's handled at a health centre level.
But if a member had a pregnancy and time downgraded in their MEC classification, then say a post-pregnancy complication and then a further pregnancy, so they had an extended period, would that jeopardise their career?
I'm happy to say that what we will usually do there is let the board know that this person's going to be an extended time at this classification. Are they comfortable to wait until they've finished their pregnancy and then see what they're like at that time? So it doesn't automatically jeopardise their career at all. They're given time to recover post-pregnancy, or they should be.
Thank you.
I'm just conscious of the time. It's just one quick issue. I think it's fair to say most of us here have lived and thrived in very complex bureaucratic systems, but this is right up there. And I think the Lieutenant Colonel said earlier today that he recognises what a complex, how stressful it is for people to navigate all of that. You have a totally non-unionised workforce. You're not allowed to have a union. Who holds the person's hand when they're navigating this system? Who advises them independently of the organisation what's best for them and what they ought to say to you?
I might take the lead with that one, Commissioner. So I guess responsibility for that sits with the commanding officer, and I know they sit inside the organisation. There are a number of inputs, though, that assist the member. We now have the Joint Transition Authority that sits above everything, and they're looking down and making sure that the organisation's being held accountable for the transition of its members out of the ADF. From our perspective in CMA in the MECRB space, we're a key stakeholder because we have the levers that can halt a member's transition or extend them or hold an abeyance. The approach we take is with compassion, dignity and respect for all our members as part of this process. As I've said, each member will go through their own experience of transition, some not as good as others, but we're on a pathway to make sure that we are getting better at how that occurs. But ultimately, it does sit with the commanding officer, Commissioner.
No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate your describing the reality, but it just seems to me there is no one giving them independent advice, independent of the organisation. It's not your doing, and we're certainly not going to resolve it sitting here, but I've got my answer. Thank you. Mr. Fordham, is there anything you want to bring up?
No, thank you.
Ms. Cullen, are there any questions?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Mr. Singleton, any matters arising?
So, no, thank you, Commissioner. There's not enough time.
Thank you.
Could I just thank the three panellists and ask that they be discharged from their summonses?
Yep, thank you for your evidence today. Thank you for the time you've put into the statements and all the information you've provided. We do appreciate it, and it is helpful, very helpful for us. You're excused from the summons to appear, obviously, as of today. Thank you again. If there's no other matters, we'll just have a very short break, perhaps 10 minutes, and resume. Yep.
All rise. The Royal Commission is now adjourned for 10 minutes. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. Connor.
Thank you, Commissioners. Might I call three witnesses, Lieutenant Colonel Stuart Holmes Brown, who's on the left-hand side of the table, Mrs. Kim Mills, who's in the middle, and Lieutenant Colonel Kenneth Golder.
Lieutenant Colonel Stuart Holmes Brown, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Kim Mills, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Lieutenant Colonel Kenneth Golder, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Lieutenant Colonel Holmes Brown, you're a senior medical officer at the Joint Health Unit, North Queensland.
That's correct. Yep.
You've now been in the Army for 17 years or so.
Yep.
And you've been at Laverick Barracks for 11 years.
That's right.
You're a fellow of the Royal Australasian College of General Practitioners.
Yes.
Now, you have clinical and administrative duties in your role as Senior Medical Officer at Laverick Barracks.
That's right, yes.
Would you mind spending a minute on your administrative role?
So I guess I have broad oversight of clinical governance for Joint Health Unit North Queensland. I oversee the implementation of the MEC process alongside my senior contracted clinicians within Joint Health Unit North Queensland. So that's confirmation of local MEC reclassifications prior to either for movement up or down or before they go to the MEC-RB, which I understand you spoke about in the previous session. And then I guess a broad range of duties related to ministerials, responses to Comcare, and then general military duties such as staff work, support to the commanding officer or acting commanding officer if I'm required to do that.
How many medical officers are you looking over their shoulder, as it were?
So we have about a dozen contracted health professionals.
You've also have regular contact with patients as part of your work?
Yeah, so I would undertake a small amount of clinical work each week generally.
And you've been involved in at least two operational experiences. One, Operation Resolve as a medical officer.
Operation Resolute.
Sorry, corrected. You've also had operational experience with Operation Accordion as a senior medical officer.
That's correct, yes.
Do you mind just speaking for a minute or so about your operational role as senior medical officer with Operation Accordion?
So the role of senior medical officer for Operation Accordion is as the senior doctor for the what was then the whole Middle East region. So this was when we still had operations in both Afghanistan and Iraq, and I was based in the UAE, essentially providing the same function I do for Joint Health Unit North Queensland, but in the deployed space for all of our deployed health assets. So I had technical control of all deployed Australian health assets and provided advice to command and directly supported the two-star commander of the deployed task force.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. Ms Mills, you are the Acting Director of the Transition and Coaching Directorate, which is within Defence Member and Family Support.
That's correct.
Would you mind just explaining where Defence Member and Family Support is located in the system and what is Transition and Coaching Directorate?
So the Transition Coaching and Support Directorate is a directorate within the Defence Member and Family Support Branch. The Member and Family Support Branch sits within Defence People Group, which is led by Major General Wade Stothart, and we report also to the Secretary and CDF.
Now, you lead a national team of 120 staff.
That's correct.
And they're, I think you've said that you're delivering support to 6,500 members and their families each year.
That's correct. So my directorate supports, on average, around 6,500 members and their families to transition back into civilian life each year. And we do that through 15 transition centres in a national network.
Now, you were Assistant Director of the Transition and Coaching Directorate from about 2017, and you become the Acting Director.
That's correct.
And you've also been involved or carried out a master's in a particular topic. Would you mind just telling us what that topic was and how you came to do that master's?
Yes, I completed an executive master's in business in 2017 and focused my thesis research around developing a theoretical framework to transition wounded, ill and injured infantry soldiers in particular.
And how were you inspired to do that?
I spent some time after my uni classes wandering the streets of Sydney, I suppose, and in some of those happenings met with some homeless people, some of which were veterans, and I felt compelled to understand the ecosystem more comprehensively in order to, I suppose, try and offer a solution to support more successful transition.
And you've now commenced a doctorate at the University of Wollongong in 2021. Could you just tell us very shortly about the nature of that doctorate and the study you're carrying out?
Yes, so my PhD is focusing on the relevance of self-agency in transitioning ADF members. That's largely embedded in institutionalisation theory and how we can, I suppose, harmonise and empower self-agency in areas or organisations where institutionalisation is prevalent.
And you use the expression successfully transition wounded, ill or injured infantry soldiers into civilian life.
Introduce them momentarily. Mr. Connor will be questioning the second panel. The Defence Act 1903 provides for members of the ADF to be discharged on failing drug tests and otherwise the ground.
It's astounding, Mr. Singleton saying that without moving his lips. But please bear with us. It'll be just a technical hitch. One moment.
Now, could you just tell us what's the population you're studying for the purpose of your PhD?
So I'm looking at a transitioning population of around 300 people. 300 people represents, on average, about 5% of our total population transitioning each year. So I will specifically be looking at, regardless of mode of transition, I am looking to see what is the impact of institutionalisation on a member's self-agency, and can that be enhanced or redeveloped where required to transition a member and their family well, and so that transition is sustainable.
Now, the Defence has provided figures concerning, I think, the period from 2003 to 2019 about the relative rates of suicide amongst those who are medically discharged as distinct from leave voluntarily, and I think the rate is more than 3 times the rate of suicide. You're aware of that?
Yes, I am.
And so there's something significant perhaps about the nature of medical discharge.
There could be, most definitely.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel Kenneth Golder, you're also from Townsville and you're at Laverick Barracks, and you're the commanding officer of the 3rd Combat Engineer Brigade.
Engineer Regiment Council.
Thank you. You're responsible for about 350 people in your unit.
Correct, Council.
And how long have you been in that role?
Assumed command in January of 2021. Council.
Now, might we turn to the topic of medical discharge at Laverick Barracks? Commissioners, might we speak of the rates, as it were, of medical discharge as a proportion of the total numbers of people leaving the Defence Force. Now, we're told by Brigadier Fegan in his statement, and this is from paragraph 362 of his statement, that around or Australia-wide, 18% of those leaving the Defence Force are leaving as medical discharges. We're also told that at Townsville, Laverick Barracks, it's about 27% of the discharges are medical discharges. Now, Lieutenant Colonel Golder, might you explain why Laverick Barracks has a higher rate of medical discharges from its location?
Council, I'm not sure I can provide all the causal factors. I don't get to see all that evidence. But what I do know, the Combat Brigade is a combat brigade required to fulfil its duties in accordance with our roles and missions. And the tempo of this brigade can be high at times in order to achieve the required training standard and levels expected of not only our units, but the brigade for government.
And what's happening concerning this high level of medical discharges, approaching 27%, on your capability of your unit?
I can talk more specifically to 3CR. Does it affect capability? It does. Is it manageable? Yes, but I'll also note those statistics are an average, and every unit would have slightly varying or different averages based on the role and type of what that unit can do.
Now, you would have been involved in medical discharges from your unit at Laverick Barracks.
Correct, Council.
Can you give us an idea of how many in your period as commanding officer?
It'd be a broad range, but I know from a unit perspective, since my time in command, I've had around 80 separate, and it would be in the vicinity of around the 30 that I've separated medically.
And have you got how many of your current 350 unit members are the subject of medical impairment, as it were, within the MEC system?
As at today?
As at today.
Or recently? When I handed over command, I know I started with 61 in the medical system. As at late last week, we are down to 47 currently in the medical system and undergoing that review process.
Now, in terms of the people who've been medically discharged from your unit, were you entirely happy with the way that they were managed in their medical discharge?
I have seen a number over my last 18 months. The more favourable ones I can talk around, because I've seen them from the very start of that process all the way through to the end, very comfortable. From my involvement in the process as a commanding officer and my ability to help share that experience with the soldier and their family and be able to explain the process from the start when they were medically downgraded through the medical process, MEC-RB process, through to a transition out.
Are you seeing problems in the medical discharges from your unit? Are there any areas for improvement there? Are there any matters that are not being dealt with from your perspective as well as they should be?
Can there be improvements? I think we are working on, of course, there can be improvements. What are those specific areas? What I know from the soldiers who I speak to, it can range from where they have had their process of medical separation, whether they had a voice or a choice and time, that is, and have had a good outcome, versus those limited number I've had to experience where that choice has been taken away from them. And so we've gone from an experience where they've appreciated Army and enjoyed their Army life to a decision that they haven't been able to control, and then a time frame to readjust based on that decision, and you go through that transition process.
Just a minute or two on why are people within your unit and what's their attitude to their work, as it were? Why are they there?
They have a central purpose. Why they join a specific corps. They come, and I have multiple corps in the 3rd Combat Engineer Regiment, but we look at engineering, they know what they like to do. For us, we make things, we break things, we help shape things on the battlefield. And so they have a central purpose to go and achieve that with their teams and their mates on operations and train with that. That's that central purpose for which they come to engineers, or they join infantry or armour or any other corps or unit.
Now, what's happening when they're going through the process of medical discharge? What's your lived experience, as it were, of the impact of this on these people?
I'll explain. For those who have sustained a significant injury where they're now looking at a medical separation, where the member has acknowledged it's actually in their best interest and their family's best interest that service is no longer suitable for them, and they've made that decision as part of that transition process. It's a healthy response moving through to transition. Where we've had individuals who are still highly passionate and motivated to serve, but their injuries or illnesses have precluded them to continue to serve, and a decision has been made where they're now separating, but they still have that desire to serve their country and be with their mates. That is the challenge, where it takes time and openness to explain that process and help them through that journey, through to transition.
And have you got any ideas personally of how this process can be improved? What would you like to make a bit better if you could?
I think from the point where the member is downgraded in its initial instance, there is time available for the member to upgrade. Where we see a member either non-responsive to the medical treatment or have an inability to upgrade for a variety of circumstances, the decision around that is a big life decision, not only for the member and their family. The process of supporting a member through that journey is significant, but I also note the individual members opt into the services that may be required. So I can say, when I have to deliver the news of a member separating, do I have access to pastoral support, mental health support, medical support services? Yes. Do we strongly encourage those members to opt into those services? Yes. The individual circumstances where I can say it hasn't gone well is, how do we have those members opt in, noting it's a voluntary opt-in service, to have that buy-in. Where I've seen great successes is where we've had family and the individual members opt into all of those support services that are available.
Do you see an opt-out system as perhaps working a little bit better?
I suppose what I know, it's the member is at the centre of all the support services available to them, and at the moment it is an opt-in. I would need to look at, and probably not for me to decide, in a sense of what are the policy and or confidentiality clauses around everyone saying you are to, and then they opting out, vice the other way, saying here are the support services available and educated on, and you now need to pick off the shelf, if you like, which ones you would like.
Could I possibly add just a little bit to that, Council? So I guess I see some similarities to the way that we run the rehabilitation system, so the ADFRP. So that is an opt-out system. So anyone that is MEC downgraded to MEC J31 is referred to the ADFRP and contacted by a rehabilitation consultant, and they can decline to have that service at that time. So I guess I see that this is something the military already does in the medical space. So there may be scope to expand this to transition services, and that the member is more deliberately contacted by a spectrum of services that they can then decide to opt out at the time of contacted, rather than at a time that's already stressful and they may be feeling overwhelmed. They'd be presented with a fairly broad array of options, which they may find intimidating, and then they actually opt into none.
Sorry, Council, can I
Certainly.
jump in there as well? At the moment, we encourage all members to certainly engage with our transition coaches, and transitioning through one of our centres is a mandatory process for all members. I think what I would add to that, though, is by having an opt-out arrangement actually strips away that member's level of autonomy to take control
Yes.
over their life, and thus I think putting off the inevitable down post-transition.
Yes. We'll move to another topic, Commissioners. This is concerns Brigadier Fagan on the first Monday, and Brigadier spoke of change in tempo, as it were, and perhaps then being some difficulty in getting urgent or in time medical management of people, and particularly perhaps psychiatric and psychological assistance. Now, Lieutenant Colonel Holmes-Brown, might you just give us your take on that, your experience of it, and is it completely satisfactory, the current state of affairs, or is there areas for improvement?
So absolutely, it's not completely satisfactory, and there is definitely room to improve our degree of access to psychiatric and psychological support services. The context to that would be that for non-urgent referrals, particularly to psychiatric support, there can be a reasonable wait, like in the region of months. I would add that's still substantially faster than if you were referred publicly through a civilian GP. But we would heavily utilise triage through that process. So when someone is referred more urgently, then they would facilitate that person being seen more quickly. That includes potentially sending that person out of location to a specialist in another city, such as Brisbane, if they needed to be seen urgently.
Now, early management of medical and psychiatric and psychological difficulties would improve the situation, wouldn't it, so far as the numbers of people having ongoing medical, psychiatric, psychological difficulties. Would you broadly accept that?
I think I would broadly accept that assertion, but I would clarify that I would be, I guess we need to be careful about medicalising the normal spectrum of human response. So people get anxious or distressed or depressed to various degrees about a great number of things. And seeking help in short stints for those, I would just be wary about classifying that as a mental health condition or that sort of piece, because of the potential policy ramifications that flow from that in the military.
And how are those people managed at Laverick Barracks, people who are experiencing difficulties in their existence for a period of time?
So I guess it depends whether they bring those difficulties to our attention. So a great number of people would have those difficulties and never report them to the medical system or to the chain of command, manage them with their friends and families. If they do present to us, we have a system whereby they can present through sick parade, so through the morning to see a health professional. They can present directly to the mental health and psychology service at Laverack Health Centre to see and then be triaged for whether they need to be seen and provided support on that day, or whether they can then be booked in for a later time. So people can always, if you need to be seen immediately, it's akin to an emergency department. You will be seen immediately, but we similar again to an ED, we would look at
Triage.
At what sort of time frame do these people need to be seen?
Lieutenant Colonel Golder, what about your experience with the people who are having life difficulties, as it were, and how you're picking those people up, and how you're able to manage that, and is it working as well as it could be?
There is, how do we pick things up? So clearly if they're rolled ankle, need to go and see a health professional, their chain of command will support them to go and do that.
Sorry to interrupt you. In the area of life difficulties.
So if they are having family life challenges, the first exposure we would get in any unit would be the lower levels of command. So from a soldier level, it would be the section commander or the troop commander, troop sergeant in my case. We would notice a discernible difference to perhaps how the member behaves or his character in the workplace or her character. Or it might be they actually put their hand up and go and have a chat to their chain of command about those life challenges. And those life challenges would then be pushed through the chain of command to get access to the support services required. That could be wide and vary, and it could be a chain of command conversation with the health centre. It could be a chain of command conversation with, for instance, defence member family support. It will really depend on the nature of the life challenges. But what I do know is support is given once the chain of command is aware of the challenges.
That's in your chain of command, but there's, 5 or 6 other chains of command at Laverick Barracks?
There is. I am one of 7 direct command units of the brigade.
Now, might we turn to another topic, and I'll ask some questions of Lieutenant Golder. This concerns rehabilitation, and the particular commissioners, this is addressed in Lieutenant Colonel Holmes Brown's statement. Operator, might you display that statement? The the identification number is def.quadruple9.0015.0076. And operator, might you go to page 2? Might you go to page 3, please? And would you mind expanding question 38? Commissioners, you'll see the question there. The ADF rehabilitation, my apologies, outline who and by their role manages a member's rehabilitation plan and the measures in place to ensure that the person delivering that plan is held accountable for achieving the goals outlined in the plan. Now, might I go to, would you mind expanding paragraph 17, please, operator? Now, Lieutenant Colonel Holmes Brown, you point out there that the ADF rehabilitation workforce at Laverick Barracks is considered the major area for improvement. And you're pointing to 2 matters there, I think. There's been significant workforce turnover, and the second matter is that there's been some long-term rehabilitation consultant vacancies, and about 80 cases are yet to be allocated to a rehabilitation consultant. Might you, in the first instance, just explain what is that role of rehabilitation consultant?
So our rehabilitation consultants provide essentially case management of medical conditions. So they work with all of the stakeholders, the member, the chain of command, the medical officer, and any allied health input that they require for their recovery to help keep everyone on the same path and feeding together towards the member's recovery. They oversee, I guess oversee is the wrong word, they assist in the implementation of occupational rehabilitation, so how the member can be meaningfully and safely employed in their workplace while they're recovering.
Now, you've had problems with recruiting people for that role in Townsville?
That's correct.
And what is the shortfall there?
So there's probably been about 5 positions that have been not regularly filled in the past 24 to 36 months. 3 more or less unfilled.
And out of how many rehabilitation consultants have you got working in conjunction with you at Townsville?
I would be taking an educated guess, but about 2 dozen.
Right. And that's impacting on things, is it?
Yes, it is.
And how is it impacting on things?
So we strive to provide continuity of case management to members and chains of commands by assigning a single rehab coordinator to a unit so that they can see all of those units' members that are undertaking rehabilitation and also work with that chain of command to establish longitudinal relationships which assist in beneficial rehabilitation outcomes. So there's 2 problems, I guess. One, when you have churn of workforce, there's constant handover, there's constant members needing to retell their story to a new rehabilitation consultant. There's chain of commands having to establish relationships again, and it just creates difficulties and can negatively impact someone's rehabilitation. And then if there is no rehabilitation consultant assigned to that unit, our solutions are either to try and push those members out to multiple other rehabilitation consultants, which creates a management problem for the unit because they now need to try and keep tabs on 6 or 7 different people, or we have to refer externally. So essentially they get external contractors outside of the ADF health service contract to provide case management. Members go off base for that, and then we get reports sent back and we lose that strong interface between the chain of command and the rehab consultant.
Now, how can this be improved in the short term? Any ideas there?
We're in a very difficult workforce position, like Australia-wide, I think, with unemployment being historically low, and it's difficult to recruit to most health positions, not just the rehab ones. So I guess I'd be speaking outside of my area of expertise to offer solutions for these sort of workforce challenges.
Now, the workforce turnover, I think you've spoken about the significant workforce turnover.
Yes.
Can you just give us some general idea of how it's turning over?
So we've had a number of new rehabilitation consultants start, and then they will persist for 2 to 3 months and then leave. So that's one aspect of turnover that creates problems. Another is the absent or vacant positions not being filled with long-term recruitment, but with short-term, repeated short-term fill, which provides us with a resource, but creates its own issue because of that constant turnover and handover and churn for the chain of command. It would be akin to a member seeing their regular doctor and that doctor leaving and being replaced by a sequence of locum doctors, and that I think it's easy to appreciate how that member's care could suffer as a result of that.
You don't have any physicians with specialist qualifications in rehabilitation available at Laverick Barracks?
No, we do not.
And you've never had specialist rehabilitation?
No, we haven't. Not since my time there, at least.
Now, what's your view about whether you should have some input from specialist rehabilitation or physicians with specialist rehabilitation training and experience in the system somewhere at Laverick Barracks, given the extent of the medical difficulties, as it were?
So I think there would be potential benefit in exploring whether that's a useful thing to have. I guess I'd caveat that with saying that we could access that through the ADF Health Services contract currently if it was deemed to be required. But that would be similar to accessing any other external specialist. We'd make a referral and then that would be serviced by Bupa. We certainly don't have anyone in a uniformed capacity or providing any regular service. I'm not certain that would be, I guess, that we would get value out of that arrangement, because the degree of specialist knowledge a rehabilitation physician would bring being not applicable to the vast majority of ADF members' rehabilitation journeys, which are in the vast majority quite, I guess, simple, for want of a better term. They suffer an injury, they recover from the injury, they return to work.
There are some complex cases,
There
though.
absolutely would be some complex cases, and I could see there may be benefit in having that resource have a look at those in some cases.
Now, 80 people are now waiting in for a rehabilitation consultant. Is that
Yes.
the case?
So when that was the numbers I was given by the rehab manager when I wrote this statement, yes.
Right. You know what it currently is?
So it would be still around that number, I would
Still
expect.
around that number. Now, we've heard earlier today about occupational physicians and that specialist input there. Do you see any role for that at Laverick Barracks?
I think having an occupational physician available could be beneficial. So members that are complex injuries that would need that sort of input in order to be safely re-employed in the workplace. Having someone that has that degree of expertise could assist in some of those cases, developing a plan for meaningful workforce engagement for those members. The other, I guess, case that I would see potential benefit in having an occupational physician would be we sometimes get members coming and requesting us to do reports or submissions related to their DVA claims. And these can be quite detailed assessments of a member's function, percentage-wise, left upper limb, that sort of piece. And then that really does fall more into that occupational physician space, doing that level of assessment. And there could be benefit there as well.
Might I turn to another topic again, which is welfare boards, and again, it's principally the two lieutenant colonels that I'll address the questions to. Commissioners, you had the opportunity of seeing at Laverick Barracks on Tuesday, the 14th of June, a demonstration of a welfare board process. And I think, Lieutenant Goldie, you were involved in that process.
Yes, Council.
Now, Lieutenant Goldie, might you tell us a little bit about the Unit Welfare Board in connection with the 3rd Combat Engineering Regiment? And might you just explain what role you have with the Unit Welfare Board?
So the role of any commanding officer in any unit is to be the chair of that Unit Welfare Board. We run those Unit Welfare Boards quarterly, every 3 months, and we raise those members of the unit who are medically J31 or below to, if you like, seek progress update reports from all the specialists who have been engaged with providing that level of support to the member through the upgrade, or if you like, all that medical treatment process.
And how many people are you discussing at the quarterly meeting?
It really depends on the numbers per unit. I can talk to my unit at the
Yes.
moment. The next one will be in the vicinity of 47 people I'll raise at that Unit Welfare Board.
And who sits on that welfare board in your unit? Not their names, but their positions.
So who I'd like to sit at the board versus who can sit at the board is at the discretion of the member. And I'll make that important distinction because the member is afforded the right to elect who is at the Unit Welfare Board and who is not, and whether the member wishes to discuss their case or whether they don't want to discuss their case. And on the assumption that they've accepted who would be at the board, there are a number of people. Firstly, the person themselves is recommended to be at the board to discuss, from their point of view, their recovery or their process. I also have a medical officer. I also have a rehabilitation consultant. I also have a mental health specialist or clinical psych. I also have my own unit padre, my unit physical training instructor, my unit welfare officer, and the unit regimental sergeant major. All have different functions in support of the member, and if the member agrees, we can also have the member's family, and I'll also have the member's direct chain of command.
And, sorry, did I interrupt you there?
No, that's it, Councillor.
Thank you. This is under the control of the commanding officer of the particular unit, isn't it? It varies from unit to unit, the process.
The process is scripted in policy and around who could be in the room, and I've named what would normally be in the room, but we can extend that further to transition support personnel from Defence member and family support. There could be legal officers in the room. There could be other specialist agencies who may help the individual and their family. They are all available to be in the room should the member request and or allow in the room. So from a procedural point of view, it's I'd say a standard process that should be adopted by the unit commanding officer or the chair of the board.
And who decides it, and how is the member advised of the outcome?
So the member of the advised of the outcome that they are going to a unit welfare board, or the outcome
of the deliberations of the board.
So if the member is present, in my experience, I will offer the member while they're present what is the outcome of the board, noting the outcome of the board is around how do we better help that individual through their rehabilitation process. They are the broad decisions that are made at the welfare board. If they are not present at the welfare board, then their chain of command who are present in the room, should the member elect, would be the ones who debrief the individual member.
Now, would you speak shortly about individual welfare boards? What are those institutions?
So the individual welfare boards, they are different to the unit welfare board, and normally it will occur as a result of an event or an incident that has occurred with the member. Normally occur within 14 days of that incident, if you like. The individual welfare board is, in my experience and what I've seen over my last 18 months, is a really small, distinct group of people, and it can be limited to literally 3 people, depending on the member's consent of who's in the room and the scenario of which we're discussing.
Are many of those occurring in your unit?
I say what's a lot? No. Have they occurred? Yes. I would say less than 10 in my time, based on the incidents. And I have ranging experiences of what they could look like, depending on the scenario.
Do the members have any external assistance and support during that process concerning the individual welfare boards?
A support officer is normally offered to the member. We also note that the member can use family support should they wish to elect to have family members to be there in support. They also are given the unit padre for support, or mental health or medical officer support, or if they'd like to bring their own support member in, they can do.
Now, I might have turned to this topic, and it's people who have been are impaired in some way or other, and they cannot do their usual thing, and they're being possibly subject to medical discharge, but you're looking for some other job, as it were, within the system. Can you tell us a little bit about that and uptake and what's happening in that space? Does that make sense? Or?
I think, Council, I know what you were talking about. I think what we're talking around is those who have been medically injured or injured in a way, shape or form, and they can no longer fulfil their role and function for which they joined the military for, and they're looking to perhaps service transfer, or I would call it medically transfer to another core role of function.
Yes.
Can that occur? Absolutely. Is it encouraged and spoken to with the member? Yes, at many different levels. My experience, lived experience in the last 18 months, and I'm dealing with 4 individuals who are seeking to look to go through that service or core transfer to new roles or functions that their injuries would allow them to be retained inside Army.
And what's happening in that domain? Is it working or not working that well?
I have not seen one in my time that has been rejected or denied based on the medical restrictions / limitations in their new role or function. What I can say from my experience, the uptake to do that is low.
And that's, we've offered you a job as a clerk and you don't really want to take that position. Could you speak to that for a minute?
My experience is people join the Army to do what they believe and what they want to be is their core role or function, whether it's an infantryman, an artilleryman, an engineer, or a logistician. What I've seen in a combat support corps is, from an engineer's perspective, is they join to be an engineer, to do engineer things, where the offering is to go and become a logistician or a clerk. The uptake is low because that's not their passion was or is.
Do you see some other way of doing this? From your perspective, is there some lesser role they could take within the unit, and stay in your unit?
The challenge a unit commander will have is how do we define what positions in a unit becomes what I think is a non-deployable position versus a deployable. And that will become, whilst a unit can manage over a long term the medical management, and I have people in the unit who have been medically managed for up to 3 years and are still supported and provide great capability, where we seek to minimise the current unit capability to deploy overseas in support of government direction. There'll be a question around if the government are directing now that a unit for an engineer unit is 350, and I need to deploy that overseas on any given day to achieve a capability, what now I don't need. And the challenge around is, at the moment, it's 350 for 3CR. There'd be a review would need to be able to look at it, is what you could say is non-deployable in your unit versus what is deployable.
You could have another 50 people who are non-deployable in your unit who could do useful functions in contributing to the unit's capability.
At the moment, the direction is that all of my unit establishment are deployable positions, and if required to deploy, could deploy.
Now, might I return quickly to the previous topic, which is the welfare boards. Might choose whoever's most in this territory, interface between the welfare boards and the MEC system.
I mean, I suppose I can speak to that. So I guess Ken spoke about how most unit welfare boards use the MEC system as a trigger for people going onto this process, so being J31 or below, being those that would be considered at a unit welfare board. So that I think is probably the primary interface between the welfare board and the MEC system specifically, because they exist for different purposes. So the unit welfare board process is about supporting the member through their medical recovery and making sure they have all the appropriate support services and that they're appropriately employed. The MEC system is a way for the medical system to tell the chain of command what that member's employability is at the current time.
Now, just quickly move through some other topics very quickly. This is and really addressed to you, Ms. Mills. This is your paragraph 12 of your statement, and this is really the timing of transition support offered by your unit, and is it too late? Could it be done earlier in the process?
Council, transition is triggered by either the AC 853 web form, which is a notification of intent to transition or transfer, or if we receive a mercury signal from the career management agencies, which is usually for those members medically or administratively transitioning. That commences, I suppose, the formal part of transition. We're encouraging members to engage with transition coaches at any point throughout their career. Transition has transformed significantly since 2016, and now that it is a needs-based model, we're helping members prepare early by exposing them to options of support that they can access throughout their career. And those supports can be, job search preparation workshops, or even going to or attending an ADF member and family transition seminar, which gives them access to a wealth of information around planning for transition with their family. This particular paragraph refers to the formal mechanisms that trigger a case to be created with our transition coaches.
But it could be done, things could be done before the triggering form.
Yes.
Now, there's a single external national provider who provides, and Mrs. Angela Metzke spoke of this when giving evidence on the 12th, Tuesday the 12th of April. And she referred to a series of things, 6 items. I'll read them very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Supporting transition seminars, delivering job search preparation workshops, delivering the career transition coaching modules, the personalised career and employment program with which you've spoken, the transition for the employment program, ADF post-transition survey. That's a summary of those 6 items, is the essence of what?
That's the essence of what the external provider provides to us. We also utilise contracted workforce from that provider as well, who are also professionally trained and qualified career coaches.
Now, if I might take you to paragraph 59 of your statement, you speak there of issues being elevated. Just what types of issues are being elevated? Just as quickly as you can.
59.
Paragraph 59.
From a contract management perspective, so how that contract works is a member will engage with a transition coach, and based on that member's individual needs may be referred to modules that are delivered by our external service provider. Issues may happen. There may be a concern for a member that they may need additional support that is highlighted back to us. I think this paragraph more talks to resolving issues within the terms of the contract, of which, there are formal mechanisms within Defence to manage contracts. I think that's what you might mean.
Yes, thank you. Now, Commissioners, I noticed the time, and I think I should allow the Commissioners an opportunity to ask some questions at this stage. I do have other matters, of course, that I can readily go to.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
Lieutenant Colonel Golder, you were asked by Mr. Connor just a little while ago about opportunities within your unit, for example, for people who are downgraded medically, and said that the challenge was to define what positions are non-deployable, and that your unit, in effect, was required to be all deployable. I heard a statement at a round table earlier in our proceedings, perhaps just before Christmas, to the effect that there was, in effect, a change in policy within the ADF probably about 20 years ago, so that most units needed to be completely deployable, which has inhibited the filling of positions by people who are not at that highest level of medical classification. Can you throw any light on that? Or is it before your time?
Commissioner, probably just before my time, I think, on that one.
Right. You don't know anything anecdotally or otherwise about that?
Commissioner, I'm not aware of what occurred 20 years ago. What I know from assuming command and the responsibility I have to prepare and ready Commanding Unit Regiment is the regiment in its entirety is a deployable unit.
Is that because you're in a combat brigade, particularly?
A combat brigade, one of three, but also at the moment the contingency brigade.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Can I ask Lieutenant Colonel Holmes-Brown, do you have any understanding of why there has been the significant workforce turnover and the vacancies since moved to the Bupa Acumen contract?
I probably can't give significant insight into that. I could give my general perception.
That'll do.
So I guess I spoke briefly that there's broad workforce challenges in the health sector at the moment, which I think is absolutely influencing the ability for the contract to be regularly filled. Townsville has always historically been a difficult place to achieve full health professional fill rates for any contract. So I know I say since the change to Bupa, and maybe the issue in the rehab consultant space has become slightly more pronounced, but there's absolutely been other workforce shortages in prior contracts, and we're actually, doing better in medical officer fill than we were in the previous contract now. I guess I lack the full view of all the data to have an understanding of why we seem to be having consultants join and then leave, or that we're getting these repeated short-term fills.
So there's nothing that you can really kind of offer up?
Not that I can
specific
put
to
my
that contract?
finger on, no, sorry.
So what happens to someone who's awaiting the allocation of a rehab consultant if there's 80 on the books at the moment? What happens to them from a practical sense?
So from a practical sense, they don't receive the support of a rehabilitation consultant, so they don't have that case management support. So that doesn't mean they're not receiving the same services clinically that they would otherwise be receiving. They still see the doctor and see the physio and have the input from their chain of command, but they don't have that person that, in I guess my experience, really sort of stands in their corner and helps collect all that stuff together and help walk them through that, what can be quite a complicated journey with a lot of different stakeholders.
So how long would someone be in that circumstance, on average? You've got 80 waiting. How long are they going to wait before they have a rehab consultant allocated?
I couldn't probably speak with accuracy on that, but it would depend on why they're waiting. So some units have a number of rehab consultants have come and gone in the past 18 to 24 months, which I think I referenced in my statement. We've got an example of one of the most affected units has had 6 rehab consultants since the contract change. And then there's some that where we can't allocate a rehab consultant to that unit at that time because we don't have enough available. So those members generally we would seek to refer them to an external provider. But some of them would be waiting in the matter of months.
Presumably that's ultimately got to be to the detriment of the member if there's services not available to them.
I would agree, yes.
Yeah.
So I think our rehab consultants provide a valuable service. I've been through the medical system as been subject to it, not just administered over it, and I found my rehab consultant a great resource.
Can I ask Lieutenant Colonel Golder, in terms of, you said your most recent, I think, unit welfare board, you had 47 allocated, is that right?
The Commissioner, if I hold true, the next one will be around the 47. The previous one was around 57, where I had the opportunity to close some cases off because members have upgraded since that time.
So how long would that take you to go through 47? Or 57, whatever the case is?
I'm quite fortunate, but it will take an 8-hour day. Where a unit has more, I am aware that it can take up to 3 days. An individual case, I'm hesitant to give you a time per case because every individual case is different. A more simpler case, it might be in the vicinity of 5 to 10 minutes if member is engaging in the program and we're seeing good results over time. But I can give you an example where I've spent nearly an hour with an individual and having all the inputs, including the individual member, to have a best outcome at the end of that.
So if a member is invited to attend, are they given a time to attend, or are they just sitting there waiting in the queue for their number to come up?
No. So I, at unit level, I have 4 subunits, and so I allocate time to subunits. I also have a person who manages the time and will pass on to the subsequent people or the subsequent training command. We're on time, we're delayed, so no one is sitting outside the Unit Welfare Board for hours waiting for their turn.
And if a member chooses not to attend, you said the commanding officer will feed back in terms of the outcome, but I'm just wondering, does anyone actually inquire with the member about why they didn't attend and what might be underlying that?
So the opportunity to attend is always given. I can, for those of those complex cases, or they are keen and eager to provide their own voice in a room in person, I see them quite routinely, and I encourage that. For the ones that I don't, to characterise it, it is the more simpler cases where they know it's a standard rehab time program. It might be 6 months, it might be 9 months, and they know that they're tracking well. They've told their troop commander or troop staff, and they're really comfortable with what they're experiencing or what they've been provided, and so they don't feel necessary. To be fair, most of them would prefer to be out with their troops training rather than being in a welfare board. But the opportunity is still given, Commissioner.
Thank you. And just my last question. Ms Mills, I know you said that the opt-out option strips away the autonomy of the member to take control of their life. And I do acknowledge that's a potential issue, but certainly some of the accounts we've heard is of members who are not really in a position to be making decisions or taking control. So I'm just wondering, is there a way to find the balance?
Thanks, Commissioner. Transitioning through our transition centres is a mandatory process, so that's not necessarily an opt-out approach. However, the discussions between a coach and a member and their family is around trying to find how prepared a member is, what their current circumstances are, and how do we build a program of support for the member. So that's the part where we want the member to really lean into the experience with their coach and build a program of support that will help facilitate that successful transition. The member does go away with a transition action plan as well, which they then will check back in with a coach on a number of occasions prior to transition to see how they're going. So it's a process of developing that autonomy in the member, but it's a bit of a partnership with the coach as well.
Okay, thank you.
I'm conscious of the time. There's 2 very quick issues. Ms Mills, I understand your transition area has, you said, I think in your statement, about 122 staff, 15 transition centres. How do you report? Is it an annual report that comes out about all the activities and whether things are going well or not going well?
Commissioner, we have a number of reports and many frequently. We will produce fortnightly reports to our Head of People Capability, Major General Stothart. From a Defence annual report, we also have PC 18, which actually gives the status of how we are achieving our intended objectives.
Are they public reports or internal?
The fortnightly reports are internal to Defence. The PC 18 actually is in the Defence Annual Report.
Thank you. I think I finally have someone in the chair who can answer this question. But we've heard a lot of evidence about people who have not either lodged their claims with DVA, particularly ones that are medically discharging, but sometimes administratively, or have lodged them, but they simply have not been addressed yet or acquitted. And we've also heard evidence of people who have literally starved in between the gap, coming off the payroll at the ADF and not having their benefits assessed and allowed by the DVA. We're told anecdotally that it's being fixed. Can you comment on that? I think you're ideally placed to answer that.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner. The coaches, there's a part where when a member first engages with a transition coach and we're actually establishing whether they are medically transitioning or whether they even have compensable or injuries or illnesses sustained through their military career, whether those claims have been submitted to DVA. If a member hasn't actioned any of that, our coaches will help provide advice and guidance how to do that, and also bring in the veteran support officers who are on a majority of the bases as well. If we see or identify a potential risk to the member, as you were saying, going hungry in that period
and having no place of abode, no job.
That's it. Certainly our coaches are looking at overarching wellbeing factors of housing and health and, finance and employment and that kind of thing. And we're working through those elements to help set a member up for success prior to transition. When it comes to DVA, our coaches, where we have authority on behalf of the member, we can lean into DVA and see how that's tracking for them. Or we will, through our partners in the transfer and transition detachment on LABRAC, through the personnel support units for Navy or through the member support coordinators for Air Force, where there has been an MSc applied, we will go back through those avenues to chain of command and express our concern around that risk and whether a hold and abeyance is an option to keep that member until such time as those claims can be addressed.
And the process of going through a transition centre is compulsory, you said. So everybody must go through the transition process through the centre. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I think that's all from us. Mr. Fordham, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Ms. Cullen, do you have any questions?
It's Mr. Fraser here, but no questions, Commissioner. Thank you.
Mr. Fraser. Mr. Connor, anything arising?
Many questions, but I note the time and
okay.
No, nothing further.
I just want to thank you for your evidence today, for the preparation you've put into your lengthy statements with a whole bunch of data and information. The whole issues of transition and welfare obviously are front and centre in terms of causing suicidality and PTSD, and we're very, very interested. Ms. Mills, I'm not sure if your PhD is due soon, but it'll certainly make for interesting reading, and we hope to see it. Look forward to seeing it.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Commissioner, might the witnesses be released from?
Yep, thank you again, and you're released from your summons to appear today. If there's no other issues, we'll adjourn. I understand it's 8:30 tomorrow morning, early start. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is adjourned until 8:30 a.m. on Thursday the 30th of June 2022.